In the Montana wilderness, 5 friends reunite for an epic adventure. But this trip of a lifetime
Avalanche!
turns into their worst nightmare.
It felt like being hit by a car. It was black and violent. I thought, I'm not going to survive.
In the carnage,
Let's move!
one lies critically injured, while another is buried deep in the snow.
I remember just thinking our friend's gonna die.
Matt, get us a sled.
It's dead.
Cut off from rescue by a powerful storm, they must battle to keep their friend alive.
We were on our hands and knees clawing through the snow.
You have to get there tonight.
We gotta take your boot up.
The pain came crashing in. I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
One, two, three, four, five.
On their way to ski the remote backcountry of Montana are friends Matt Schuyler and Sam Kavanagh. Skiing is 25-year-old Sam's greatest obsession.
It was a pretty young age that I fell in love with skiing. I did it every opportunity I had, sometimes 4 or 5 days a week. When you stand on top of a mountain, it's literally like you can hear the clouds moving by, and you're the only person there. Matt shared that love and passion.
That's insane.
The forecast was for snow, so not only are we going into a place we love to be, but we're gonna have A+ conditions. It was going to be just perfect.
This trip is a rare chance for Sam and Matt to hang out with their 3 greatest friends. Waiting for them at the trailhead is Sam's closest buddy, Blake Morstad.
Haven't you finished yet?
Blake is a special guy. He is amazingly intelligent, and he is a physical powerhouse. He would give you the shirt off his back.
To Matt, Blake is more than a friend. He's also his brother-in-law. The final 2 members of the group are professional mountain guide Jason Thompson and emergency medical technician Chris Mackey.
We were all very excited about the skiing, but I think the overwhelming thing was just being excited to just be hanging out with the guys again.
I don't want to get stuck up there with you.
It's New Year's Eve, and to celebrate, the friends are heading out to ski virgin powder in one of Montana's most isolated areas.
It was extremely remote. We couldn't get emails. We couldn't get cell phone contact. But the whole idea of the trip was to go out and get some great powder skiing and have a blast doing it.
Their destination? The untouched slopes of the legendary Mount Nemesis. The mountain is famous for powder skiing and notorious for deadly avalanches. But the men have come prepared.
A high avalanche danger to us is not a stop. It just means you need to be on your A game. Each and every one of us carried a personal beacon and all the tools necessary to extract somebody from an avalanche. We were not a group of punk kids that watched some ski video and said, we're gonna go do that. We regularly ski similar conditions, and we were making good, solid judgments.
Come on, guys, we're losing light.
At the base of the mountain, the group ditch their snowmobiles and prepare to ski to their retreat. But to Blake, this is just another great adventure.
Blake was kind of like a young kid in a candy store.
First beer's on me.
And it was like, this is already off to a perfect start.
The friends have skied 8 kilometers cross-country to their base camp. They're now all set to see in the new year.
Happy New Year!
But Blake is celebrating something much more life-changing.
Okay, guys, I have a special announcement. Addie's pregnant. I'm gonna be a dad.
It was a pretty momentous moment.
Good work, man.
Hey, congratulations.
Blake suddenly was gonna have a little man looking up to him and exploring life for the first time. And so we took out the personal video camera. And I remember Blake toasting his wife.
Hey, Addie, I love you. I look forward to seeing Junior pretty soon here, too.
Happy New Year, Eddie!
We all fully expected that next year we'd be celebrating the craziness that was 2005.
On New Year's Day, there was well over 2 to 3 feet of new snow.
See you later, guys.
It was just perfect.
The skiing was phenomenal, so we were stoked.
That first morning, we strictly skied in the trees because conditions for an avalanche were perfect.
A heavy snowfall has piled a huge load of powder snow high on the mountain slopes. Skiing too close to this fresh snowpack could trigger a lethal avalanche.
That morning, we were extremely sensitive to our surroundings. But towards the tail end of the day, we started to push the envelope.
Up there?
Yeah.
We started moving slightly higher, but in doing that, we were unconsciously taking more risk.
In their search for the perfect run, the young friends inch ever higher up the slopes, closer to the heavily loaded snowpack.
Let's do it. Yeah.
See you down there.
Finally, only Matt and his brother-in-law Blake are left up top.
You all right?
Go ahead.
He skied off. And that was the last time that I saw him.
300 meters down the mountain, Sam and Chris have finished the run.
There was just genuine excitement. Chris pulls out the camera and he looks at me, he's like, "So, Sam,
What'd you think?
That was awesome. But, gotta tell you, I'm exhausted.
As Chris powered down the camera, suddenly you could just hear this distant, faint noise. And I heard Jason yelling out, "Avalanche!" When you hear the word avalanche, there is just a sudden cold shiver that runs up your spine.
A terrifying wall of snow, weighing thousands of tons, is heading their way. Upslope, Jason is its first victim.
Brace.
Right next to me was a tree. I grabbed it. I started to feel the snow vibrate. What I experienced, I can only imagine, is like being hit by a car. My world, the world that I knew it to be, had completely evaporated. And I was now being subject to something that was not going to spit me out until it was done with me.
It's a big impact when a wall of snow hits you at 100 miles an hour. It's like being tossed around like a rag doll.
All of a sudden, I was being tossed and turned, not knowing which way was up or down. It was black, it was violent, and I thought, I'm not going to survive.
To his horror, Chris Mackey realizes that the avalanche is sweeping him towards a dangerous precipice.
I knew that there was a fairly large cliff below me. There was also nothing I could do about it.
The nature of the terrain means that the sound of the avalanche hasn't reached 24-year-old Matt Schuyler up above. He's unaware of the disaster unfolding beneath him.
From my vantage point, I couldn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything.
He's waiting for Blake to shout that the way is clear for his run.
I was waiting for someone to yell, "Go ahead," and I waited and waited and waited, and I finally started yelling down,
Hello? Hello? Hello?
So I just kind of thought, I'll just go down there and see what's going on. And I just thought,
The avalanche has decimated the mountainside. Matt knows that down below his friends could be dead or dying.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I thought everybody could be buried at this point. As far as I knew, I was the only one left.
Jason! Chris and Blake! Hello! Hello! Jason! Jason!
When I saw Jason, there was relief that there was somebody else with me.
Jason, are you okay? Yeah, are you okay?
Professional mountain guide Jason Thompson has freed himself from the avalanche. But he knows that buried under the suffocating snow, his friends have only minutes to live.
Let's move!
Jason told me to flip my beacon on and start figuring out where everyone was at.
Each one of the 5 is carrying a beacon that emits a signal to indicate their location, even if they are deep beneath the snow.
We got 3 people we have to dig up and get breathing again.
We got 10 minutes, max.
We have very limited time.
You take this side, I'll take over here. Blake! Chris! Blake! Chris! Blake!
Down the mountain, Sam Kavanagh slowly regains consciousness.
Moments ago, I was in the clutches of the avalanche. And there I am. I had floated to the top, and I'm only partially buried. The first person I could see was Chris.
Are you okay?
He's shooken, scared, but alive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Somehow, despite being thrown over the cliff edge, Chris Mackey has also survived.
There's so much snow, and it's so powerful, I didn't even feel it. There was probably 2 seconds of weightlessness and then just a soft landing. There's a lot of adrenaline, realizing, wow, I'm okay. And then freed myself, turned on my transceiver to look for anyone else that could have been buried.
I could hear Jason and Matt upslope yelling out our names. I'm elated, you know?
Here.
You here? Here!
Chris and Jason are okay, and I knew that Matt was okay because he's yelling out our names.
Miraculously, 4 of the friends are alive and accounted for.
Blake!
But Sam's best friend Blake is missing.
Blake?
Suddenly, it's not over. It's not okay.
Blake? Blake! Blake! Blake!
We have to find someone who's unconscious, buried, and we don't know where he is.
Blake!
It started to kick in.
Blake!
He's my brother-in-law, and he's buried somewhere.
Blake!
Blake has now been buried for several long minutes. Not only is his body being crushed by the compacted snow, he's rapidly running out of oxygen.
I was thinking, we're gonna kill this guy if we don't find him, you know, because this is taking us too long.
Blake! 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 Blake!
At the exact same moment, Jason and I both picked up the faintest signal on our beepers. We didn't even say anything, just pointed. The signal started getting stronger and stronger. It's going 40, 30, 20, and I start saying out loud, 15.
10. 9. 8.
All of a sudden, I could see the top of the backpack.
Over there.
Now that Blake has been located, it's critical they get to him and clear an airway, fast,
Start from below.
before he dies from lack of oxygen.
We're trying to get to his head to get him breathing.
Using their Avalanche shovels, they start to dig. But the snow has become heavily compacted in the slide.
It was very frustrating. It was like digging up concrete. I threw my shovel aside and was just digging with my hands. I remember just thinking, we're losing him. He's right here, but we can't get him out.
Come on, Blake. Come on, Blake. Come on, Blake.
It was very frustrating how difficult the digging was.
Come on.
I just felt helpless.
30 meters away, Sam Kavanagh struggles to free himself from the imprisoning snow
Blake!
and help save his best friend.
I started trying to move around, and I felt this pretty intense pain. And that's when I finally looked down. My foot was facing 180 degrees behind me. And there was about 4 inches of my tibia bone sticking through my ski pants.
Despite his horrific injury, Sam is desperate to help Blake. But first, he will have to do the unthinkable.
And so I really just tried to prepare myself. I grabbed it, I spun it 180 degrees. And I tried to stand and walk and shuffle my way down the slope to find Blake.
Hearing the screams, EMT Chris realizes Sam is also in trouble.
I looked up and saw that he was in a very tenuous situation.
Sam, how you doing there, buddy? You okay? My leg's busted. I think it's really bad. Come on!
This is just shocking. There was a very big laceration on the side of his leg and quite a bit of bone sticking out.
It's gonna be okay, Sid. It's gonna be okay.
It's certainly the worst compound fracture I'd seen to that point.
Chris is suddenly pushed to the limits of his training. He knows that an injury this severe, so far from civilization, could prove fatal.
We just need to get Sam stabilized, try to control the bleeding, and get him off of the slope. But we were still right in the middle of dealing with Blake.
We got him out!
Finally, after being buried for almost 10 minutes, Blake Morstad is pulled from his icy tomb.
At first, I thought he's just passed out. We'll revive him. Couple pumps and he'll cough up some snow and we'll get out of here.
Blake has no life signs. Compressing his chest will simulate his heartbeat, pumping blood round his body and keeping his brain alive.
Man, come on. Pump his chest. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Jason had me pushing on his chest, and he's saying,
Harder. Go harder.
break a rib if you have to. I remember being really frustrated, thinking we're losing him.
They did CPR for a few minutes, and they yelled up, "It's not going well."
Chris! We need you down here!
Keep the pressure on here, buddy, okay? Stay calm. I'll be back, all right? Okay.
I raced down through the debris.
Have you seen any signs of life?
Blake was white, maybe even a little blue, and not responsive at all.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
You're relying on your training, but it's a struggle.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
This is not a rubber mannequin. This is your friend, and he's not doing well.
15.
In the back of my head, I knew he was dead. But you continue just out of hope. Because this is Blake, you know?
I remember just looking at Jason, and he was just like, this is done. He's dead. And I just thought, wow.
"30 meters away, the terrible truth about his best friend is slowly dawning on Sam.
I just waited for this physically dominating man to stand up and take care of me. I saw 3 people stand up, and one wasn't Blake. That's when my world came crashing, and I was left wondering if I was the next person to die.
Expectant father Blake Morstad lies dead in the snow.
That's a tough realization, but he was gone. There was nothing more that we could do for him, and that was fairly apparent. As a group, we just knew that our focus needed to shift to Sam.
Guys, I'm getting really cold up here.
The fifth friend, 25-year-old Sam Kavanagh, has suffered a horrific leg injury and is losing blood. Young EMT Chris Mackey knows he must work fast or watch a second friend die.
I was very concerned for Sam. He was in and out of shock, which was kind of hard to assess. He had lost an incredible amount of blood.
He's in shock. His body temperature is plummeting, and he risks hypothermia.
I was becoming extremely cold. I couldn't formulate thoughts very well. And there was literally a voice in my head that said, if you want to escape the vicious, vicious pain, my body said, all you gotta do is close your eyes.
After losing his brother-in-law, Matt Schuyler is determined not to let Sam die too.
I remember him shaking me out of this trance. And he's like, Sam?
You're going back to Sarah. You're going home to your wife.
For him to put me in that position of fighting for something that was so important to me, at that moment, I had a reason to survive.
It's essential to get Sam warmth and shelter fast. But base camp is a kilometer away across rough terrain.
Matt, get us a sled, okay?
Matt ran back and grabbed a toboggan to get Sam back to the hut. Before I could move him, I had to splint his leg.
Splinting Sam's leg will close his wound and should slow the blood loss. But it also means grinding his broken bones back together.
This is gonna hurt, all right?
Sam's a tough kid, but doing that with no pain control
3. Yeah. 1, 2.
is about as painful as it gets.
3.
By nightfall, the men begin their short trip back to camp, but soon realize that Sam faces a grueling journey. The deep snow and level terrain mean that the sled keeps sinking.
We were on our hands and knees, just clawing through the snow. We were working as hard as I've ever worked doing anything.
We were just going 10 steps at a time, and we'd just fall over, do it again. It just took forever to cover any ground.
As the group struggles on, the temperature plummets to well below freezing, and Sam begins to show signs of hypothermia.
Despite it being 0 degrees out, I was sweating bullets. I was shaking uncontrollably. Multiple times, Matt and Jason bundled up around me, just trying to stabilize me.
Sam!
There was times where he just wouldn't really respond, and we would shake him awake.
Sam, you stay with us, buddy, okay? Hey, don't go to sleep, buddy.
It was a critical situation, for sure.
Finally, after 2.5 hours out in the bitter cold, the group gets Sam into the shelter of base camp.
Once we got back, there was a sense of relief.
Easy.
On 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, easy.
You're up, Sam.
Yeah, Matt, give me that water.
But EMT Chris Mackey knows that the journey may have done untold damage to Sam's shattered leg.
It's at that point where we needed to look again at his leg, and I knew the boot needed to come off.
Okay, Sam, that's gonna hurt.
I tried to prepare Sam for the pain that he was going to be going through.
I want you to bite down on this for me, and we're gonna get this done, okay? Yeah?
He bed down on a rag, and we slowly, precariously started to remove his boot.
Okay, go, come on.
You have to imagine my leg is only currently being held on by the very back muscle. And I remember yelling out,
Just rip it off now!
It was pain that it takes your breath away. It leaves you gasping for air.
Okay.
It was like nothing I've ever experienced, nor do I ever want to experience that again.
Now that the boot is off, Chris can finally see the severity of Sam's injury and its deadly implications.
This is just shocking. Sam was bleeding internally to the point of it being fatal, if not controlled. And there was really nothing we could do to stop the bleeding.
Sam needs immediate surgery. But high on the mountain, there's no mobile phone signal to call for rescue. And it's far too dangerous to ski out in the dark. All the friends can do is watch over Sam and pray he lasts the night.
The decision that we made as a group was to wait till first light. And we took rotations, staying up with Sam.
And as the hours dragged by, the friends' thoughts turned to Blake, who only hours ago was still among them.
We were all mourning Blake. It was unsettling knowing that your friend was lying out there in the dark, in the snow, alone.
Sam Kavanagh has survived the night, but is fading fast. By now, he's lost over a third of his blood and is in dire need of a transfusion. His friends must summon help immediately.
Camp started getting a little busy. Matt and Chris are up, getting ready for the trip out. And that's when we started going through packs. And realizing we didn't have all the stuff that we needed.
Spare ski poles. They're in Blake's pack.
Without ski poles, it will be impossible for them to reach civilization. But going back to revisit their dead friend is a task no one wants to complete.
I'll go. You wait here.
I followed our tracks up from the night before. I was a bit hesitant because it was like a bad dream at that point. And seeing the evidence of the avalanche made it all very real again. Found Blake. Searched around and grabbed some ski poles. It's a very odd thing to say, I realize. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd seen in my life. The violence of the day before had been replaced. It was very quiet. It was just me. Just me and Blake at that point. So it was a very special moment.
You ready? Hang in there, young.
We skied as fast as we could.
For 4 hours, they ski through dangerous avalanche terrain. Finally, they make it to the base of the mountain, where they left their snowmobiles. From here, they're just an hour's drive from mobile phone contact with the outside world.
And the one thing you need to happen is that snow machine starting.
We couldn't get the stupid thing to start.
It's dead.
It was a nightmare.
The snowmobiles belong to Sam, and Matt and Chris aren't sure how to get them started.
We tried different ways of starting it. We kicked it, we cursed at it, we cajoled it.
Without a snowmobile, they face a cross-country ski that could take as long as a day. High on the mountain, The situation is rapidly worsening. A storm front is closing in, and if it hits, any helicopter rescue will become impossible.
The weather was changing. That started to raise a red flag. I was really worried and concerned for my life. I didn't like the occasional whiff or smell that I would get from the decaying flesh. I knew that the life was slipping from me. But you have to hope that it's not over. My time wasn't done. I wasn't finished.
Down at the base of the mountain, Matt is still grappling with how to start Sam's snowmobile.
Sam is in a life and death situation. Nobody even knows.
We just couldn't delay anymore.
Chris decides he has no choice but to ski on.
As I'm out in the middle of this big field, I hear the snow machine, belch to life. And that frustration and anxiety quickly melted away.
Once they emerge from the shadow of the mountain, Chris fires up his mobile phone.
The first time we got half a bar, we called search and rescue.
Hello? Look, my friend needs urgent medical attention. Yeah, okay, but hurry.
I distinctly remember talking with the head of search and rescue.
Yeah.
He was very professional. He asked the right questions, and I said,
If ever you needed a helicopter, yeah, this is now.
Suddenly you hear this very faint thud, and it kind of drew a little closer, And then Jason came in, he's like, man, there's a helicopter.
They're coming.
And you could hear this helicopter closer and closer as if it's just right over our head. I'm elated. They're coming to rescue us. This is it. Then the helicopter would faint and it would go away.
Please! Come back!
We didn't know what was going on. Could they not see us? Because we could clearly see them. And Jason said,
They're coming straight back. I'm sure of it.
and the helicopter flew over. You could hear the rotors. And then they got a little quieter, and they disappeared. And it just went dead silent.
30 kilometers away, Chris and Matt have made it back to the safety of their truck, where news of the aborted rescue attempt is filtering through.
Search and rescue kept saying, we can't do this, it's not gonna happen. They were in the middle of a snowstorm. There was 60 inches of new snow. They just couldn't land, just couldn't happen. I remember Chris just telling them,
our friend is gonna die. You have to get there tonight.
I thought it was very likely that we were gonna come out of this with 2 people dead.
The rescue helicopter can't try again till daybreak, and the mood at camp is desperate.
There was anger, but I just had to try to make it to tomorrow.
But by now, Sam's leg is starting to decompose. And with no antibiotics to stop the spread of poisonous toxins, his organs are starting to shut down.
I needed to go to the bathroom, and I was trying to pee into a plastic juice jug.
Jason.
And so I talked Jason into letting me sit upright. And as soon as I swung my leg down, it was literally like somebody had opened a faucet.
Oh, God.
And the stench of decaying blood and bacteria-infested flesh was just compounding the fact that this was unsurvivable. I was scared and I was fearful. I had reached my limit.
In the backcountry wilderness of Montana, search and rescue air crews are grounded by a fierce snowstorm. 2,000 meters up, Chris Mackey and Matt Schuyler have battled their way back to camp, where 24 hours ago, they left critically injured Sam Kavanagh fighting for his life.
When Matt and I arrived, there was a big relief that Sam was still with us. But he was in a very tenuous situation.
How are you, buddy? Hanging in there?
He had lost an incredible amount of blood. I'm not going to venture how much longer he could have lasted, but we were pushing that limit, I think. I knew that we were racing against time to get him to hospital.
It's a desperate dilemma. Any attempt to drag Sam down the mountain would trigger further blood loss and probably kill him. His only hope of survival is an airlift, but rescue helicopters can't land in the deep snow around the camp.
Matt, come with me, okay?
I remember Chris said, if you want a helicopter to come in here, start stepping on snow and make a helipad. I knew if the helicopter couldn't land, we were taking out a dead body.
It's early afternoon, and the storm rages on. But then a glimmer of hope. A medical team have fought their way through the blizzard. They'll try to stabilize Sam until the helicopter can land.
To have that level of expertise there was a big relief. They had antibiotics and some pain medication, and medically pretty much took over.
I was happy to at least be seen by a doctor for the first time. But when he opened up the bandage, he was shocked by the smell, by the infection, by the decomposition of the tissue.
By now, the decomposing tissue is so poisonous, Sam's condition has reached critical. A decision is made. Despite the risk, the friends will have to drag Sam down the mountain. It's a desperate strategy.
Okay, Sam, we're gonna drag you out, okay?
The whole group collectively began wrapping me in the sleeping bag. At that point, my injury was so bad, the probability of me dying halfway out was pretty high.
1, 2, 3.
I think there was a real concern that I may not be able to survive.
I don't know, but then it was just like, this is a nightmare. We just couldn't lie there and watch him die.
Okay, ready? Let's go.
Wait. Suddenly, we got word that the helicopter pilots were going to give it one more try.
Chopper's coming back.
We immediately started going to this makeshift landing zone that Chris and Matt had stomped out with their skis. Suddenly you hear the helicopter flying in, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder, and it's getting louder. And now you can feel the wind and the rotor wash and crystals of snow hitting your face. For the first time in 48 hours, I didn't feel pain. I was taken away from that, and I was rescued.
Chris Mackey went on to study medicine, graduating from medical school in 2010. Today he works as a hospital doctor in North Dakota. Matt Schuyler still lives and works in Montana, where he has 3 young children. Jason Thompson continues mountain guiding around the world. Sam Kavanagh was flown to hospital, where following an emergency operation on his shattered leg, doctors forecast a further 3 years of reconstructive surgery. 2 weeks later, Sam opted to have the limb amputated. Today, he works in Montana as a civil engineer and cycles for the US Paralympic team.
I've become an exceptional biker. I walk in the mountains. I run around with my daughter and my wife. The whole experience has taught me to live life and to love life. But it's emotional to think of losing Blake. Not just because he was a great guy, it was because he left a part of him in my heart. It's great to know that I've had people in my life have that impact on me, because I know ultimately that makes me a better person.
David and Leia aren't just father and daughter, they're the best of friends. But when a snowmobile trip goes horribly wrong, 11-year-old Leia
Dad!
finds herself having to do things she never imagined, just to keep them alive.
I knew that I need to find help. I need to send someone to my father, you know, he's hurt.
Miles from civilization, she'll have to brave wild animals and sub-zero temperatures to find help for her father before it's too late.
Daddy!
I felt guilty because I brought her there, and I don't even know if we're gonna make it through that night.
Can you feel your feet?
No.
It's a clear spring morning, and David Hunt is preparing for his annual cross-country snowmobile trip with his 11-year-old daughter, Leia.
Cool, eh?
It was just something that we promised that we would do every year, something together.
Oh, you look at that.
We always had fun together, you know, no matter what, there was never a dull moment.
Mum Barbara and little brother William will be staying at home. This trip is for fathers and daughters only.
Leia and her father had a special bond. I think from the moment she was born, they spent a lot of time together when Leia was younger, whether it was cycling, skidooing, all kinds of things. Her brother, I think, was very jealous about the fact that he wasn't going to go. But I think that Leia really needed to have that one-on-one time with her father.
Nice and warm. I love my daughter. She just had an interest to being around her dad, and she'd always want to come and hug me, and Daddy was like everything.
Bye now.
With David working hard through the year, Leia knows it's her one chance to get Dad all to herself.
My father is a workaholic, so when we went on these trips, I knew for sure all his attention would be directed to me, so I was very excited for those trips together.
It's Leia's big day. But with the temperature plunging to minus 22 degrees, David is wondering whether to postpone the trip.
Okay.
That morning, I was a little concerned for the weather because it was very cold outside.
It was one of those mornings where you can like barely stand being outside for 1 second, let alone going on a trip.
So I told Leia, what do you want to do?
I was just so excited to go that I decided to go anyway.
Okay.
I really like snowmobiling, just the fact of having nothing on your mind. You're totally away from everybody, you're away from work. You can just enjoy the scenery and everything around you.
It's so cold outside, but yet you don't feel cold at all because you're having such a blast.
Leia and David are traveling on specially designated snowmobile trails. 30,000 kilometers of frozen freeways, crisscrossing the wilderness. Meticulously maintained by an army of grooming vehicles. The trails offer a thrilling alternative to taking the car between cities.
That morning, we were heading in the direction of my cottage in Mont-Laurier. It's about 700 kilometers away.
The journey will take 3 days, and they're traveling light, with just a small bag of clothes for the hotels they'll be staying at along the way. Tonight, they're aiming for the small town of Saint-Jérôme.
I was concerned because it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and darkness does come in around 4:35 in the wintertime. Figured around 4:30 we should be at Saint-Jérôme.
David has recently purchased a state-of-the-art, 2-seater Grand Tourer snowmobile, capable of 220 kilometers an hour. But David sticks to the blanket 60-kilometer-an-hour speed limit on the trails. Accidents on these tracks are all too common.
Every year there's maybe 30 or 40 deaths in snowmobile accidents. You could be coming on your trail, nice and slow, minding your own business in a way, and just looking and admiring all the scenery and everything, and you'll come into a corner, and the 3 or 4 machines will just be coming around that corner like they think it's a racetrack. If you get 2 skidoos and 1 skidoo is on your side of the trail by 6-7 inches, forget it. It won't pass. They think it's a racetrack. Like we've got Michael Schumacher on the track here, you know, and Jeff Gordon. My trick is not to travel at nighttime. Leave early in the morning and be finished by about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That way there, you know, you won't run into all these people that are just going out for a fast night run.
After 2 hours on the road, they stop for a hot chocolate and check their directions.
You know, I think it's only about another half hour before we get to the hotel.
And I looked at the Skidoo map, finding the closest direction to get to Saint-Jérôme. Because what is fun about snowmobiling is if you do want to go in a direction, let's say to my cottage, there's 5 or 6 different trails that you can take to get there. And one of the fun things is that each year you take a new way, so you get to see new things. So I was looking at the map, and I told Leia that, look, well, it looks like this trail here is a nice windy trail and everything and all that, and that'll take us to Saint-Jérôme.
Sitting in the heated restaurant has warmed them up. But once outside, they're back in the grip of the ice-cold conditions. The temperature, which hasn't crept above -20 Celsius all day, is now beginning to fall.
It was very, very icy and very, very cold. The wind would blow us. It was incredibly, incredibly cold.
But right now, David isn't worried about the drop in temperature.
I had no concerns on us being very, very cold. The only thing that could go wrong is that if we broke down, but then I figured we'd be able to walk. I had bought brand new suits for me and Leia, so I figured you got the best of equipment, the best for warmth, you got it all, you know, so you might get cold a bit, you're not gonna freeze, you know what I mean? And to get cold a bit, well, that's we don't mind, you know what I mean? It's wintertime, we live in Quebec, you know, you're supposed to get rosy cheeks, you're supposed to get a bit cold.
Leia is already dreaming about her favorite part of their trips, diving into a heated hotel swimming pool.
That was my passion. I loved being in pools. And so the idea of having a heated pool was always very exciting for me.
Leia and David arrive at Saint-Jérôme before nightfall.
Hi there. You have vacancies?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
And do you have a pool? Unfortunately, we don't have a pool.
When we entered the hotel, we noticed that they didn't have a pool. And I looked forward to going into their heated pool so much that I convinced my father to go on for another hour until we reached the next hotel where they had a pool.
Like any doting father,
Thank you.
David can't say no to his daughter.
So I looked at the map and I said, well, we're about an hour and a half away. So I figured, okay, Leia, no problem at all, then let's continue. We got about another hour and a half to go.
David knows that snowmobiling at night brings a new set of dangers.
You're not in cities, so you have all these animals to deal with too. If something was to go wrong, you'd rather much be in the daytime than at the nighttime.
In spite of the dangers, David and Leia make good progress.
It was a new trail. We'd never been this way in the snowmobile before, and the trails were very good.
But 30 minutes later, the trail Leia and David are on starts to change. High winds have blown snow in drifts across the track, and the grooming vehicle that should have cleared it has broken down.
The visibility of the trail was very, very bad. You really had to be cautious.
David has to stay focused. Hidden dangers lie beneath the snow. If they drift off the track, they could smash into concealed rocks and branches.
I was just anxious to get out of there and away and to get onto a better trail and to get to the motel at this point. This wasn't fun.
With the light fading and the trail fast vanishing, David considers his options.
I looked at the map. I saw that if we had to turn around where we were to go to another trail, this would take us 2 hours out of our way and that we would never be able to make it to that motel before 8, 9 o'clock at night.
David faces a major dilemma. Lose time turning back for better trails, or carry on through heavy, ungroomed snow.
So I figured, well, if the trail's no good, we'll just go slow. At least it's going to save us time.
David presses on, hoping the trail will improve. But up ahead, a hidden trap awaits them. Metal guardrails, buried by the drifts, lurk just beneath the snow.
All of a sudden, my ski was stuck.
The metal skis are caught on the rails.
And I was just trying to turn the skidoo, and it wouldn't turn.
It's steering them towards the edge of a ravine.
My first reaction was to turn around and take Leia and throw her off. And then I realized... Oh my God. That's when I realized that this is gonna really hurt.
When I looked down at him and I saw him in the bottom of the ravine, I guess in that moment I just kind of froze over.
David's snowmobile has crashed into a freezing cold stream, crushing his leg and pinning it beneath the water.
I was very panicky, I was very scared.
Dad! Just get out, please! What's wrong?
Using brute force and every last drop of adrenaline, David has to drag his legs free from underneath the machine. But when he tries to stand...
When he got up, I figured everything was fine, like we were going to walk out of it, until he fell.
I realized that there was something very severely wrong with my knee.
When David crash-landed in the bottom of the ravine, it wasn't just the ice that shattered. Pinned underneath 270 kilos of falling metal, David's knee took the full force of the impact and is now smashed into 15 fragments of broken bone. The slightest movement causes these jagged shards to grind against the surrounding tissue.
It felt like somebody had taken a hammer and smashing your knee right against concrete.
Leia!
Throbbing pain that I'd never experienced before in all my life.
Dad! Dad, please, just get up!
David needs to get out of the ravine and back to a hospital fast. But with a shattered knee, he can't move.
I couldn't just get up, man, and get out of there.
Dad! What's wrong?
David is now relying on his 11-year-old daughter to get him out.
Dad, I'm coming down.
But with the wind and snow suddenly picking up, it won't be easy.
My father has always been there for me.
Take care.
Now it's my turn to show that I can help him.
Leia's made it, but there's no time to rest. Their best chance of rescue is being spotted by another snowmobile. Unless they can get back up to the trail, nobody will see them.
We were so far down that if a snowmobile drove by, they wouldn't see us, so we had to get up there.
Okay, slow. No, slow.
I tried to pull him, but he's a man. I'm an 11-year-old child, so it was kind of impossible to do.
Okay, again, one more time.
I'm like paralyzed now in a way, you know what I mean? The minute you make any movement, it's a throbbing pain.
Realizing her arms aren't strong enough to pull her father up, Leia braces her body and uses her legs instead.
So I'd grab her leg and I would pull myself up about a foot at a time. Then Leia would back up, brace her hands very well in the snow on each side again, and I'd grab onto that leg that she would put down, and I would pull myself up another foot.
I tried to pull him, and every time he would slip and fall back down.
Every jolt sent shockwaves of pain through David's smashed knee.
I wanted to quit a lot of times, you know. I figured I ain't gonna make it to the top. You know, I can't get up there.
Come on, Dad.
Okay. But Leia didn't want to give up.
I was so determined at that moment. It was like another me that kicked in.
Oh, come on. Doing great, Leia. Oh.
Leia, all 45 kilos of her, manages to help pull her badly wounded father back up to the top of the trail.
Getting out of the ravines was one of the hardest things that I ever had to do. It was with the determination of Leia and the will of Leia that I got out of there.
Oh, good girl. Good girl.
Crucially, Leia's now given them a chance of being spotted by other snowmobilers. But it better happen fast, because with a severely injured leg, soaked to the skin, and beginning to freeze on one of the coldest days of the Canadian winter, David is unlikely to survive a night in the open. Exhausted after his climb, David checks out his shattered knee. Crushed by the impact of the crash, the pain is excruciating.
That's when I really realized how severe my knee was smashed and broken. I didn't know it was filling up with blood.
Internal bleeding could cost David his leg and his life. He knows they need to get help before it's too late. Then he remembers he has his mobile phone. If it works, he can alert the rescue services and get them out of here.
Whenever we go on big trips, I always take a cell phone. You get in an accident, you get stuck, that's what a cell phone is for. There's no reception, no signal. Up there, the only phone that would have worked is a satellite phone.
David and Leia are all alone. The temperature is dropping. They're 11 kilometers from the next town. And with nighttime fast approaching, it's unlikely any other snowmobiles will pass by.
Well done.
Still wet from his fall in the river, David is freezing. But right now, he's more concerned about his daughter.
Where's your glove?
That's when I could see Leia. Leia had lost one of her gloves.
Put that on. Put that on.
I had one left, the other one I threw off when I was in the water, and I gave that glove to Leia and I told her to put that on her hand.
In these conditions, any exposed skin is vulnerable. And by giving Leia his glove, David is risking losing his hand to frostbite. Despite the condition of the trail and the worsening weather, David tries to convince himself that someone will come and save them.
Now it's almost dark time. I'm sure there's people around here that travel back and forth to go to work on their skidoo, or after supper they'll go for a ride. So within an hour or two, a skidooer will go by and they'll pick us up.
But David's optimism is at odds with all the evidence.
I was thinking, man, it's getting colder and colder and colder. Now the sun's gone away, the night's coming in, the wind is just howling and howling.
And the cold isn't the only threat the darkness brings. These woods are home to wolves. Beasts more than capable of killing an injured adult and a small girl.
The wolves were making noise, they were howling, the wind is howling.
I'm thinking, this is not just a snowmobile accident. I'm gonna get eaten by a bunch of wolves.
Leia is cold and terrified. With his smashed knee, David can't lead her to safety. But he might be able to keep them warm and safe from predators.
Listen, Leia. Look. Okay. We're gonna make a fire.
Leia said, well, I'll get some dead branches. I figured we'll have a bit of light, people will see us, and we'll have a fire to stay warm.
You got some? I'll go back and get some more.
I would bring him branches and he would create a fire using our map.
Hoping they'll be rescued soon, David burns the one thing that could help them navigate their way out of the forest.
Come on, Leia, they're gonna need some more branches soon.
For the first time since they crashed, David and Leia feel some warmth. The fire should also keep any wolves at bay.
Starting to look better now, at least, you know, things are looking up.
But keeping the fire going proves a challenge.
The branches that she could break were like an inch and smaller.
I got some more.
So by the time she'd go and get more and come back, it was burnt.
I would be running back and forth. Every time I would come back to enjoy the fire, it would be out again.
Listen, still good, honey.
David soon realizes that making the fire is a futile exercise.
This isn't gonna work.
I told her, no, forget about that.
You're gonna have to stay in. Keep close.
The wind is blowing so fast, too. It's hard to make a fire.
Dad.
As the last flames die away, the icy wind and sub-zero temperatures sting David and Leia. The cold is now as much a threat to their lives as any predator. And unless they can stay warm, the forest will become their grave. David thinks of one last option.
What I want you to do is to go back down to the snowmobile. Real slowly.
My father suggested that I empty one of our nap packs that we had and take a few sweaters and a few blankets and whatsoever to be able to put on our hands and our feet.
The problem is that the snowmobile is half submerged in the creek. If Leia falls in trying to get to the bags, the icy water could send her into cold shock. And with David unable to move, he won't be able to help her. But it's a risk they have to take.
Good girl. Go nice and slow.
It was very frightening because it was very dark. I went down the slope that I had made to the snowmobile.
I made it, Daddy!
Yeah.
My foot went through the ice and went about to my knee. I was not worried. My father seemed worried, and I was kind of wondering why.
Unable to reach the bag, Leia decides to head straight back to her father, leaving behind the clothes that could have kept them warm.
Good girl.
As they huddle for warmth, Leia doesn't tell her father that her boots are filled with ice water from the stream.
My feet were freezing at that point. Really, really, really cold.
Unless warmed up, her feet are at major risk of frostbite. But it's her dad she's most concerned about.
His face looked so pale and he was dripping sweat. It worried me to see my father looking like that. It worried me a lot.
Despite the freezing cold, David is boiling up. The pain of his smashed knee is raising his blood pressure and causing his body to sweat. If that moisture freezes inside his suit, he'll become a prime candidate for hypothermia. As his temperature drops, so will his heart rate, and eventually, he'll fall into unconsciousness. He needs to be taken to a hospital immediately, but stuck in the middle of nowhere, it's not looking likely.
Nobody was coming. You know, it didn't look good at all. I don't want my daughter beside me if I'm gonna freeze and die.
With 8 hours till dawn, and the temperature still dropping, David makes a decision.
You're gonna have to go and get help, okay?
When my father told me to leave to go find help, I was incredibly shocked. I didn't know what to do at that moment.
I'll be right here. Okay?
She didn't want to leave me there, you know? She wanted to stay with me.
Girl.
I said, you have to, Leah. I said, you can't stay here with me. You stay here with me, you could pass away, I could pass away. We freeze here tonight.
Off you go now.
I was scared that he would be left by himself. But I knew that I wanted to rescue my father.
Leia sets out alone, determined to find help and save her father.
So she got up and she started walking. I literally felt helpless. And then that was the last that I saw Leia. Leia left.
As soon as I left him, the fear kicked in. I realized that I was all by myself now. I was outside in the dark, in the woods by myself. I was very, very nervous, very scary.
Limping, after her earlier fall through the ice, Leia heads deeper into the forest.
My father told me to not get off of the path.
After burning their map to light a fire, she has no way of knowing if she's going in the right direction.
I noticed a sign that said, "Beware of animals." I was very, very scared when I saw that sign. As soon as you go into an area where it's all bushed, you can't see anything. All I could hear was these wolves howling, branches breaking, and, things moving. All these things really, really were frightening me.
Back at the crash site, David can't stop thinking about Leia.
I was so worried after she left. I was thinking, all kinds of stupid things that could happen to her.
He's right to be afraid.
I could hear a bunch of wolves. At that moment, I was petrified.
Desperate to get out of the dark woods, Leia looks around for an escape route.
I saw a path that led to a lake. And on the lake, it was very open, and I could see some lights. So right away, I got hope because I figured there has to be somebody there.
But to reach the light, Leia will have to walk straight over the lake.
I knew my father would be upset if I went onto the lake because it's very dangerous. Tons of things could happen.
Leia has already fallen through ice once. and the thought of having to cross a frozen lake at night terrifies her.
What if the ice breaks? I kept going anyway, just trying not to think of it.
Leia heads towards the light. Every step she takes runs the risk of plunging her through the ice and into the frozen water below.
All I kept telling myself is, I'm almost there. There's light. There has to be someone.
But when she finally reaches the far side of the lake, there's a shock in store.
As I got closer, I noticed that the only way that I would be able to get to that light was if I climbed a steep, straight hill that was impossible to reach. At that moment, I started to yell and yell and yell and just scream out,
Help! Please, can you hear me? Please help!
If anyone is there, they cannot hear her, and she cannot climb up the steep bank to get closer.
Help! Please help me!
I was very, very depressed at that moment.
11-year-old Leia has walked through the dark forest and across a frozen lake that could have taken her life, all to save her father. But it's been in vain. At the crash site, David's core body temperature is plummeting, and he's just hours from death.
Finally, I heard a voice, so I started to yell back.
Leia! Leia!
It was my father's voice.
Leia heads in the direction his shouts are coming from.
Daddy!
It's been 3 hours since David last saw his daughter, and hearing her voice breathes new life into him.
When I heard Leia calling out my name, it was like a sigh of relief that I knew that she was still alive.
Daddy!
I'm here! Over here! It's okay. It's okay.
Despite all her efforts, Leia and David are back to square one.
I was happy to hear her, and I was happy to see her again. But on the other hand, I was very unhappy that she didn't make it and that she wasn't already a nice warm place and everything else, that she would have to stay here now with me in the freezing cold weather.
It's okay. We're gonna be okay.
Leia can see that her father's condition has worsened.
He didn't look well, he really didn't. He was trying to hide it. It was very much worrying me a lot.
Body sweat, caused by the pain of his knee injury, is freezing against David's skin. And with the wind chill dropping the temperature to -27 Celsius, his heart rate is slowly falling. Back at home, David's wife Barbara is worried. She's been expecting a call from them since lunchtime.
Come 9 o'clock that night and they still hadn't called, I had this really bad feeling in my stomach that something was not right. So I telephoned the police, and the police said there wasn't anything they could do until they'd been missing for 24 hours.
Okay, thank you.
I was just totally devastated.
At the crash site, David has given up any hope of rescue.
I didn't think there was another skidoo coming. But it was too cold of a night, for one. Very, very blowy. The trails were so bad. Who's going to want to go out in that? We wanted that wind to stop. It was just getting worse and worse. Darker and darker. Colder and colder. And I could see up in the trees, and it was blowing all the snow off of the trees and blowing it all onto us and blowing it everywhere. And it was just the noise. It was a noise that I wanted to stop.
Although badly injured himself, David is more worried about his daughter.
She was cold, and I was cuddling her up. She was shivering and wouldn't stop. I was trying to get her as warm as I could.
But one part of Leia's body, which was freezing cold, is now beginning to feel warm. Her feet.
My feet weren't cold whatsoever at that moment. They were kind of actually numbed.
It's gonna be okay.
Her feet are also swelling. Combined with the lack of sensation, it's a sure indicator that Leia is developing acute frostbite. The cold has frozen the fluid in her skin cells, creating ice crystals. These cells have ruptured, causing her feet to swell. Now, the blood supply is not reaching the damaged skin, and the nerves in her toes are slowly dying.
Every 15, 20 minutes, I'd just be patting on her side, and I'd see that she'd move. I didn't want to wake her up, but I wanted to make sure she was always alive.
David has tried to stay strong for Leia. But now, one thought goes round and round in his head. Has he just led his young daughter to her death?
I felt guilty because I brought her there. It was a living nightmare for her. There's no way that Leia deserved this. So if there was anything that I could do for this to turn around and be different, I would do that in a flash. But I can't. I was worried that if I fell asleep, that I would just not wake up. I didn't want Leia to wake up and for me not to be there. We gotta survive. We gotta survive no matter what. I was very, very relieved that the sun was coming up.
Against all the odds, David and Leia have survived one of the coldest nights of the year in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth.
We did it and we survived, and I just thank God for watching over us, you know.
But when Leia goes to get up, there's a shock for both of them.
My feet.
Holy jeez. She had ice all around her boots.
Can you feel your feet?
No.
Balls of ice have formed around her feet, which now prevent her going anywhere.
Move your feet. You can't feel them?
No.
Okay.
David grabs a metal signpost out of the snow to chop away the ice.
I was holding the wood part of it, and I was chopping with the aluminum part of the sign.
As David breaks up the ice, curiously, Leia feels nothing.
My feet were so numb, I didn't feel anything whatsoever. All I could feel was him hacking at it.
The fact that Leia cannot feel her feet is a very bad sign. The nerve endings in her toes have died. She doesn't know it, but she's in the advanced stages of frostbite. Despite the damage, she can stand. Now David wants her to leave him and save herself before they freeze to death.
Gotta go back to the trail from last night, okay? It's the only way. It's gonna be okay.
Either she leaves now on foot to go to get help, or we die here.
I love you, Daddy.
I said to Leia, when you're walking, just believe in your heart, Dad is with you. So you walk and you leave and you get to the town, I'll be good.
Dragging her numbed feet through the snow, Leia heads out once more to find help.
I was in pain at that point. I was not comfortable at all.
Back at the crash site, David knows that even if Leia finds help, it might not arrive in time to save him. He has to try and walk, or die here in the forest.
After Leia left, I figured that I'm gonna go that way too. I'll try and follow her.
Come on!
Although his knee is shattered, David summons the courage to stand up.
I grabbed that post and I made it up. I just fell down and was unconscious.
An hour into her walk, Leia spots a derelict building in the snow up ahead.
As I went up the hill, I noticed a little lodge. So I walked up to it and I noticed that it was a little cabin or something, maybe for fishing or hunting. I was so disappointed because I wish I would have seen it the night before and I would have been able to drag my father towards it or something so that we could have gone in it, you know? So I was very disappointed at that moment.
As Leia pushes on, she starts to worry that she'll never find help.
I felt like I was not getting anywhere. When you're in the woods like that, often it all looks a bit the same.
Leia doesn't know it, but now every second counts in the race to find help. Her next decision, to go left or right, could seal her father's fate.
As I was walking, I reached the point where I had turned off the night before to go into the lake. I remember my father told me it's very important to always stick to your right, he told me. No matter which way the trail gives you an option, always go right.
Leia goes right, hoping that the path will take her towards the town and the chance to save her father. David's body is shutting down. Hours later, a family on a snowmobile trip spot David's body in the snow. David has clung to life.
My daughter!
Now his only thoughts are for Leia.
My daughter!
He said that Leia had been found and that she was going to be taken to Saint Jerome Hospital. It was a sigh of relief that we succeeded. We made it. You know, we're not going to die here. It's not our time.
Honey.
Incredibly, Leia and David are rescued just a few hours apart. Leia walking into a nearby town on her badly damaged feet.
I was so happy. I was crying. I was so happy. It was like I started breathing again.
Leia and David survived their ordeal, but sustained lifelong injuries. David underwent reconstructive surgery on his shattered knee. But Leia's injuries were more severe. Partial amputations of both her feet were necessary after suffering acute frostbite.
I really do feel lucky to be alive. The doctors thought that I would have been amputated close to my knees, and I managed to be able to keep both of my heels, so I'm incredibly lucky for that. And I thank God every day for it.
For her incredible actions in saving her father's life, Leia was given the Star of Courage, one of Canada's highest awards for bravery.
Just 11 years old and being told to go for help and not hesitating for one moment. She's the bravest person I know.
I would have never got out of there without Leia. Never, ever. It was Leia that saved my life. She's my hero, you know? She's everything to me, that girl.
College classmates, Sonia and Marnie, are just getting to know each other when a mountain holiday goes tragically wrong.
Shift your weight!
Trapped on a crumbling precipice.
It was terrifying. If you fell, you would fall down hundreds of feet and die.
I thought, this is it. It's only a matter of time.
They have to stay awake just to stay alive.
Falling asleep meant dying.
Survival means sticking together. But this mountain will tear them apart.
She started to think that we could die there.
Here you go, sons.
It's 4 days before Christmas,
Cheers, mate.
and postgraduate physics students Sonia Rendell and Marnie Shepherd have left their books behind for a 3-day hike in the Southern Alps of New Zealand.
They look so cute. They don't look real. They're gonna feel pretty real once we're up there.
25-year-old city girl Sonia has just split with her boyfriend and is taking time out to clear her head.
I was heartbroken, so it was a good opportunity just to get away and start thinking about where my life was going.
Sonia had a bit of a split up just beforehand. So this hike was something I hoped that Sonia would enjoy.
At 36, Marnie's already a veteran mountaineer. This trip was her idea.
I've always loved the mountains. It brings a lot of happiness for me anyway, to feel like I'm part of nature.
The women have rarely hung out socially, until now.
Sonia and I are very different in some ways. Sonia's a lot more sociable person. She's also a bit more of a glamour person.
How are your new boots?
Oh, they're good. I really like the colours. What do you think?
I'd never hiked with Marnie before.
I don't care what they look like. Are they comfortable?
She's a very experienced climber, and I knew that I was going to be in completely safe hands.
It's going to be a challenging hike. They face 3 long days of walking and rock scrambling. They'll overnight in hiking shelters along the way. Marnie's come up with a 60-kilometer route that will take them through mountain passes, right across the Southern Alps to the west coast. Beautiful and remote, this wilderness can also be lethal. Even in the New Zealand summer, the weather can change without warning. And Marnie has heard that a storm system is heading their way.
Even though the forecast was bad, it was still supposed to be a day or so away. We were hoping to complete the trip before the weather turned bad.
Sonia's on a steep learning curve. This is her toughest hike yet, so she'll be looking to Marnie to take the lead.
What if I slip? Don't slip.
Marnie is a very tough lady, incredibly headstrong, but I really like that in her. I'd never hiked with Marnie before. I was very well aware that she's a very experienced climber.
There are some tricky bits, but I think it's a really great trip to take someone who wants to see the real mountains. Sonia and I both thought, well, yeah, we'll give it a go. The idea being that, you know, in principle, we could always turn around and come back again.
The hike starts out well, and the weather is holding. But around the next bend, a shock awaits the two friends.
I wasn't expecting that.
Deep in the shadow of the canyon pass, a gigantic wall of winter snow has survived right into the height of summer.
It was quite beautiful. It was just this massive, smooth stretch of ice that covered the base of the mountain.
But Alpine expert Marnie instantly recognizes the ice is a big problem.
We're talking 4 or 5 stories high, not something you can just throw yourself up and hope to get over. It was firm snow, very steep, you would need crampons.
We won't even get 6 feet up there.
Neither of the women wants to turn back, but the only alternative is to climb around the wall of ice blocking their path.
But there's a bit of a path up there.
It looked like there was a way of climbing up over the bluffs by the snow and hopefully sidle around the ice. It was still very steep and definitely a climbing route, but I do have a lot of experience on this kind of terrain, and I knew Sonia was, you know, natural in the mountains. You know, she hadn't done climbing, you know, serious mountaineering, but I wasn't thinking it would be like that.
I reckon we can do it.
We were very excited, and I guess the adrenaline is going as well. There was no doubt in our minds that we could do the climb.
The women reach a ridge that should take them around the ice. But the plan falls apart. The terrain is impassable without ropes.
Between us and the pass that we were trying to sidle around to, there was a very steep, uncrossable avalanche gully. Completely uncrossable.
Unwilling to abandon the trip, Marnie decides that they can climb up to another ridge.
I was hoping if we climbed a little higher, we could get through.
We can't get across here, but if we nip up there, I reckon we can make it.
I was a little bit surprised. It looked like it would just be a long, long climb.
What, that ridge way up there?
But I completely trusted Marnie's judgment.
Okay.
Okay. She basically just said, you know, follow my route, so it was always her that went first.
Now you just want to watch out for the loose scree. You don't want to scuff your new boots.
What starts as a scramble quickly turns into a serious climb. And as they get higher, novice climber Sonia starts getting nervous.
There were points where you didn't have proper handholds. It was quite a surreal experience because it was a mix between adrenaline and being scared and adrenaline and being scared again.
Kick away the loose stuff and jam your toe into that bit.
To find a way around the ice, the women have to climb higher and higher. Marnie has underestimated the severity of the ascent and overestimated her friend's climbing ability.
Marnie, this is just crazy.
Sonia was beginning to get scared of the train, and with very good reason.
When I looked down, it was an incredibly long fall. It was just pure sharp rock. So if you did slip, then you were going to break some bones. That did set in panic for me. I froze on the side of the mountain.
It was a very big mistake on my part taking Sonia into that terrain. Your survival depends on you being careful about what you're doing, and if you panic, you're not being careful.
Marnie needs to calm Sonia down, fast.
Just relax and take some breaths, okay?
It was terrifying. If you fell, you would fall down hundreds of feet and die. You couldn't afford to fall.
Marnie, I can't do this. This is too hard. I'm gonna go back down. Sonia?
Sonia, you can't go back down. It's too dangerous.
I was quite certain then it was better for us to keep carrying on going uphill, because climbing up is a lot easier than going down. It's a lot safer.
We've got to keep going up, okay? Don't look down. Keep calm. Try and find a foothold.
Against her every instinct, Sonia presses on. After 4 hours of climbing, they're nearly 200 meters up a near vertical cliff face. At last, the summit is within reach. But now, they hit another problem. The rock above them is dangerously unstable.
It's a case of what looks like solid rock falling apart. And if you're relying on that to hold some of your weight, well, that's a disaster.
I put my foot on the rock and it fell from underneath my foot.
Marnie, it's just crumbling.
I couldn't hold on to the rock much longer. It was very scary.
What do I do?
Shift your weight.
Clinging on, trying to scramble my other foot or wedge it into the rock just to get one solid foothold. I knew if I were to fall further, it would be disastrous.
Help me!
Sonia, look at me.
Experienced climber Marnie has managed to scramble down.
Okay.
Now she has to calm Sonia and guide her back to safety.
Now get that leg and swing it round. I've got you, Sonia. I've got you.
Ready?
Yep.
Go.
Yes.
I can't do this anymore. I can't go on any further.
Sonia's safe, but the shock of the fall has drained her strength and her confidence.
We've got to keep moving.
I really needed to stop because mentally and physically I couldn't last much longer.
Come around and up. Put your hands where I put mine.
Pushing on, the women face a dilemma. The terrain above is even steeper, yet going back down is out of the question.
The rock quality was really poor. The rock you're standing on and the rock you're holding, all of it could just crumble.
Marnie realizes she can't push Sonia any further.
I want to stop. I can't go on.
She needs to find a spot where they can take a break.
I think I see something.
There was a very small, flat patch, and it was the only safe place on that entire cliff section.
It was an absolute relief. I could just sit down and take a deep breath and get my composure.
Marnie's decision to climb the rock face almost ended in tragedy. Now Sonia is regretting putting her life in her new friend's hands.
What were you thinking, Marnie?
I knew that I had climbed parts of that mountain, which was just mad.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
I was feeling bad that I'd got Sonia into this position, but also totally focused on getting out of it.
We wait 5 minutes and then we push up to the top.
Marnie knows that the top of the ridge isn't far above them. But Sonia just can't face another grueling climb.
Emotionally, I was exhausted.
You have the realization that you've made a very, very bad mistake and bringing somebody else into a life-threatening situation. We were on a very steep face, completely rocky, and, quite exposed.
Marnie knows this tiny ledge is no place to linger. They need to complete the climb before dark, and there are only a couple of hours of daylight left. But first, she needs to convince Sonia that they can make it safely to the ridge.
There's a couple of really good handholds up there. No props. You right, Sonia?
But now she's safe. Sonia's not interested in moving.
You start here, move across. I can't go any further. I've had enough.
I was trying to reassure her that it wasn't far, but we both knew it was still going to be pretty tough, so I don't think morale was great.
We've got 2 more hours of daylight, and we can make it to the top. No. I don't want to climb any further today.
Sonia made it clear that we should stop for the night because that was enough.
Marnie agrees. They'll start the climb afresh in the morning. She's praying the threatened bad weather holds off long enough for them to reach safety.
Even though the forecast was bad, it really did look like it would hold for another, 24 hours or so. I was hoping that we would get up in the morning and it would just take us an hour or so to complete that section, and then we would be safe after that.
At 1,500 meters above sea level, even in summer, the temperature plummets at night. Soon it's only a couple of degrees above zero. And since the women planned to overnight in hikers' huts, they've brought barely any survival gear.
I wasn't expecting it to be as cold as it was, and we weren't prepared in terms of, very warm clothing.
Okay.
It was miserable.
It's bitterly cold, but Marnie and Sonia figure it's only for one night.
Keep it tucked in there.
Then, dark clouds start to roll in. This is Marnie's worst nightmare.
Once it started raining, I knew we were in trouble because it was a storm and it was going to rain heavily, that was for sure.
The bad weather, forecast for the next day, arrives early. Marnie knows that trying to climb on wet rocks is lethal. Until the rain stops, they are trapped.
No, we won't be going anywhere in this rain.
How long do you reckon it will rain for?
Might clear by dawn. Rocks will be dry by afternoon.
I didn't feel that she was that upset. To begin with, she may have even been slightly relieved that we could put off going anywhere.
Their flimsy waterproofs are no match for the deluge. and soon they're soaked to the skin.
Once the rain gets down your collar and your legs are wet, morale just gets worse and worse and worse.
But their ordeal is only just beginning. A deadly rumble is growing all around them.
What was that?
Loosened by the torrential rain, massive boulders start to crash down, smashing all around Sonia and Marnie.
Oh my God!
You could hear the rocks falling on the mountain. I thought, this is it. It's only a matter of time.
They're gonna hit us!
There was really a constant stream of rocks rolling down either side of us. Some of them only a few metres away from us.
It was very scary. We just knew there was absolutely nothing we could do.
All the women can do is pray that none of the rocks will smash into them.
I just couldn't believe that we'd ended up in a situation like this.
After what seems like an eternity, the rockfall eases.
When they stopped, we were just absolutely relieved. But we just didn't sleep that night. We were so concerned about, what we were going to do in terms of the climb the next day.
By daybreak, the exhausted women are desperate to make their escape. But the rain isn't stopping.
Sonia, you'll have to stay put until the rain clears.
There was no way we could go anywhere. We had no option but to stay where we were until the weather cleared.
The crumbling rock face is now slippery as well. Any attempt to climb would be suicidal. Neither woman owns a mobile phone, so they have no way of calling for help. They decide a meal will raise their spirits.
We thought that the rain was going to pass in 1, maybe 2 days, so we thought there was no reason to ration the food. We still had a good 1.5 days worth of food left, so we ate normally.
The decision not to ration their meager food supply is highly risky. Storms in the southern Alps can last up to a week. As night falls again, rain shrouds the mountain. And the temperature plunges towards zero.
I am so cold.
Soaking wet and chilled to the bone, the women start to shiver. And Marnie realizes this is becoming a survival situation.
It was very clear from the start hypothermia was going to be the problem.
Shivering is the body's attempt to generate heat. But if the women's core temperature keeps falling, the blood supply to their organs will eventually shut down.
People usually die after a couple of days.
As exhausted as they are, Marnie is afraid that if they fall asleep, they may go into a hypothermic coma from which they may never wake up.
All the blood goes out of your brain and you go into a coma and you die.
Marnie told me that hypothermia was going to be a huge risk. The reality dawned that we're at the mercy of Mother Nature.
Don't let me go to sleep. No, I won't.
I was absolutely devastated.
The women make a pact to keep each other awake, no matter what.
We were the only 2 people that could keep each other alive.
But they haven't slept for nearly 48 hours. And their body clocks are starting to rebel.
Ton.
I made an effort to just constantly talk and be annoying to keep us both awake.
Ton, no napping.
Yeah.
I promised you luxury accommodation, eh?
But, for myself, I was very conscious that I wanted to get Sonia out of this situation. I got her into it and I was determined.
Another night with no sleep gives way to another day of torrential rain. They won't be getting off the mountain today.
We're sitting on sharp rocks. You're actually in physical pain from being scrunched up. So you want to move.
They've now spent 48 hours in a series of contorted positions, crushing their legs and causing a dangerous build-up of fluid.
Okay, let's get these boots off.
Our feet were swelling up and there was a real risk that tight boots would cut the circulation off in our feet.
My feet were cramping up and incredibly painful. I had to do something.
The only way to stop the agony is to remove their boots.
Oh, that's good.
It was a huge relief taking my boots off.
But Sonia's feet are in a bad way. After days of being soaked, she's at risk of developing trench foot, a fungal infection that can lead to gangrene and blood poisoning. If they get any worse, she may not be able to resume the climb. The full repercussions of Marnie's decision to leave the trail and climb this isolated mountainside are beginning to unfold. The women aren't expected back until Christmas Day, 2 days away, so nobody will be raising the alarm. And now Marnie isn't sure they can last that long.
I was very concerned that we were starting to deteriorate and at risk of falling asleep and not being able to wake up.
As Christmas Eve dawns, Sonia and Marnie have been awake for over 100 hours, and their brain chemistry is starting to play tricks on them.
Once you start to get dangerously weak, it's like, am I hallucinating or am I awake?
Hey! No napping.
Sleep deprivation can have the same effect as being drunk.
This was your idea, Marnie. You're the one losing it. You're such a freak.
It can also cause hallucinations. And uncontrollable rages.
You were the one that said it was a good idea to go up the track in the first place. This is your fault that we were stuck on this stupid ledge. We shouldn't even have climbed it. We should have just gone. We would have gone up, but you were sitting here and you would have moved.
The women's simmering resentments finally boil over.
I'm not meant to know this. Are you using your brain?
I was thinking what I'd done in my life to deserve punishment like this. I just wanted to go home.
Run asleep.
I was really worried that she was going to take a nap.
If Sonia falls asleep, Marnie fears she will never wake up.
We couldn't let ourselves go to sleep at all.
She's got to get tough to save her friend's life. The violence sends adrenaline coursing through the women's bodies.
The anger got your blood going, it got you fired up.
Shocked, they realize this might be the only way to ward off sleep.
There was no holds barred on what we did.
The strain of staying awake so long has pushed the women to the very edge. With Christmas just hours away, their relationship has entered uncharted territory.
I would describe Marnie and I being in this love-hate relationship.
You're standing on my foot. Oh, sorry, there's not a lot of room. Okay. You go this side, I'll go.
It was just constant bickering.
Ow, ow! Sorry.
But at the same time, she was very, very supportive and constantly saying that we would get through it, it's just a matter of time.
Christmas Day. The two friends are in no mood to celebrate. They're exhausted, numb with cold, and all they have left to eat is milk powder. They've tried to fend off dehydration by drinking rainwater, but are still constantly thirsty.
We just couldn't stop thinking about wanting a drink of water. Sonia was quite upset about that.
I just felt horrible. The dehydration basically makes your whole body feel incredibly weak, and you just have this incredible thirst constantly.
But dehydration has a more sinister side. Even in the rain, if they don't drink 2 liters of water a day, their blood will thicken and their brains start to shrink, increasing exhaustion.
We were getting to be in a bad way. Underneath it all, I was scared. I was worried we weren't going to survive much longer.
There's a single glimmer of hope. Sonia's expected at her sister Nikki's house to celebrate Christmas, and she's sure her family will be wondering where she is.
I already knew that my mother would be panicking. I was sure in my mind that it's only a matter of time before we get found.
Here's to your mum.
We were just really hoping we would get rescued in the next day or two.
Sonia's no-show on Christmas morning has ruffled a few feathers at her sister's house.
Where on earth is she?
Well, I wouldn't be Sonia if she wasn't late, let's face it.
We were kind of joking that typical Sonia. We thought, well, Sonia was going to be making a large, late entrance with, drama and style.
Sonia's family aren't at all surprised she hasn't shown up.
As much as I love my sister, she's a right pain.
Sonia's unreliable track record has come back to haunt her. The women believe Sonia's family must be raising the alarm.
Good, I've got.
Convinced that help is on the way, they decide to share in the festivities and ease their raging thirst.
Let's dig into some of this.
Marnie had a bottle of wine that she was taking as a Christmas present. And we thought, what the hell, we know we shouldn't be drinking alcohol with no water, but we were going to have a bottle of wine on Christmas Day.
Okay.
By late afternoon, Nikki's annoyance at Sonia's absence has given way to concern.
I don't know if you can help me. My sister's gone tramping and she hasn't returned.
She drives to the National Park's mountain ranger station to raise the alarm. But she's only got a sketchy idea of her sister's route.
Sonia told us that she was walking to one hut, and that's all I knew.
Eventually, the rangers established that the women never arrived at the hiking hut they were heading for.
At least 2?
5 days after their ordeal started, the women are declared missing.
It was very scary. How could 2 people vanish from a track? 1 minute they were there, the next minute they were gone.
On the frozen ledge, Sonia and Marnie wait for rescue to arrive. They know that alcohol will only worsen their thirst, but for now, all that matters is the wine's comforting warmth.
It was just gold in your mouth, basically.
The bottle of wine was a great morale booster.
It was gone pretty quick.
But gambling on the prospect of imminent rescue is a big mistake. Rescuers have only the vaguest idea where to look for the women. In this vast wilderness, Marnie and Sonia's chances of survival are slipping away.
The fact that a whole day had passed and we hadn't been rescued was just heartbreaking. If there was an air search and rescue, we would have been rescued by now. The reality dawned that we were going to be stuck for some time.
16 kilometers away down in the valley, park rangers scramble rescue helicopters and foot patrols to hunt for the women. But with a search area spanning hundreds of kilometers, the chances are 1 in a million. Back on the ledge, the women are regretting the bottle of wine. The alcohol has dehydrated them further, worsening their raging thirst. But violent winds make collecting rainwater impossible.
Even though there was torrential rain, we couldn't collect any of that water. It was always at an angle that you just couldn't get to it. The only way we could get water was actually off or sucking out of the sleeping bags.
The same sleeping bags that have been soaking up their urine.
I thought, well, this is nasty, tasted gross. But the last of our worries was getting, some germs from the water in the sleeping bag. So all we had to do was grab a little bit next to us and suck on it.
On the ledge, the women remain prisoners for a 7th day. The wet rocks are as slippery as ice, making climbing impossible.
It really didn't stop raining at all. We were incredibly unlucky.
I was depressed. The weather was still incredibly bad. It was getting colder and colder.
Then, just as they're starting to give up hope, the sound they've been longing for.
Hey! Hey!
We were absolutely over the moon. We just knew that we were going to be rescued.
We're here! Sonia! Son! Son! We're here! Sonia! Hello! Hello! We're here!
When the helicopters didn't spot us, I was incredibly disappointed.
1,200 meters up in the mountains, the bad weather makes them invisible to the search choppers.
The helicopters had no chance of finding us in the bad weather.
Their dreams of rescue are shattered. After more than a week on the rain-lashed ledge, the women's feet are becoming seriously infected.
Keep it moving. Get some blood into it.
We both had trench foot, which had killed off the nerves in the feet. Our feet were totally numb.
Even if the weather clears, climbing on their numb and damaged feet will be next to impossible.
It was very scary. I actually started to think that we could die there.
Best known route was driving to the head of the valley up to here and then making their way across.
Since Sonia's sister Nikki raised the alarm, rangers have spent 4 days scouring the search area, both on foot and from the air. But there's no sign of the women.
We could be looking for bodies.
The search turned into a body hunt.
That's when fear kicks in. How do you live a normal life when your sister is nowhere?
After 8 days of solid rain.
Do you hear that? What? The rain. Don't hear the rain.
The downpour finally stops. It's the answer to their prayers.
Thank God. Hang on. No, this is no good.
The rain gives way to snow, and their nightmare deepens.
It was feeling like you were sitting in a bathtub of ice cubes.
Oh, it's so cold.
The sub-zero chill brings the threat of hypothermia even closer. And by dawn, the freezing temperatures have attacked Sonia's exposed and swollen feet.
Now, Sonia had frostbite on her feet. She was very distressed. But there was really nothing I could do about it.
It was very scary. It was really your body starting to shut down.
That's when I knew that, you know, even one more day or 2 more days, it could be it.
Parched with thirst, Sonia can't resist eating the snow, even though she knows it could catastrophically lower her core body temperature.
I knew I shouldn't be eating snow, but I thought, what the hell, I'm going to do it anyway. I was desperate and I needed to have it.
It's only going to make it colder.
We were beyond desperate at that stage.
As Sonia and Marnie endure their 9th day without sleep, the weather veers between snow and freezing rain, and they can no longer fight the urge to shut their eyes.
I knew that falling asleep meant dying. I just really needed to let go.
It was very, very heartbreaking. You start to lose your resolve. You start thinking like, oh, maybe I could have a little bit of a nap. It's a sign that you're probably about to die yourself.
It was a shock. We could actually see some blue sky. It was the best thing that we'd ever seen.
Realizing that no rescuers are coming, Marnie and Sonia decide to take their fate into their own hands.
I don't want to wait to get caught here in another storm.
I was so incredibly weak and so incredibly tired, but we were determined that we would definitely climb out no matter what.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
If we died trying to climb out, that was better than dying in that crack.
When the rock dries, they'll climb.
Oh.
Trying to climb on their damaged feet is near suicidal. But if they stay put, they're convinced they'll die. Back at the ranger station, the authorities call off the search for the women's bodies. But Sonia's sister Nikki can't bring herself to leave.
Your heart aches, it breaks that your younger sister, your little sister, has gone out and isn't going to return.
One of the helicopter pilots takes pity on Nikki. He offers to give her a ride over the wilderness that claimed Sonia. to say goodbye to her sister. The women prepare to climb. They haven't slept in 10 days, and they can barely feel their infected, frost-bitten feet.
My feet were swollen to the point where your skin was going to crack. But the only thing that we were thinking about was how we were going to climb out.
They're determined to escape their prison or die in the attempt. Nikki's been told that Sonia must be dead, but she can't stop herself scanning the terrain for any sign of her sister.
You put your hand where I put mine.
I'll follow you. You ready?
Don't look down.
By some miracle, Nikki has stumbled across Sonia and Marnie amid hundreds of square kilometers of wilderness.
It's my sister!
It was just absolutely euphoric. We were over the moon. I think we looked at each other and we hugged each other and we thought, thank God.
They were laughing and happy and crying, and it was amazing.
We made it, Marnie. We made it.
The word relief is an understatement.
The helicopter rushes Sonia and Marnie to safety. The wrecked nerves in the women's feet take 3 painful weeks to grow back. Sonia never went climbing again. But Marnie would return to the mountains 10 months later.
I'm pretty sure I promised Sonia I wouldn't do that to anyone again. But I still love the mountains. I still love tramping. And I'm definitely more careful now about what I do with people.
The two women remain friends.
I think I probably wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Marnie. It was definitely her strength that got both of us through it.
Expert climber Matt Briggs is exploring the New Zealand Alps when disaster strikes. A deadly fall leaves him crippled and alone in a hostile wilderness.
I almost want to vomit from the force of that pain.
With only his dog for company. His very survival depends on battling nature, his body.
You know it's going to hurt.
And sheer terror.
I'm losing a lot of blood. I'm going to have to do this the hard way.
But the mountain won't let him go. 33-year-old Englishman Matt Briggs has started a new life on the other side of the world, in New Zealand. Recently divorced, he's ended up running the store he bought with his ex-wife.
A year of separation and divorce process behind me at this stage, and much more ahead. So it was a tough time, yes.
But in his heart, Matt is no shopkeeper. Trapped with a business he can't sell, hiking in the wilderness is a welcome relief from the daily grind.
I was stressing over the sale of the business. I had a lot on my mind, and a trip into the mountains was just what I needed to actually relax and enjoy life for a week.
Matt's arranged staff cover for a few days, while he heads off to his beloved mountains.
A long trip like that, you can forget the rest of the world's there for a week. It's great.
As an experienced hiker, Matt is meticulous in assembling his kit. He even leaves his new manager a note, detailing his route and when to panic if he fails to return.
That's enough of that, little dog.
Since Matt's divorce, his constant companion has been Little Dog, or LD.
Always close to Little Dog, or LD. We spend every day together.
Ready for a walk? Good boy. Come on. Come, little dog. Stay here.
She was a very, very timid dog when I got her. She was scared of me, she was scared of everything. But over the years, she's slowly got the confidence.
All right, come on. Off we go.
She is great company.
Matt's expedition will take him through remote mountain passes to the high-altitude ice plateaus of Mount Cook, New Zealand's highest peak.
It's just sheer rock walls, glaciers and water, and that's all that's there. And then that country was what I really wanted to see.
It's the kind of ambitious route that has earned Matt a reputation with the locals.
Many of my friends here call me the Mad Pom. Pom is an Englishman who's come over to Australia or New Zealand, and for my love of the mountains, I put the mad bit on the beginning.
On this hike, Matt will totally rely on his own resources and the supplies he can carry.
Away.
I always take food for the time that I'm planning on, and also throw in another kilo or so of rice, which I know will last me 6 days. I like to push myself and get into country that pushes my limits. This was going to be one of the most challenging trips that I'd been on.
In this pristine wilderness, there are no trails to follow, and Matt is in his element as he forges a path through the tough terrain.
That's a boy. Ready? Here we go. Come on.
There's a lot of very thick undergrowth in there, so a couple of days of what we call bush bashing, just forcing your way through the undergrowth. And then up into some high country, another couple of days up on rock and scree. I enjoy the solitude, I enjoy the space. I was in my element and I was loving it. It was great.
But after 3 days of battling to get above the tree line, Matt now finds himself in even tougher and more hazardous terrain.
It's a very steep and hard to find sort of place where you are taken care with every single step you take. You do not want to put a single foot out of place.
Up. Up.
Finally, at 1,600 meters up, Matt gets his first glimpse of his goal. the distant ice plateaus of Mount Cook.
I was elated, and I just got up a pass that I didn't know even if it was going to be possible. No people, no plants, no animals, amazing country. It was just amazing. It just takes your breath away to look at that sort of country.
Nightfall is only a couple of hours away, and temperatures at this altitude can fall dramatically. Matt knows he must start heading for the valley below and find shelter.
And past, what felt like the most dangerous part of the trip.
Heading downhill is a relief, though not without hazards, and Matt picks his route carefully.
There's a rocky gully down below where I'm walking, with just sheer cliff walls and solid, upturned rocks along its base.
Flushed with success, Matt feels he deserves a treat and decides to head for a hunter's cabin nearly 4 kilometers away in the valley below. These simple huts are scattered across the wilderness, available for anyone to use.
I'm thinking, yeah, it'd be quite nice to have a night in a hut rather than another night under canvas. I was looking down at the valley floor and really, not thinking too hard about where I was going.
But these mountains don't forgive the careless.
Found myself sliding down the hillside on my back, tried to dig my feet in, tried to dig my arms in, and think, yeah, we'll stop soon. Realisation dawns that I'm not slowing down, but I'm actually picking up speed. And then I realised that there's a cliff coming up. I'm not going to stop before I go over that.
With nothing to grab onto and no one to help him, Matt's momentum is about to plunge him into the void.
I did not expect to be alive when I hit the bottom.
As Matt plummets through the air, he's certain his life is over.
It felt like a very long time in the air between the top of that cliff and the bottom. In that time, an amazing amount of thoughts go through your head. It felt like an eternity. I don't remember the sensation of the impact. What I do remember most clearly is the thought, I'm still alive. It really was absolute surprise. Nothing felt too bad.
Matt experiences a wave of relief. It seems he's had a miraculous escape.
Oh! Oh!
Ah! But his adrenaline-soaked body is deceiving him. His wrist is smashed.
Where there used to be a straight wrist, there's now an inch dog's leg, and it doesn't look good at all.
And Matt's moment of horror doesn't end there. His ankle joint is pulverized. His tibia appears to be disconnected from his foot.
I'll do.
You can see the main bone from my leg trying to come out through the skin on the side of my ankle. It is pretty excruciating pain, the sort that gets into your gut and you actually feel physically sick.
But Matt's broken bones are suddenly the least of his worries. He realizes that he's lying in a fast-growing pool of blood.
There was obviously another serious injury somewhere, and I'm losing a lot of blood. I might not have very long left here.
Matt needs to find out where all the blood is coming from before he loses consciousness.
I start looking around. I find a gash across the back of my thigh. My finger's going up to the knuckle. It's that deep. It's gone straight through the muscle, and it looks like a piece of butchered meat.
Matt has no medical kit capable of sealing a massive wound like this, and has to improvise using a thermal t-shirt.
Grabbed a thermal and jammed it into this hole I'd found in the back of my leg. Took about 10 minutes to stop the bleeding, and it was a terrifying 10 minutes.
Matt has just averted almost certain death, but he has a smashed wrist and ankle, and is in excruciating pain. He knows he needs medical help, and fast. Then he suddenly remembers. He has a distress beacon. When activated, it uses satellites to alert rescue services and pinpoint his location.
I'm thinking, well, all I've got to do here is get that beacon activated, and there'll be people here within a couple of hours. The weather's clear, the choppers can fly, so I'm going to get out of here.
But Matt's search through his rucksack yields nothing. And he can't see the beacon anywhere around him.
And it slowly begins to dawn on me that this locator beacon isn't here. I haven't got it with me. I'm in big trouble.
He's left it on a shelf back at the shop. Matt's usually meticulous preparation has deserted him in his hour of need. Any hope of raising the alarm is now gone. And then an even more terrible thought hits him. No one back at his shop is due to raise the alarm for another week. He and little dog are on their own.
It's not going to be a case for an hour and a half. I'm actually going to have to keep myself alive for well over a week up on this exposed mountainside.
Matt's mountain experience tells him he has no chance without water and shelter. And he has neither.
I've got to get myself some shelter where I can get at water, where I can keep myself warm, where I can keep myself dry. We could have snow, we could have any sort of weather. I've got to start looking after myself.
But there's nothing in sight that could give him protection. His only option is to head downhill until he finds anywhere he can pitch his tent. As each tiny movement triggers daggers of pain, Matt faces up to the prospect of what lies ahead of him.
It's not a case of gritting your teeth and overcoming it. You know it's going to hurt, and you know it's going to be hard.
As Matt begins to drag his open wound and smashed limbs across rock and dirt, he knows he's beginning a journey through hell. But even the slightest contact with his broken bones is agonizing.
It'd be nice to scramble on my hands and knees, but I can't even use my hands because my wrist is broken. If I kept the weight off the broken bits, I was fine, but as soon as I tried to put the weight on my wrist or on my ankle, I get a wave of pain going up through my whole body.
Nightfall is just hours away, and temperatures are already falling. Matt knows he must find shelter for him and little dog, but when he tries to press on, the pain overwhelms him.
Every time I try and put any weight on my left leg, I can see my calf bone trying to exit through the skin on the side of my ankle.
Matt's tibia is no longer supported by his ankle, so there's nothing to stop it pushing directly through his skin and out of his leg. Finally, after an agonizing crawl over razor-sharp rocks, Matt's shocked body has had enough. He knows he must try and pitch a tent as soon as he can, or risk freezing to death. He has no idea whether he can manage it. He just knows he has to try.
And just the basics like getting tent pegs in, or even getting the tent flattened out onto the ground into the right shape, I've just rendered 10, 20-fold more difficult when you've only got one hand to work with. I think the adrenaline does the hard work for you. It keeps you going, it doesn't let you stop.
Matt knows if he doesn't build a tent, there's no way he'll cope with the night's freezing temperatures.
Generally holding tent pegs with that broken right hand and then bashing them in with whatever rocks I could find using my left hand. I almost want to vomit from the force of that pain.
Matt's desperate and gritty determination finally results in a shelter. But the 20-meter crawl, followed by the tortuous struggle to pitch his tent, have taken their toll.
I'm asleep almost instantly. I'm exhausted, absolutely exhausted.
But Matt's exhausted sleep is suddenly disturbed. A familiar sound drags him back into consciousness.
It was a great moment. Obviously, an aircraft means possible rescue. As I saw it heading up the valley, I thought, this is my chance.
Over here!
And I'm waving it frantically, you know, over here, over here.
Come on! Come on!
It was a small dot, and I would have been an even smaller dot to them.
Come on!
Chances of me being seen, in hindsight, are very small. But at the time, it was a great belief. Are they going to see me over here? But no.
The plane's disappearance makes Matt realize that he's just a tiny needle in a giant haystack. He can only hope that tomorrow brings better luck. In his struggle to find a spot to camp, he was forced to crawl through everything in his path, including water. Matt now discovers that his sleeping bag is totally drenched. He realizes he will have to find another way of fighting the cold.
For that first night, one of my big worries was hypothermia. There'd been frosts every night so far on the trip, so it was going to be a very cold night. Probably 3 or 4 degrees below freezing.
Wearing all his clothes is the only solution. But even just trying to get them on is a nightmare, as his bones grind against each other. As Matt prepares to face the bitter hours ahead of him, he knows just clothes won't be enough. He'll need to use anything he can to stay warm. He suddenly has an idea.
Howdy.
2 years before, Matt saved Little Dog from being abandoned. And tonight, LD repays the debt with her body heat. It might make a critical difference.
I got the dog curled up in the middle of a tent, and I used her as a canine hot water bottle. And we lay there and shivered through the night.
It's you and me, boy.
It would have been very, very uncomfortable without the warmth of that dog there. It was cold, it was a bitter night. My body was doing a lot of work repairing itself anyway, and I felt I was shivering all night. I was cold, I was uncomfortable.
Unable to sleep because of cold and constant pain, Matt's thoughts turn to his family and how his young daughter will cope without him. Matt knows that survival depends on staying positive. Self-pity has never been his style.
I was sad that they were going to be concerned. What's everyone going to do if I don't make it out? What's going to happen? I just didn't go there.
Despite a night of freezing temperatures, somehow Matt and Little Dog make it to the morning. But his relief is temporary. He quickly realizes that although he's got enough food for just over a week, it's mostly dried. And Matt has no water left to boil it in.
One of the things I'd actually lost in the fall was my water bottle, so all I had to keep water in was my billy, my cooking pot.
Matt's managed to pitch his tent close to water. Simple for Little Dog to get to, but for him, it will mean enduring unspeakable pain.
It took a long time of lying there thinking about it to get myself up and to go and actually do it. No, yeah, we need water. Let's go and do it. Come on.
But it's not just water for cooking and drinking that Matt needs. Unless he cleans his deep leg wound, he risks serious infection.
It was harder going down, a lot harder, just because it's very hard to slow yourself down and to control your descent with all the broken bones.
Matt's entire concentration is focused on avoiding pain and not losing his cooking pot.
I can't just throw it down to the bottom and then go and find it, because what if it rolls away? What if it gets washed away in the river? I cannot afford to lose this pan.
Matt's had nothing to drink for 24 hours and is seriously dehydrated. His leg dressing has prevented further blood loss, but the wound is now full of cotton fibre and grit from the fall. He must clean it out or risk infection.
It was a very real risk if I didn't do everything I could to avoid it.
Matt doesn't have any antiseptic available to clean his wound, but he has got table salt, which he knows has antibacterial properties. It'll be excruciating, but he has no choice. With a broken wrist and ankle, plus a real risk of gangrene, Matt must somehow endure 6 more days before rescue is likely, or risk dying alone on this mountain. With his wounds treated as best he can, Matt spends an agonizing hour inching back to camp, trying not to spill the water he's just collected.
I had to keep my broken ankle and broken wrist up in the air, because if they hit the ground, then there was agony as a result.
The trip down to the creek is such an ordeal, Matt decides to ration water so that he can avoid the whole agonizing process as much as possible.
I generally got about 2/3 of the pan full. I decided at that stage that no, I was going to try and make water last for 2 days, so I didn't have to go down to this river every day and put myself through that, because all this movement is exacerbating all the injuries.
By eking out his rations of dried food and gritting his teeth through gut-wrenching pain, astonishingly, Matt makes it through the week. And miraculously, the deadline when Matt expects the alarm to be raised has finally arrived.
Cheers, LD. Cheers. We made it.
The note he's left back at work will trigger an emergency response, and the rescue helicopter should arrive within hours. For the first time in a week, Matt's spirits soar.
Absolute elation to be there. You know, I've done it. That's the hardest bit over. I really, really believed I'd done it.
Matt keeps a weather eye out for choppers. He reckons they'll be in the area any time now. But as the hours pass, Matt's elation begins to dampen. After a week of good weather, conditions and visibility start to worsen.
By about 9 o'clock, I was just in solid cloud.
Little dog, come on. It's.
Probably by 10 o'clock, it was absolutely thundering down on the tent.
Matt knows that rescue helicopters will not fly in a storm. He will have to wait. But the longer he waits, the worse the storm gets. Matt's thoughts of rescue are fast giving way to a new and chilling fear.
The creeks on the west coast of New Zealand can rise very, very quickly with that sort of amount of water falling out of the sky.
Within the hour, Matt's worst fears are realized. His tent is pitched just feet from a growing torrent.
The creek next to me had gone from a chuckle, a gurgle, to an absolute roar. The river was rising so fast, it had already come up probably 2 or 3 meters in the previous hour. If it got to where I would have been in trouble.
The swollen creek is now threatening to engulf his tent.
If the force of that water started hitting the tent, I was going to have to get out of there.
And when a deadly rumble pierces the storm, Matt's life is in real danger.
You could hear rocks being washed down this creek. The sound and feeling of the shocks as those boulders hit each other was a terrifying experience.
Gotta get out of here, Alfie.
Matt is desperate to get to higher ground. But he knows that if he crawls outside, his crippled body won't make it.
There was no way I could keep my footing with one good leg in there. It was just, no way. I'd have been swept away.
He's trapped, and the stream that was his lifeline could now be his executioner.
Knowing there was nowhere I could go was frightening.
All Matt and Little Dog can do is hold on and pray.
sun came out, and the river started to drop.
Matt is certain that rescue is now only hours away.
I spent the evening just lying there at the door of my tent, ready to jump out and start waving things if anything started flying up the valley.
But back at his shop, Matt's note to raise the alarm has not been read by anyone.
And it was beginning to dawn on me that something's gone wrong here. They should have been out here by now, and they haven't come.
By 6 p.m., the growing horror of his situation becomes clearer. With his provisions running low, and only a question of time before infection sets in somewhere, he knows he must move, or face almost certain death.
If I waited any longer and made that decision later, the whole thing was going to be very, very difficult to do. Whereas if I did it now, I could do it. I believed I could do it.
Matt calculates that his only chance is to try and reach a hunter's hut he spotted before his accident. It might have fuel, food, medical supplies, and maybe even people. But it's nearly 1,000 meters below him in the valley. For a man who can barely move, Matt faces the biggest decision of his life.
I'm going to have to do this the hard way.
Reaching the hunter's hut in the valley below is Matt's only chance of rescue. But to get there, he knows he cannot crawl. He must try and walk. But with a smashed wrist, deeply cut leg, and worst of all, a fractured tibia, just standing up will push him to the limits of his endurance.
So I stood there for about 10 seconds. Sort of started to come over a bit dizzy. I sort of collapsed into a heap on the floor. It's like, well, now or never.
But Matt refuses to give up. Somehow he must dig deep.
The dog throughout all this was running ahead and loving it. She was so keen to get out there, probably as keen as I was.
Matt knows his terrible wounds will fight him all the way. The only help he's going to get is from the walking stick he's made from tent poles.
And I was counting paces. I was saying every number I count is one less pace I've got to take.
Another 10. Another 10.
It took a lot to keep going. It really did. Each time I put the weight on the ankle, you'd feel that bone trying to come out through the skin, and it was just a shot of pain right through my body.
Every step is blinding agony, while the morning's heat saps his strength further. His only plan is to stay close to water and keep moving down.
I was very cautious to stay right next to this creek. That was my lifeline.
Matt knows he's heading in the right direction for the hut, but by deciding to follow the creek, he soon hits a problem. He's faced with a choice between two possible routes. LD seems to be immediately keen on going right, but that path is steep and challenging. Matt decides to follow the much gentler downward slope.
The log! Oh, come on! Get in here! Trying to get me killed? Come on! Get out of it! Yeah. Howdy. Out of it.
Somehow, Matt keeps his body going, dragging his smashed ankle over uneven terrain for 2 hours. But just as he starts thinking he might get out, the mountain springs another surprise.
The mountainside got steeper and steeper until I found myself standing at the top of cliffs dropping off into nothing several hundred meters below. There was no way sideways, there was no way down. The only choice was back the way I'd come. And all the effort I'd put in to get down to where I was, it was going to be spent tenfold getting back up.
By ignoring Little Dog's choice of route, Matt has wasted hours, exacted a terrible toll on his body, and seriously depleted his energy supplies.
I physically could not walk with the injuries I had, so it was back onto elbows and knees. It was probably one of the lowest points. Just the frustration.
Give me a break!
Matt realizes he's past the point of no return, but his route is perilous. The deep infected gash in his leg has taken another brutal hit. If the bleeding starts again, he may not be able to stop it. Matt pushes himself to breaking point, but he knows he must keep going at all costs. Knowing it will take all his energy just to pitch his tent again, Matt decides to rest up for the night and regain his strength. For a 9th night, temperatures plunge below freezing. Little Dog's food ran out 2 days ago, and she's finding it harder to fight off the cold, yet she stays with her master.
We spent the night curled up, both of us, at the bottom of the tent. Just knowing that there's this animal there, with you, sticking with me, is a reassuring thing. Kept me going emotionally, just the company of that dog there with me. The worst thing about waking up was those few moments of feeling that actually nothing was wrong. You wake up and your body feels normal. And then finding out that it's as bad as you remember it.
As another day dawns, Matt knows that he must reach the hunter's hut today. With hardly any food left, and his body close to collapse, he could die on the mountain. But to reach the hut, he'll have to get through the worst terrain he could imagine. Thick, mountainous scrub.
It looked like it was going to be very, very hard going. It was just a continuous process of forcing your way, almost swimming over the top of this vegetation. I was just getting tighter and tighter and tighter.
After 3 tortuous hours of struggle, Matt's dreadful injuries are taking their toll, and he's made hardly any progress.
Come on, you mad bum.
Seeing Little Dog negotiate the thick scrub so easily gives Matt an idea.
It got to the stage where there was no way of crawling over the top anymore. I was forced to squirm my way underneath.
After hours of gruesome effort and delirious with pain, Matt's made it through the worst of the brutal scrub.
And that was such a relief just to get out of that stuff and into this good going. I mean, I could stand up again and actually walk.
The hut can't be too far ahead now. But to reach it, Matt will have to force his broken limbs down a near vertical slope.
I was determined to reach the bottom of this slope.
Matt knows he's not going to be able to control his descent. Worse, the rocks and branches are going to punch and gouge his terrible wounds. It's a bloody gamble that could cripple him or kill him.
It was getting steeper, and so I was using whatever means I could.
Pushing his body to the extreme has paid off. Matt is now less than 2 kilometers from the hut. But getting to the valley floor has not come without tremendous cost.
I've done myself a lot of damage coming down this hill. My limbs are useless.
Matt can only hope the worst is behind him. The hut, and possible salvation, is tantalizingly close. But just as Matt finally allows himself to believe that he's made it, his dreams are brutally shattered. A fast, freezing river stands between him and the end of a nightmare.
That was so disheartening. It was so close. But unreachable, just out of reach.
Matt's body has already had to endure more than it can stand. And now, if he wants to live, he'll have to take his shattered bones and horrific wounds into the icy water.
Whether I could swim, whether I could propel myself was my real fear.
Matt makes his decision. He either dies on this bank or gambles his life in one last shot at surviving.
It was absolutely freezing. All my muscles started to seize up.
Matt is quickly struggling. His weak, damaged body is no match for the fierce, freezing current. He has to fight the current or drown.
It wasn't what I needed. I was trying to swim a river with broken bones.
Matt knows that whether he lives or dies now depends entirely on the river, not on anything he can do.
I felt the main current begin to pull me, and it was dragging me over towards the far bank of the river.
Frozen and horribly maimed, Matt's washed up on shore barely alive. He's had a miraculous escape.
Every muscle in my body had seized. Everything had just stopped working. Very, very, very hard going, just even to move up the riverbank and away from the river. Very hard.
9 days after he was injured, Matt can see the hut. But he finally has to accept that he's probably going to die before he reaches it.
Cheers, LD.
I remember just thinking I might not have very long left here.
It's you and me, boy.
couldn't have seen a more beautiful sight than that hunter walking out of that hut.
I got you, mate. I got you. Oh, lie down, eh?
And that's the moment I know I'm getting out of here. And I can't describe as good a moment as that. I was safe. It was relief. It was joy.
After patching him up as best they can, Matt's rescuers head off on a 13-hour trek to raise the alarm. 12 days after he started his journey, Matt is airlifted to the hospital, where doctors save his leg and rebuild his shattered ankle and wrist with metal pins. 6 months after his horrific experience, Matt is back in the mountains with little dog.
The experience has made me realise what I value in life and what I don't. Having got out, you appreciate those companions that you had through life so much more.
On Mount Everest, a climber slips into unconsciousness at 28,000 feet.
I was on the edge of death.
Unable to save him without risking their own lives, his Sherpa guides leave him for dead. But he's still alive.
Suddenly, I was in the real world, on this precipice.
Now he faces the impossible. To survive a freezing night alone, without shelter or oxygen, on the world's highest mountain.
It was so cold. There was a wind swirling around like a hurricane. I thought, well, this is when I'm actually going to die.
Mount Everest, the highest place on Earth. It's the holy grail for mountaineers and a lifelong obsession for Australian climber Lincoln Hall.
My fascination with Everest began in the 1980s. I became so obsessed with climbing that I just kept going as far with it as I could. And that took me to Everest.
In the early hours of the morning, he's going to make a summit attempt. But it won't be his first. 22 years ago, Lincoln got to within 1,500 feet of the summit before conditions became too dangerous and he was forced to abort his climb.
When I got down to the base camp, I was overwhelmed by disappointment. It was almost like a poison. I just couldn't let that happen again.
But now, aged 50, and with a wife and family, Lincoln knows that this is his last chance.
Having a family made a huge difference to Lincoln. Even though this had been his dream for a couple of decades, not coming back wasn't an option.
I'd just turned 50 and I was nowhere near my strength that I'd had back in my heyday. And I knew that the only way I was going to get through this was through the strength of my mind.
Okay, George, let's go, mate.
It's close to midnight, and Lincoln prepares to leave the pre-summit camp with his Sherpa guides. In front of them lie 1,800 vertical feet and an arduous 9-hour high-altitude climb.
I had a feeling that I was attempting the impossible.
And Lincoln knows that this year alone, 10 climbers have died trying to reach the summit. At a lower camp, Lincoln's close friend and expedition colleague, Mike Dillon, is monitoring his climb.
Lincoln and I had been friends for many years. She was one of the best climbers in Australia and a great friend.
Lincoln's left camp, Mike. Over.
We were expecting to hear, hopefully, good news.
Lincoln is now climbing in what's known as the death zone, an altitude starved of oxygen, where every step is a test of endurance.
Then the ambition starts to come in, and the excitement starts to come in, and the energy comes in, because this was my big chance. It was wonderful. There were stars everywhere, and it just felt like you'd already left the planet.
As dawn breaks, he reaches what's known to climbers as the second step, the biggest obstacle between Lincoln and his dream.
It was just all that joy of the technical part of climbing combined with the world's greatest mountain. The mountains had started to take shape. We could see the ghostly shape of the summit pyramid. With the summit of Mount Everest within my grasp, the amount of effort I was going to have to put in didn't really matter, because I knew I did have that energy within me to get to the summit. Those last steps were really difficult, but I knew I would get there.
Lincoln has made it to the summit of Everest. He's on top of the world.
I could just feel this glow of excitement and of joy. It was just the most wonderful feeling. "25 years since I'd started thinking about Everest, and finally I was here. And just the immensity of the view, the distance that you could see, the curvature of the earth. It was just beautiful.
I was just walking past the communication tent when I heard his voice. Lincoln, it's Mike, over.
I can't believe we're here.
It was fantastic because Lincoln deserved it more than anybody.
Finally.
He was perfectly calm. It sounded as though he was ringing from the office.
Thanks, guys.
Just remember, though, you're only halfway there, okay? We'll celebrate when you get back, over.
Somebody has to remind you that although it's a beautiful view, get down is the crucial thing, and get down quickly.
When you get to the summit, you're only halfway there. Reaching the summit isn't being a good mountaineer, it's coming back home every time.
Lincoln knows they must descend immediately from the death zone, as no one can survive at this altitude for long.
The death zone has earned its name because it's at a height where your body is literally dying. With the shortage of oxygen, it's very easy to let a little error slip past you, and that can lead to death.
Lincoln and his guides now face a grueling 3-hour descent to get back to the pre-summit camp.
That extra energy that you had from achieving your ambition, suddenly you don't have that ambition and you're just filled with tiredness. Suddenly, I just felt exhausted. Then I became overwhelmed with lethargy. I passed out in the snow.
Suffering from a severe form of altitude sickness, oxygen starvation is causing blood vessels to leak fluid into Lincoln's brain.
I couldn't live in this oxygen-starved environment for very long at all.
If he doesn't get up and get down the mountain fast, he'll die.
I just don't know what happened.
Okay. Third lift to base camp.
Dosha, this is Mike from base camp, over.
Lincoln is down.
He's barely breathing.
At base camp, Lincoln's friend Mike Dillon knows this is desperate news. Lincoln is suffering from severe altitude sickness, or cerebral edema.
We started to be very worried because when you get cerebral edema at that height, it's very unlikely that you'll live.
Pressure is being put onto your brain. There's nowhere for that pressure to go, so it makes you go delirious and you die.
Is he talking? Is he making any sense? Over.
Negative.
Cerebral edema can kill people instantly, but we knew that sometimes it can take a little while.
Close to the summit of Mount Everest, it's impossible to bring Lincoln down.
No one has the physical strength to carry anyone down from that height.
Lincoln.
Helicopters can rescue you from ships, from being lost in the bush. You can be rescued from the water, but you can't be rescued from the summit of Mount Everest.
Over decades, more than 200 people have been left for dead near the summit of Everest.
Suddenly, I was back.
Lincoln.
In a sort of, I wouldn't say lucid state,
Breathe.
but I actually realized where I was. I was on Mount Everest.
He's getting up now. He's getting up.
Good work, Dosha.
I was lucid enough to realize that I really had to get down as quickly as I could.
But the fluid, causing pressure on his brain, is now leading to a dangerous loss of physical control.
I was going incredibly slowly. I could hardly walk. I was just so weak. Everything was difficult. I would tell my legs to move and they wouldn't. And I'd force them to move and I'd take the other leg and do the same thing. It was my mind that was driving me forward.
Somehow, Lincoln manages to make it back to the second step. But this means rappelling down a sheer rock face at 28,000 feet above sea level.
That's the dangerous place. It's a make or break it point, and often it's a place where people die.
And Lincoln's mental state is getting worse.
I was in a trance. I was just incredibly confused.
Another Sherpa is at the second step.
And I wondered what he was doing there.
A climber that he was guiding to the summit has died just below them. Already confused, the news pushes Lincoln over the edge.
It was such a shock that I fell to pieces. It was me battling the Sherpas. I was really on the very edge. It's an 11,000 foot drop. That's where I wanted to jump. I was trying to jump off the face. I had gone delirious.
Torje to base camp. Do you read me? Over.
His guide radios Lincoln's close friend, Mike Dillon, at base camp for help.
Put the radio to Lincoln's ear. I want to talk to him. Okay, Lincoln, mate, it's Mike. Can you hear me? It's Mike.
We were his friends. We spoke his language. Even though his mind was obviously irrational, we thought that we might be able to help.
Lincoln, you got to get up.
Mike is Lincoln's only hope. The Sherpas can't carry him down. But staying with Lincoln at this altitude could kill them too. If Lincoln doesn't get up, he'll be left to die.
Lincoln, Mike, hear me? Get up. Come on, mate, get up.
Suddenly I could hear an English voice.
You have to keep going, all right?
But it was Michael Dillon begging me to come down.
Lincoln, listen to me. Come on, Lincoln. Lincoln, you have to help the Sherpas. To help you. Get up, mate. Come on, get up.
And that managed to get through to me, and suddenly...
We're coming down.
I was back.
He's getting up now. He's getting up.
But now Lincoln must rappel down the treacherous second step. And this time, he's on his own.
And I needed to descend that using a rope, and there was a ladder. I started going down the rope.
Lincoln!
I managed to get halfway down. And then I started hearing voices. And suddenly, I became incredibly frightened. I just panicked. I was just incredibly scared. My immediate thought was that I'm going to die.
Lincoln loses consciousness again, suspended at 28,000 feet.
And then
Lincoln, listen to me. Your mind is not.
Hey Dylan, happy birthday, mate.
I was hallucinating.
Change your way. Change your way.
There was sort of a silence. But suddenly, everything was wonderful. This amazing view. I forgot about everything else. I just started to feel this joy at this wonderful mountain scene with the warm colours of late afternoon on the snow. When I realised where I was,
I'm here. We must go down.
pulsing with adrenaline, I rappelled down.
Against the odds, Lincoln makes it down.
And I just felt incredibly relieved.
Go!
The Sherpas took advantage of the fact that suddenly I was re-energized, and they kept at me.
Move! Move!
They just kept telling me to keep moving, keep moving, keep moving.
But vital time has been lost. And at this altitude, every second counts.
We knew that they'd run out of oxygen by now. We knew that meant all the effort of trying to get Lincoln to come down was exhausting everyone. It was probably the key factor that was going to kill Lincoln.
As the Sherpas desperately try to push Lincoln on, disaster strikes again.
I collapsed in exhaustion.
Watch out!
I just had no energy.
Watch out!
And I was able to move no further.
Lincoln.
I was actually felt quite pleased to lie there.
Lincoln, keep breathing. Breathe.
He was breathing very slowly and he was in a very bad way. He's lost all heart and hope, they put it like that. I remember thinking, he's a goner.
Lincoln! Lincoln!
The Sherpas put their finger into Lincoln's eye and he didn't respond at all, so he was in a comatose state. We knew that Lincoln wouldn't live because if you've got cerebral edema, you've been without oxygen and you're that high on Everest, no one has survived.
To be realistic, we have like zero chance of getting him down. If the Sherpas stay up there, they could all die.
The Sherpas had put in superhuman efforts, but we had to realise that there was some point where someone would have to make the decision that to save their lives, we would have to tell them to leave Lincoln and head down themselves.
The Sherpas say a prayer and collect Lincoln's belongings to return to his family. Lincoln Hall is left for dead. Back at base camp, Mike Dillon has just received the news. His close friend is dead.
We were in shock. We didn't quite know what to do next. But we did know we had to tell Lincoln's wife, Barbara.
Hello?
Hi, Barbara. It's Mike. Look, I've got some bad news. Lincoln passed away about 20 minutes ago.
I just felt an incredible hollowness, as though really part of me had died as well.
I'm so sorry.
I just felt just numb. I just felt completely numb and hollow.
When it finally reached its ultimate conclusion that he's dead, then it's still a dreadful shock.
Three hours after being left to die, Lincoln emerges from his comatose state.
I felt completely disoriented. I was exhausted, dehydrated. I'd been left for dead, and I was still there. I was still alive. I very carefully looked for my pack, which had some really useful things like a warm thermos and a headlamp and some extra clothing.
But the pack has gone. Lincoln's guides have taken all of his gear to return to his loved ones.
My immediate thought was that I'm going to die. Having been left for dead with no shelter and no oxygen, how could I possibly survive up here?
Night falls on Mount Everest. And Mike Dillon has no idea his best friend is still alive.
I had to go to Lincoln's tent and pack up all his belongings, report to the authorities that he died. We hadn't really taken in Lincoln's death, really, to be honest. Your brain can't process this kind of information.
As the night wears on, the temperature plummets to minus 25 degrees.
It was so cold. There was a wind swirling around like a hurricane.
Exposed near the summit, Lincoln is now at serious risk of hypothermia. If he falls asleep, he will drift back into a coma and quickly freeze to death.
Staying alive meant staying awake. I'd kept telling myself, just stay awake. ready just to drift off into nothingness, into the warmth of imminent hypothermia. But I just couldn't let that happen. So I rocked my body in a sort of circular motion.
As the hours go by and the temperature drops further, Lincoln doubts he'll make it through the night.
My family's back home, and there's this aura of death.
As Lincoln barely clings to life, his grieving wife and sons are back in Australia.
Eventually, I fell asleep and I had a dream that I could see Lincoln walking towards me very, very clearly. And he was smiling. And it was such a lovely vision. I just woke up full of joy that he was coming back. And then the awful truth hit me. I just felt incredibly cold and numb. And I could hear, especially our oldest son, crying himself to sleep.
By the early hours, Lincoln is losing the battle to stay alive.
I was so cold. I couldn't feel a thing. And then I realised, with horror, what I wasn't feeling. What I wasn't feeling was my fingers. And I recognised the wooden feeling of frostbitten fingers. My fingers were frozen solid.
But frostbite is not the only sign that hypothermia has now taken a deadly hold.
I felt too hot, and I began undressing.
Feeling too hot is a symptom of advanced hypothermia and a sign that Lincoln is close to death.
It was the beginning of the end.
At camp,
The Lincoln Hall.
Lincoln's friends pay tribute to him.
Lincoln.
Hundreds of people have died on Everest, but we thought it was never going to happen to Lincoln.
I had an hallucination where I was wearing a really warm and comforting cloak. But that cloak was the warmth and the welcoming of my imminent death. And I thought, well, this is when I'm actually going to die. And then I had horrible, horrible recognition of the fact that I would not ever see my family again. I could not accept that. Because if I died, my family would be destroyed.
I love you, Barbara.
Love was the overriding emotion.
You're having a great
I couldn't wear the cloak of death. I had to find a way out. I had to come back to my family.
It's been 12 hours since Lincoln Hall's lifeless body was left to die. Incredibly, he's still alive. But alone, near the summit of Mount Everest, he's barely clinging on to life.
The earth was beneath my feet, and I thought, that can't be right. That can't possibly be right. This huge mountain can't be moving. Therefore, I must be on a boat. I was so contained in that bizarre world of hallucinations and loneliness and cold and death. I didn't know where I was. I knew someone was there. It was all very confusing because I'd been living in a very intense world of being alone and coping with that, and suddenly there were other people who'd come from somewhere.
Leading one of the very last climbing parties of the season, Everest guide Dan Mazur has found Lincoln by chance.
That was actually the last day that there was anyone else on the mountain. Those 4 final climbers would have been expecting to step over my dead body.
You tell me, man. He had this really kind of wide-eyed, very gaunt look in his face. He was not in good shape, you know, and 28,000 feet, you know, the human body is very fragile.
Severely hypothermic and delirious from the swelling in his brain. It may already be too late to save Lincoln.
He kept looking at us and saying, "Oh, this is a brilliant boat ride we're on. What a brilliant weather for a cruise."
Lie down.
Dan recognizes the deadly symptoms of cerebral edema. He gives Lincoln oxygen to help alleviate the pressure from his brain, and chocolate to raise his blood sugar levels.
Suddenly, I was in the real world. I just didn't remember what happened.
Lincoln is pulled back from the brink of death.
Stand sir. On 7 Summit. Team. Over.
This is 7, so and stand, go ahead, over.
We suddenly heard a guide's voice come on the radio.
You have somebody called Lincoln Hall with your team.
Lincoln died? He died last night. Over.
He's alive.
You're kidding me.
It was pretty amazing. We were still in a state of shock. We hadn't really taken in Lincoln's death, really, to be honest. And now we had this extra news to take in that Lincoln wasn't dead.
A team of Sherpas is quickly mobilized to rescue Lincoln. But they are 4 hours away. And Lincoln has already slipped back into a delirious state.
You can slip away into unconsciousness and coma and death extremely rapidly up there.
I was hallucinating madly.
He turns on those trying to save him.
He fought us. He took off his oxygen mask, he ripped it off.
Here.
I was trying to go back up the mountain. In fact, I was on the edge of death.
Finally, 2 Sherpas arrive from camp to try and bring him down. Already exhausted from a 4-hour ascent, Lincoln's life is now in their hands.
The Sherpas had no idea of how fragile I was. I could only get half a dozen steps. Before I had to collapse in the snow.
The Sherpas must now get Lincoln down 7,000 feet. Three hours since the Sherpas reached Lincoln, and Mike Dillon is getting anxious.
Lincoln was in a bad way. He was alive, but we didn't quite know whether he was going to ultimately survive. We thought he had a 50% chance of making it.
And as another night falls, Lincoln's progress is painfully slow. The Sherpas know that their lives are now on the line.
I was saying we have to go more slowly.
Move! Go!
And they were saying, no, you have to go fast.
They push Lincoln hard.
Keep going!
They were prepared to do anything to get me off the mountain.
I said go!
I could tell from the tone of their voices that they were tired and exhausted and they didn't want to be there.
Move! Get up!
One of them went to hit me with his ice axe. They were prepared to do anything to get me off the mountain.
7 hours since the start of the rescue. Lincoln is losing his battle with hypothermia and cerebral edema. Lincoln finally gives up.
I was able to go no further.
Leave. Just leave.
Barely conscious, the Sherpas push Lincoln on.
The only thing I could do was just to hold on to my commitment to find a way through this. I just had to be able to keep walking to stay alive. But I was going to do it. I was going to get back so I could get home.
We're close, Lincoln. We're close.
I came around a slight crest in the slope. And I thought, this is it. I'm going to survive.
Watch out!
It was just a flood of relief. But I didn't have any energy left for jubilation.
Hello? Lincoln?
Lincoln's voice was so hoarse, I couldn't believe it was him.
It's okay.
She knew it was me. And that was just the most wonderful moment.
It's okay, baby. I'm okay, I'm fine. I love you too.
I came so close to destroying the family that I loved so much that I vowed that I would never let anything like this ever happen again.
At great personal risk, the Sherpas saved Lincoln's life.
I really wanted them to know that they'd saved my life and that I would be forever grateful.
Lincoln recovered, but lost the tips of his fingers and a toe to frostbite. He still rock climbs, but has no plans to attempt any more major peaks. Doctors have yet to understand how he survived so long, with so little oxygen and without shelter, in Everest's death zone. When an innocent day trip goes badly wrong, a family of 4 are stranded in the Arizona desert.
Just a nasty situation that progressively got worse.
Miles from the highway, they must walk out in the burning sun.
This heat is killer, and it kills people every day.
Mama, just shoot me.
Deep in bandit country, how far will one couple go to save their kids?
Run, kids!
I guarantee you, if you're gonna kill my kids, I will shoot you.
Mama, please! Mama!
Shelley, her 2 children, and new boyfriend Roger are enjoying an afternoon out in the Arizona desert.
My kids both have been raised in the outdoors. Tiffany was attending school, and Michaela had just started kindergarten.
This is an extra special trip. Shelley's boyfriend Roger has just moved in and wants to make sure everything runs smoothly.
What helped the relationship is because the girls really liked Roger.
He was always very, very kind to me.
Hang on, let me get you a nap.
Tiffany, at 9 years old, was always reaching for a father figure.
It was like, okay, I guess we're gonna try to make this work because the kids really like you. You seem like a good dad.
There you go. More. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, that's it.
The girls are my life, and they have always been my life. And I would do anything for them.
It's a good break to get out in the desert, and it's close enough. And you can grab a couple packs of hot dogs and some buns, and we're good to go.
The family have driven from their home 40 miles away.
Okay.
For Roger, it's new territory. But Shelley has been coming to this area since she was a child.
Coming from a family that didn't have a lot of money, the entertainment that we would do as a family is go out in the desert.
The Arizona desert is a vast wilderness, covering 120,000 square miles. It's known as one of the world's harshest environments. But for Shelley and the kids, aged 9 and 5, it's a perfect place to take part in one of their favorite activities.
It's always fun. Every time we go out, it's fun.
Shelley is curious to know how her new boyfriend will get on.
Roger was the kind of guy that worked in an office, in air conditioning. And if things needed done at his house, he would have somebody come over and do it.
Pull. That's my first try.
We were just having a good time. Everything was great.
The day's gone well, but by 4 o'clock, Shelley wants to make sure they get home before dark. At night, the desert becomes a sinister place.
You don't know who you're gonna run into. There's a lot of illegal trafficking.
Shelley's worried about dangers from the nearby Mexican border. Violent gangs patrol the area, threatening anyone in their way.
They'll try to run you off the road, or they'll just run right into you.
But the dangers of the night are far from everyone's mind as they make the 1-hour trip back home.
And the kids are talking, we're laughing and giggling.
Shelley's made the journey many times before.
Shelley knew that desert better than most anybody else that I know. I, on the other hand, I'm from New Jersey.
Today, the family had their picnic somewhere new. Though Shelley knows the desert well, half an hour into their journey home, the landscape looks unfamiliar.
I could tell with the weed growth that it wasn't a well-used path. And I remember this road should be well-used.
Even though she's losing her bearings, Shelley hopes she'll pick up the trail.
But I thought, well, we'll just go up this road, see if it leads to a main road that I'm used to.
But the road becomes more uneven, and it seems they're going further off the beaten track.
We went along till I came to a dry riverbed.
Take a look.
And the sides of it were pretty steep.
I don't think we can make it.
Being in a two-wheel drive truck, your only traction is your back tires.
I says, oh, I'll drive. I'll get us through there.
We'll be out of here in no time.
Hoping he can save the day, Roger takes over.
The bumper got hung up on the downside, leaving the rear wheels off the ground spinning like this.
The family truck is ill-equipped for this type of terrain and is now totally stuck in the sand.
Girls, get out.
Roger has a plan to get them out of trouble.
We gotta get some sticks and stones, put them under that wheel, and maybe we'll get some traction and get out of here.
I didn't really know what was going on at first. I figured they can get it out.
We tried putting more rocks up under the wheels because, keep in mind, the wheels were this high off the ground because the truck was sitting like this.
We didn't have shovels, of course. We're just going out to go shooting, right?
No, stop. It's just smoking. It's gonna catch fire.
No matter what we did, we just couldn't get enough weight on those wheels.
Okay, I'll call for help.
The cell phone that we had, the battery was dead. There was no charger in the truck. I should have just stuck to my decision and says, no, we're gonna turn around here. We're not even gonna try this.
I'd gotten an earful more in that first hour than most people would generally get in a year of being newlyweds.
I'm sorry.
We had enough provisions on that particular day for one day.
With the vehicle stuck and with no way of contacting anyone, Roger knows there's only one option.
We're gonna have to stay the night.
Shelley knows just how dire their situation has become.
From the time the sun sets to the time that sun rises is very dangerous.
I only had one thing on my mind, and that was to get my girls out of that desert.
I don't really remember anybody falling asleep that night.
Armed with their skeet shooting gun, Shelley and Roger stay awake in the fear of lawless gangs of human smugglers from the Mexican border.
Them themselves have no regard for human life, and it don't even matter who it is.
It was just praying to God that the girls would be all right and they wouldn't get hurt or worse.
Relieved when the morning arrives without incident, everyone tackles the day with renewed energy.
We're encouraged, we're kind of energized to say, by gosh, we can do this.
We really thought daylight would help us so that we could see exactly what kind of situation we were in.
With the truck still stuck fast, Roger knows he's got to come up with something to get his new family home to safety.
Why don't you go play with Tiffany for a moment?
My brain started saying, Roger, you better think of something.
There was that truck we passed a while back. It may have a jack.
There was a Bronco that we had passed. The rims were gone. So we decided, well, let's at least try to get to that Bronco, see if it's got a jack in it, and then we can get started again.
It's going to be a 4-mile hike back to the Bronco. And with only 2 small bottles of water, they risk serious dehydration in the ferocious heat.
Are you sure?
I know you're told to stay with the vehicle, and I'm thinking the vehicle has AC. But if we sit there at the vehicle, we're going to be there for days. That road's untraveled.
Even at 7 in the morning, the sun is wearing them down.
We knew it was going to be hot, real hot. Not what most people in civilized countries are used to. Not your 85, 90 degrees. Try between 115 and 118 degrees.
It's particularly tough on the kids. Their lower body weight means they get dehydrated quicker.
Oh, honey.
Oh, every 20 feet, everybody's sipping water, and I'm noticing that there's only one small sports drink bottle left.
Take it easy, Tiff. We gotta make it last.
Tiffany, was already done had enough. And I says, well, let's just get to the Bronco. We'll find the jack and we'll get out of here.
Here goes. We're ahead.
The combination of extreme heat and having to stop for the kids means it takes them 5 hours to walk just 4 miles to the Bronco.
Okay, you just have a nice long rest. Roger will find the tool.
We started going through everything. Lifting everything up, thinking there's got to be jack in here.
Damn it! Anything?
Nope.
When there wasn't a jack, I think everybody was like, what are we gonna do?
Roger, Shelley, and the 2 girls are now in serious trouble.
How much water do we have?
We had like 3 inches of water in that Gatorade bottle.
With almost no water, Roger knows if he's to get his new family out of trouble, he needs to take drastic action.
You stay with them, and I'll go get help.
You'll need to stay in the shade and just count on the fact that I'm going to get back here, because I knew I could make a lot quicker time by myself.
It was the right decision.
I'm gonna go get us some help and...
Leaving is hard, but they're miles from civilization, and he fears the kids won't be able to keep going.
I love you girls.
Probably the toughest thing that I've ever done in my whole life.
I'll be back before you know it, all right?
Give everybody a kiss, and I started on a slow jog, actually.
He was feeling very guilty. I mean, when he walked away from us, he almost was running. And I'm thinking, you can't do this in the heat.
Roger's best chance of help is to find a main road, but he has no idea where he's going. And after just half an hour, he's feeling the effects of the 118-degree heat.
It was not so bad at first, but boy, then you realize that you'd better not be breathing through your mouth anymore, because with every breath of that hot air that you're taking in, you're losing that much moisture in your mouth.
Roger has been following the only path in the vast wilderness of the desert. Now, as he stumbles to a junction, he's faced with a choice. One way leads out, the other takes him deeper into the desert.
There's not much tire tracks. I'm thinking to myself, this definitely is not the way out.
Roger chooses the path with more tracks. With Shelley and the girls depending on him, he can only pray he's made the right decision. As Shelley waits for Roger with her kids, she fears for their survival.
I want to go home.
We were all really getting weak. You have no water. A helpless and almost a hopeless situation.
They've pinned all their hopes on Roger. But 3 miles down the road, he is totally lost.
I slowed down for a second, and I looked at the enormity of that desert. the sun just blaring down, ruthless on your face.
With no point of reference in the endless terrain, Roger must do everything he can to keep his bearings.
My thought process is that as I find my way out, I darn well better be able to find my way back.
By mid-afternoon, with no sign of Roger, Shelley starts to feel desperate.
Maybe we should go.
What if he comes back, Mama?
We discussed it, because me and my mom are both stubborn.
I said to the girls, if he dies, if we sit right here, we'll never get help. We have got to walk.
Leaving seemed the best choice. But with the sun beating down and 2 children in tow, Shelley soon feels the strain.
Even though you're raised in Arizona and they say that your blood's thinner, a body's still a body. You still get hot.
It's kind of like standing next to a fire, but the fire's above your head, and you can feel yourself being burned. And you're running out of complete energy. There's no more energy left.
Determined to find help before night falls, Roger has now been walking for 8 hours.
The grinding heat and the lack of water is one heck of a combination. You're suffering some serious amount of sunstroke.
In these conditions, the average person needs 2 pints of water per hour. But Roger's had none all day. Out of nowhere, he sees something that could save him.
I thought there must be something.
A cattle trough in the distance could be his lifeline.
I got mad and started picking up rocks and throwing it at the water trough and kicking it and cursing, and that's when I realized that things were not going to get better in a quick hurry here.
Hours after setting off, Shelley and the kids find it hard to cover any distance in the suffocating heat.
Let's go and sit, have a rest.
Until now, there's been no sign of Roger.
I had noticed Roger had started putting cans and bottles and stuff in the trees.
Now they arrive at the same junction Roger passed earlier. But unlike him, Shelley recognizes the landscape.
And I'm like, I know these mountains. If we go straight over those mountains, then home's right over that mountain.
Shelley realizes that Roger has taken the wrong road, the one that leads deeper into the desert. She doesn't know what to do.
Home's that way. But he went to the right, and if he finds help, he's gonna come back the way he walked.
Shelley must decide if her kids will survive the trip over the mountains, or whether Roger will find help first.
Come on. Come on.
She gambles on Roger, in the hope he succeeds.
Our options were not good options. We didn't have a good option in there.
As the afternoon draws on, they become more dehydrated. Without water, the body can't flush out poisons or regulate temperature, causing weakness, headaches, and delirium.
My head was hurting, and it just hurt to walk. I was so thirsty, my tongue was sticking to the top of my mouth, and I would do anything for water.
The thirst, you get so thirsty. If you could have anything in the world, what do you want? A big glass of ice water.
At last, they see something in the barren landscape that could help them. They come across the dumped belongings of illegal immigrants.
Find some water. When the illegals get picked up, they have to leave everything they have, so they fit more in the truck, I guess. So we're looking and looking for water jugs and every backpack.
Do you think all these people died out here, Mama?
Oh, of course not, honey.
Do you think we're gonna die out here, Mom?
In my mind, I'm thinking, I don't think we're gonna make it. But at the same time, you can't express that to your kids.
Nothing.
To be so close to something that you really are in desperate need of, it's just horrible.
Though exhausted, they keep walking. But their thirst is becoming unbearable.
There must be some water in there. There must.
Hours after Roger, they come to the same cattle trough that he passed earlier.
Nothing.
Just have a little rest.
I remember my top lip was stuck to my teeth and it kept driving me crazy, so I'd lick my lips. That didn't even work.
What about the cactus?
Tiffany had suggested that in her class she learned that the roots of cactus hold more water than the actual cactus.
I can feel some moisture.
Oh, I don't think so.
You do have moisture underground, but for liquid, no.
Though the cactus roots are dry, it gives Shelley a flash of inspiration.
I have an idea.
I have always heard cactuses hold a lot of water. If I shoot it, I could probably get some liquid out of it and put in this empty Gatorade bottle.
Sit back.
There's no water. It's almost like a sawdust, like fine wood chips inside it. That's it. There is no liquid whatsoever.
Desperation sets in as they face a night in the desert without water.
That was it. We were done.
Roger knows how dangerous the desert is at night. As the day ends, he can only pray for Shelley and the girls.
I was having a one-sided conversation with Shelley.
Shelley, I'm so sorry.
Telling her that I love her and telling the kids that I love them and that they just need to hang on and believe in me and that I wouldn't let them down, you know? And just praying to God that they were still alive.
Shelley and the kids are facing their second night in the wilderness.
I mean, you're tired. You got dehydration working against you. You've got that you've been up since the night before, and now you're up another night with no sleep.
Come on, girls. We're gonna walk.
Weak as they are, they need to make the most of the cooler night temperature of 85 degrees.
If we didn't make as much progress as we could that night, come the next morning, we weren't making it through the next day.
Okay, we'll take a walk, and then we'll rest a bit, okay?
As they ready themselves to go, the silence of the desert is broken.
Tiffany goes, Mom.
Shh, it's a car.
In their relief, they forget all about the dangers of the desert.
I'm like, oh, thank God. We got help. We got help.
Why didn't it stop?
Shelley feels uneasy, and more so when the car turns and faces them.
You could hear the engine just make the noise of when somebody has pushed the accelerator to the floor.
It dawns on Shelley that far from rescue, the driver is a member of one of the notorious gangs of human smugglers from the Mexican border.
Run! Tip, grab Michaela!
I don't know where this energy came from.
I was just running for my life. There was no other thoughts, just, I'm getting out of here.
I guarantee you, if you're gonna kill my kids, I will shoot you.
Shelley's bravado pays off, and at the last moment, the driver veers away.
That person did try to kill us.
Oh, why did he try and run over?
Come here.
No, don't cry.
All these things out there that could have attacked us, the mountain lions, rattlesnakes, and the only thing that messed with us was our own race. Not the wildlife, the human race.
Morning brings a return of the relentless heat, and with it, their chances of getting out alive decrease.
I knew we would not make it through the second day. I already knew that.
Their only hope of survival now is Roger. But he's struggling as he tries anything to quench his thirst.
When I first put the pieces of cactus in my mouth, that was great for a second. Then realizing when the moisture goes away from what's in your mouth, it turns to like a sawdust.
Though disgusting, the cactus has given him a few tiny drops of moisture.
That one cactus saved my butt.
It's been 24 hours now since the girls have had any water, and they too are desperate.
We've kind of lost our mind at this point. We're way dehydrated.
Mama, can I tell you something weird?
What?
In our science class, we were told that you can drink your own pee.
Really?
And I said, oh, that can't be good.
Mommy, I just have to have something. I am so thirsty.
I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay, well, we are so thirsty. So I end up peeing in this Gatorade jug.
They badly need to take on liquids. In these conditions, you can lose up to 10% of your body weight through fluid loss. More than that can be fatal.
Yeah, I will never forget the taste. It's absolutely disgusting.
And I'm like, okay, I gotta just do it. I gotta do it. And then I made Michaela.
Drink it. Just wet your mouth.
It's just so sickening. You can never, ever even imagine to bring yourself to do that.
can almost feel the weight pushing your body into the dirt and the sand. And I wouldn't let him down. I had already let him down enough.
With no sign of help, Shelley makes a last attempt to get attention by starting a fire.
And the sun's getting higher and higher. I'm thinking, where in the world is Roger? He couldn't have made it.
I told you I'd come back, girls.
Roger? What?
At last, it seems their prayers are answered.
Roger's here. I heard him.
Really, Mama? Where?
Yeah. Roger! We're here! Roger! Roger! Roger!
He ain't close to us at all. But your mind takes a vacation.
Can you hear him?
Roger, too, is showing symptoms of advanced dehydration. Lack of water stops vital impulses being sent to the brain and causes blurred vision. Now his body is giving up.
There comes a point, and this is when you really know you're in trouble. You stop sweating. Because now there's no moisture left in your body to get out of your pores.
But however tough it is, the thought of Shelley and the kids drives him on.
You think about your family. You can't give up.
At last, Roger's determination seems to have paid off.
I saw a vehicle coming right towards me. I knew that at that time of day, that was not going to be a human smuggler. I knew that. I thought everything was going to be okay then.
Finally, Roger thinks he's found the help that's going to save his family.
Thank God. I'm thirsty. My girls need help.
I hardly talk because there's no moisture, and I'm saying I need help.
Please. Agua. Agua.
What was that, amigo?
The girls are...
I think we got ourselves a genuine legal.
No.
Ain't that right, amigo?
No. Please, I'm thirsty. Thirsty.
Thirsty?
Yes.
You want a drink?
Please.
Oh, here we go. See you later, amigo!
Roger's appearance has changed so drastically that he's mistaken for an illegal immigrant.
The most helpless feeling a person could ever have in their life. And I'm like, what else? What else could happen? I knew that Shelley and those kids were running on empty out there.
Now well into their third day, the girls' chances of surviving get less with every step they take.
I kept thinking, I wonder if Roger's made it. Has he passed on? Do I need to keep walking?
Mama, I can't go on no more.
After 2 days without water, the effects of dehydration are causing the children's small bodies to shut down.
Mama, just shoot me. Just please shoot me, Mama.
I really didn't want to live anymore because it was painful.
Sonny.
As soon as she said that, I mean, my heart just sunk.
Come on, my sweetie. We'll do it together. Just one foot after another, okay, honey?
She just keep pushing us forward.
I knew I had to keep going. I can't lose these kids. I brought them here on Earth. I can't give up.
It's taken Roger 2 days to walk just 13 miles in the suffocating heat. Now he's losing his own battle for survival.
I didn't have anything left in my tank mentally, I think, at that point. I couldn't feel any pain or anything anymore. Everything was just starting to get like a hot numbness.
As Roger gives up all hope, yet again he sees something on the horizon.
That truck came right up the same exact path that the prior one had come, right at me.
Roger?
He had recognized me because he's calling me by my first name right away.
Against all odds, the driver knows Roger.
And I realized that he's one of my customers from work. It was pretty cool. But very emotional.
Roger is safe. But a few miles away, the girls can't go on anymore. With no shade, all that Shelley can do is bury her kids in the sand to cool them down.
I crawled to her on my stomach, and I'm so weak, and I just start putting dirt on her, and I could never get her covered. She's crying for help, and I can't help her.
It's a last desperate attempt to protect them from the heat. But deep down, Shelley knows it's too late.
Between the cries out for help and the wanting to be dead, you never will forget.
When the rescue services arrive, there's still only one thing on Roger's mind.
Sir? The girls and their mother.
He says, we're gonna take you to the hospital. I said, your ass, you're taking me to a damn hospital. I said, I'm getting my family.
They're out there, we gotta...
What girls, sir?
The girls. I can show you where they are. Girls. We gotta find them. Can't you go any faster?
They drive for hours, but there's no sign of Shelley and the girls in the vast wilderness.
I thought their chances were, at that point, probably 50-50 at the best.
Out of nowhere, there's the sound of a car.
Did you hear that?
And I start crawling on my hands and knees.
Please, 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 please!
With as dry of a mouth as I have, you're dehydrated, you're weak, and yelling for all you're worth.
Please! Where?
Well, they kept on going. They never looked in their rear view mirror. I was just so dehydrated. I could barely move myself. I didn't cover myself. I just laid there on the dirt.
They're definitely looking for us. And they're gonna come back. We just gotta hang in there.
And there was silence. It's like the bell has rung. This is your last day.
Roger's beginning to lose hope that he'll find the girls alive.
Is this all right?
I didn't know anymore if it was going to be a rescue situation, and pray like heck that it's not going to be a recovery situation.
There, that could be them.
At last, the smoke of a fire gives Roger hope that the girls may still be alive.
There, that's their footprints. I recognize them.
Clear as day, I could tell that they were from the girls because Tiffany and Michaela were wearing these sandals that had little circles for the tread. So now I'm really encouraged.
A full rescue team is mobilized, but they're almost out of time. Shelley can do nothing except watch her children die.
And watching them dehydrate, that's memories, that's images that you never forget.
Just as she's given up all hope, she hears a vehicle.
So I came up, and that's when I seen that it was the Ranger.
We got help!
So it was right there on the cusp of life and death when we actually did get the help. It was like having the weight of the world taken off your shoulders. Because I didn't have to fight no more.
Oh, my girls. You gotta get them. My girls.
But the family's ordeal is far from over.
Michaela? Michaela!
It freaked me out.
Mama! Mama! Mama!
I ran up the hill. I had no energy, but I ran up the hill.
Mama! Mama, she's not moving!
I thought, well, in the midst of trying to find somebody to help us, she'd passed away. You go from so excited, we're saved, and then thinking, I didn't do it in time. They kept trying to wake her up. They could not wake her at all.
The trauma has been too much for 5-year-old Michaela, and her kidneys have stopped working.
Not something that you want to see your kids go through, let alone be the cause of.
They had the chaplain come in and pray with us, and I'm thinking, The only time I've ever heard a chaplain coming in and somebody's in the hospital is when you're going to lose that person.
I didn't want to lose my sister. She's very important to me.
I woke up and I looked down at my arm and I had an IV in my arm. And I remember looking to the side of me and seeing my mom. I was so happy that everybody was alive.
They say a human can only last out in that desert 8 hours without water. Now, we lasted a lot longer than that. And a lot of that comes from my love for them. And the pure drive to survive.
Michaela left hospital after a week and made a full recovery. Roger and Shelley got married a year later and are still together. On a visit to a Hawaiian volcano, a tourist loses his way.
Made a grave error and I was really in trouble.
In this vast, unforgiving environment, there's no chance of finding help.
Guys, come on!
To make it out alive, he must figure out how to cope before his mind and body give up.
I was exhausted and injured. Fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
His only companion? A camcorder.
I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you.
This could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
I really love you guys. Bye.
"41-year-old Dewey Gadke is adjusting to life after divorce. This holiday in Hawaii is one of the first he's taken without his family.
When I went over there, I really feel like my life was in a transition. I went through a painful, difficult divorce, and I was in the midst of a bunch of change. Everything felt new in many ways. I think I was taking things less seriously and becoming much more exploratory, much more curious.
Dewey's hoping that a week exploring the majestic scenery of Big Island will help him come to terms with the past and plan the future.
That is amazing.
Like every tourist, the must-see highlight of Dewey's trip to Hawaii is the spectacular Kilauea volcano. One of the most active volcanoes on the planet. It's set in 300,000 acres of barren lava fields. Devoted father Dewey badly misses his two young daughters, Trina, aged 5, and Tara, 7, who live with their mother.
Hey, Trina, Tara, it's your dad. This is the Kilauea volcano I was telling you guys about.
His kids couldn't come with him, so he's filming his holiday to share with them on his return.
Ain't she amazing? And tonight, you will see her in her full fury. More later.
But this trip to Kilauea is just a scout. Dewey plans to come back after dark when the volcano looks even more dramatic.
My friends had told me that viewing of the volcano was much better at night. because you can't see the lava in the bright sunlight. I didn't expect to be out there very long, but the lady at the front desk said, well, it's very dark, you should at least buy a flashlight to take with you. So I put on jeans, good walking shoes, a t-shirt. I put my video camera in a waterproof case that I brought with me, and then I bought a flashlight, and that was my preparation for the trip.
Dewey doesn't pack a compass or bottled water for his nighttime trip. He expects to reach the volcano in a couple of hours and be back in his room soon after midnight.
I left the hotel and drove in this old road that goes into the national park, 10, 15-mile drive. It's fairly desolate. And then the road just dead ends. Way off in the distance, I could see the very, very faint glow of orange, of the actual molten lava. It was at that moment I started realizing that I had to be careful to get back to my car because there was no light on the car, there was no street lamps, nothing to identify the road. But the moon was giving off a good bit of light, so I thought I'd be okay. I was prepared for a very short hike. The only two things I was carrying was a flashlight and my video camera, and there's no cell coverage down there. So I didn't even bother to take my cell phone.
Dewey is confident he'll find his way back to the car, but he's failed to factor in the unfamiliar terrain and total lack of landmarks.
I was just skipping from mound to mound, and there was a breeze. I felt great. It was a really, really pretty night.
But after 2 hours, Dewey is still a long way from the distant glow of flowing lava.
I was like, that orange glow doesn't seem much closer than it did an hour ago. This seems quite a bit farther than they had told me. I thought about blowing it off, but I was pretty committed to actually seeing it and having the experience, so I didn't do that.
After a 3-hour hike, Dewey reaches one of Kilauea's active vents. Here, molten lava pours spectacularly into the sea and solidifies, making Big Island a little bigger every day.
The steam and the sense of the ocean and the boiling water was just immense. To stand next to this and just realize what a small piece of this planet I am was humbling. It was phenomenal. So I took my video camera out and I started filming it, and I really wanted to get closer to it, but I kept, based on my friends telling me that it runs under the ground and there's a thin crust and all this, I kept feeling the ground as I got closer, and it got very, very hot. I was afraid it would melt my shoes, and I was afraid I could break through, and so I didn't get as close as I wanted, but it was really fascinating.
Hey girls, it's your dad. Those lights in the distance? That's the lava flows crashing. I kind of doubt you can see anything. It's sort of like the landscape of the moon. It's the roughest, hardest terrains I've ever seen. That's it right there, girls. New Earth being created. It's a beautiful thing.
I watched the volcano for probably 20, 25 minutes, and then I was like, it's got to be late, and it's going to be very late when I get back to my car, so it's time to get headed back.
But when Dewey looks for the trail he came in on, he can't find it. Undaunted, he decides to follow the coastline and then cut inland to hit the road where he'd parked his car.
That was the plan.
But just after Dewey sets out,
the moon went down, or clouds came over. Basically, it got quite a bit darker. I think I was walking in less of a straight line. Surprisingly quickly, I hit a different texture of rock. It was, and I didn't know what it was, but instead of being this smooth, crunchy black dough, it was these large, white, crumbling boulders, and incredibly hard to walk on that stuff. If my thinking had been clearer, I think I would have noticed that I've somehow moved to a different topography, a different geography. Something's changed here. But I just didn't know if this was some strange, I'd seen so many strange formations and strange things the lava had done that it didn't occur to me that this was a bad sign.
3 hours later, Dewey thinks he's hugged the coast long enough. By his calculations, he should be only minutes from his car.
Okay, that's gotta be enough.
At the point I thought I've got to be past the end of the road, I turned left to walk inland, expecting to hit the road in my car. That's where things started going badly.
Dewey's taking a terrible gamble. If he misses his car in the darkened moonscape, he'll be heading deep into 300,000 acres of uninhabited volcanic fields.
There was no trail at all. I'm just walking across raw, unmarked lava flows.
After 3 hours hiking inland, there's still no sign of his car. Dewey realizes he's lost.
I'm just scared. I'm really scared.
Hungry, thirsty, and all alone, he feels a desperate urge to talk to someone, even if it's only his camcorder.
Well, it's getting late, and I'm dehydrated and lost. I had a plan to head up the coast and cut across the road. Obviously, the road's a lot further than I thought.
But he's confident that with the dawn, he'll be able to find his car.
When the sun comes up, I can see just this vast area. The lava seems to go on forever.
Dewey thought that daylight would help him regain his bearings. Instead, he's confronted with an alien, featureless landscape. With no mobile phone, he has no way to call for help.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very alone out there, very alone.
Although he doesn't know it, Dewey walked right past his car during the night. Now he's walking headlong into 300,000 acres of empty lava fields. Dewey breaks out his camcorder. Recording a video diary for his daughters at least gives him someone to talk to.
Well, I can't find the road. I've circled, I must have walked 5-6 miles of absolute hell. I just can't work out how you get to this spot without having crossed the road. I don't think I'll be hiking without a compass again.
heading inland looking for the road, I ended up walking on some stuff that was really, really dangerous to walk on. These are crispy shells like overcooked cookies, and every time you step on them, they break. And you fall into these holes of crumbly shards of glass-like rock.
A shard of volcanic rock has ripped Dewey's arm open.
I sliced a vein, and a lot of blood came out. It was really frightening.
Dewey has nothing to bandage his wound with. Instead, he clamps it with his hand and hopes the bleeding will stop.
I was exhausted and injured and been walking all night, been falling, scraped and cut. Physically, was not in good shape at that point.
Pretty dumb, huh? Well, I just want you guys to know that I'm working really hard to get back to you. Well, this is what I've been walking on all night. It's the roughest, nastiest terrain I've ever walked on. Miles and miles and miles of this stuff, as far as the eye can see. Really nasty terrain.
Dewey now knows that one more accident and his situation could quickly change from bad to critical. Worse, it looks as though he's still miles from safety.
I didn't see any signs of humanity at all. Very vast, very alone out there, very alone. Shortly after noon that first day, I really started seeing my thinking go bad. I would get confused that I was seeing terrain I'd seen before. I started wondering if I was walking in circles. I don't think my mind was working that well. I can't explain it, but at least for the first several hours of the day, I remained very stubbornly, foolishly attached to this idea that the road was ahead of me.
But then, Dewey hears something.
I had a helicopter coming straight toward me.
If Dewey's hotel reported him missing, this could be a search helicopter.
Hey! Over here! Hey! Guys!
But he has only seconds to try and get noticed. A mirror attached to his camera bag may be his salvation.
Come on, guys. You can see me. Come on.
There was this grand fantasy that they would see my flickering mirror and come down and pick me up and fly me out, and we'd all go get breakfast.
Hey! Over here! Hey!
But it wasn't playing out that way. When I was out on the lava rock, I was struck by how barren of life it was. There wasn't anything anywhere. No animal life that I saw except for birds. And then something hit my leg, and I looked down and it was a wire. This was the first sign of any sign of humanity I'd seen since I'd been out there. It was like a speaker wire. I traced it back and found a metal plate with reflector, like you'd see on the back of a bicycle. My mirror's not working, and I'm not getting seen. If I use this wire and these reflectors and make a belt and wear it, it might make me a little more visible.
Dewey is bitterly regretting his decision not to bring any water from the hotel. And as the temperature soars beyond 30 Celsius, the furnace-like heat of the lava fields is making him dangerously dehydrated. He's now feeling dizzy and nauseous.
Car should be here. Road.
I don't think my mind's working that well. My priorities switched. I stopped looking for the road. I started looking for water.
Surrounded by dust and rock, it seems like a futile task. But astonishingly, over the next ridge, his luck finally changes. Dewey spots an oasis, which must mean water.
The landscape's incredibly barren, incredibly open, and then there are these little oases of very dense jungle springing up. All of this walking I'd been doing, I'd never seen even a tiny puddle, and so I started crawling into these jungles, hoping to find some water. Inside the jungle, the variety of plant life is just unbelievable. There's trees, there's grasses, there's palms, there's everything you can imagine. And they're growing so closely together, you can't even see or touch the floor. You just bend them over into this suspended net of plants and crawl on top of them.
But just as Dewey gets his first taste of water in nearly 12 hours,
Come on, guys, over here!
like the first helicopter, it doesn't appear to notice him.
Come on!
Throughout the day, several more helicopters pass overhead.
Over here!
But none of them sees him. Dewey starts to realize that they aren't search and rescue helicopters, but are carrying tourists on sightseeing trips to the volcano. Mad with thirst, he's torn between trying to attract their attention and finding life-saving water.
At that point, I started doing schizophrenic back and forth. I would crawl as fast as I could to get out where I could reflect the mirror at them. And then as soon as that didn't work and they were gone, I'd crawl back in again to try to find moisture.
Guys! Come on!
I was really operating in very much a panicked way that was burning up everything I had. Then I look down and the beads of sweat on my arm are as big as the drops I'm getting. So I'm exerting way more energy and water and moisture than I am actually getting moisture.
I flashed my mirror at probably 12 helicopters today, and not one acknowledged me. I don't think anyone's looking for me.
At that point, I started to get really afraid. I can't do two things at once. I need to find water. I'm going to make it for at least a year without a helicopter, but I'm not going to make it another day without water.
In the small oasis, plants are thriving. But Dewey can only find beads of moisture, not nearly enough to satisfy his raging thirst.
I see this very large drop of water. I'm leaning over to try to reach it, and as I do, I'm supporting myself from falling by pushing on the edge of a tree with my left hand. And I was like, something feels strange. And there's a green moss growing on the side of the tree. I tore some of it off and squeezed it. A trickle of water ran out. I did hold the water in my mouth as a test to see if there was anything acidy or burning that felt like it might be poisonous.
It looks like Dewey's in luck, but he needs to collect more than just a mouthful.
My flashlight batteries were dead. I threw them away, and I started squeezing this moss into the handle of my flashlight. It wasn't exactly, clean, delicious water, but I was pretty happy that I'd actually found it. That gave me some confidence. It improved my thinking and my sense of hope. I don't think I was completely dancing for joy yet, but I was encouraged. I actually had found a source of water. That was the life-saving moment for me.
This amazing green moss has furnished me with a flashlight full of delicious muddy water. Muddy water never tasted so good.
The small oasis has saved Dewey's life, for now. But he knows that if anyone is looking for him, his best chance of being rescued is out in the open. In fact, Dewey's hotel has raised the alarm, and an air search and rescue is now on. But spotting a tiny figure in nearly 300,000 acres of featureless terrain is like looking for a needle in a haystack. As a second night on the volcano approaches, and temperatures begin to plummet, Dewey realizes he must find somewhere to shelter.
I felt like I had to find a warmer place because I couldn't sit out in the wind and get any sleep. I found this crack that just went straight down into the earth. It wasn't even a cave, it was kind of a fissure. And I crawled down into there. But it was very frightening, incredibly crumbly. And I was really concerned that if I just bumped to the wall in the wrong way, this thing could cave in on me. I was just nervous about it, but I felt like I had to be out of the wind because the wind had gotten stronger and it was getting chillier.
Dewey now faces the grim hours ahead, knowing that at any moment, his shelter could become his grave.
It was straight down into the ground.
Exhausted and despairing, Dewey is now regretting leaving the safety and shelter of the oasis. All he can do is pray he can survive till morning. Dewey can see no way out of his predicament. Hungry, dehydrated and demoralized, his video messages are becoming increasingly desperate.
In the beginning, the camera was really a solace to me. It was comforting to actually have something to talk to.
Kids, hi. It's your dad again.
But by the third day, some real grounded fear that I may not survive this started settling in.
I'm so sorry to let you down, but I'm in real trouble here. Truth be told, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do.
Dewey's beginning to think that he may not make it out alive. He's chronically dehydrated, and his body is close to collapse.
At this point, I'm really not walking well. My balance is off, my leg's injured. I had this sprained ankle that I'd turned, 3 or 4 times. I was really sick of turning that. I had so many cuts and blisters and things going on my feet. I felt like if I keep walking on these rocks, collapsing and falling, I'm gonna break a leg and die.
You're gonna kill yourself with this, Dewey.
Dewey needs to get water, and soon. That means finding another oasis. In temperatures approaching 40 Celsius, his body is losing over 3 liters of fluid a day. And Dewey's brain is starting to suffer the effects of serious dehydration.
I don't know that I can articulate exactly how dehydration felt. A fuzzy, unclear way of thinking. Thinking I'm walking in circles. Dry mouth. Seeing things.
But Dewey isn't seeing things. He's found water, just in time. Dewey decides to change his plan. Instead of trying to escape the volcano, he'll stay at the water source and pray that someone rescues him.
My idea was, if I can learn to survive, I can make it as long as I have to.
Dewey hasn't eaten in 37 hours. He's starving, but has no idea what's edible and what might be poisonous.
One thing I had been doing is testing some foods to see if they made me sick and see if they were edible. So if I had to stay there for a long time, I would have an idea of what I could eat to survive.
Guess that one's a no.
Starving and exhausted, Dewey desperately needs a good night's rest to regain his strength.
So I figured I'd better come up with a way to shelter myself.
Dewey's life in the city hasn't prepared him for this. So he must dig deep and develop survival skills.
I found some reeds that I could bend into a dome shape and shove them into the mud. And then pile stuff on top. That afternoon, I made a rudimentary little hut that I could crawl into. It was very, very flimsy.
Proud of his achievements, Dewey decides to tell his daughters.
Hey, Trina, Tara. You always said you wanted a vacation home, so here it is. I just built this shelter, and I'm hoping it's gonna help me survive. These leaves here, they're gonna help me collect water.
In the night, rain begins to fall. A light shower could fill his leaf collectors with life-saving water. But this isn't a shower.
The worst thing about the whole time out there was the nights. The wind cut right through my shelter, and it was just absolutely freezing. It was not well insulated. I hadn't put a door on it. Being in the wind and the rain and bugs crawling on me and not being able to move because I'd knocked down my shelter. That was the hardest thing for me. I shivered the whole night, and it wasn't a mild shiver. I shivered like deep muscle shiver.
The storm has trashed his shelter and overturned his rain catchers.
The third morning, the hunger had set in, the isolation had set in. I'd been shivering all night. I was exhausted. I was injured. I was sore. There was a lot of hopelessness.
To make matters worse, Dewey now makes a shocking discovery.
I had all these shards of pumice or lava rock or whatever it is embedded in my feet. There was some pussiness to it, and there was kind of a reddish line, and it was really sore. Just a constant swollen pressure inside of it. And that's when my idea that I can sit this out, it fell apart. I thought, well, I can sit it out unless I've got gangrene or unless I've got some infection. It felt really real. You know, it felt really right up against the edge of existence at that point.
After more than 51 hours alone, and with no one to share his ordeal, Dewey's turning to his camera more and more.
I hope you guys are proud of me. I ain't no quitter. I ain't no quitter. I got my reflector belt up in the tree. But, as you can see, it ain't doing me no good. Looks like it's just you and me.
Unknown to Dewey, search and rescue helicopters are out looking for him. In the night, local police have found his jeep. But after 3 days, scouring 300,000 acres of volcanic fields, they're starting to think he hasn't survived.
Tired. Real tired. I'm scared.
By morning, Dewey's hit rock bottom, and the infection in his foot is spreading. The pain is excruciating. Any remaining hopes Dewey had of walking off the volcano are gone.
My foot is pretty badly blistered, and I'm pussing. They gotta see me to find me.
His only hope is to make one final attempt to attract the passing tourist helicopters.
Well, I thought if I could build a fire, a large fire with a lot of smoke, might actually attract rescuers.
Dewey decides that the lava fields which have held him hostage for 5 days might give him an escape route. If he can use the red-hot lava to ignite a branch, he can start a fire and make a beacon. But to do it, Dewey must brave the volcano's toxic gases. Even brief exposure to concentrated carbon dioxide could kill him.
Rescue me.
I crawled down into one of these volcanic vents and tried to stick a long branch down into where it seemed like it was a hot area.
Light! Light, son!
After just a few minutes choking in the intense heat and smoke, Dewey realizes he's taking a suicidal risk.
There was fumes coming out of there, and I was afraid I was going to pass out.
It's a bitter blow. Tourist helicopters continue to fly by, and Dewey still has no way of attracting their attention.
I came to the conclusion the only way I'm going to be able to get a fire is if I can get a magnifying glass to amplify the sun onto some leaves. The only place I could think to get a magnifying glass was the lens inside of my video camera. The camera was always my companion, someone to talk to, my connection to the outside in a way. Talking to it every day was a solace to me. It was comforting, so I didn't want to smash it.
Before destroying the only companion he's had, Dewey decides to record one final message to his daughters.
I was thinking, you know, this could be the last time my kids hear my voice.
My name is Dewey Gackey, and this is my final will and testament.
I'm realizing how much pain I'm putting my family through, and I just want to say, guys, I'm sorry I was stupid and reckless.
I was feeling for my kids if they had to grow up, you know, without me.
Trina and Tara, if I don't make it back, guys, I am so sorry. I want you to know I'll always be with you, always be watching over you.
It was a pretty emotional process of saying goodbye.
If this is my time and place, it's a really beautiful place. But I'm going to do my best to get back to you guys. I'm not quitting. I really love you guys. Bye.
But Dewey does have one slim hope. He thinks that if he can extract the glass lens from inside his beloved video camera, he may just be able to start a fire with it.
I understood that I was taking that film out, putting it in a waterproof case and hanging it on the tree for someone else to find. For somebody to find after I was dead.
Dewey feels that his camera is the one thing that's kept him sane. Destroying it is almost more than he can bear.
But I figured I needed to. I needed to, you know, make the hard choice and try to find a way to stay alive.
To get to the lens, he has to smash the camera. The problem is, he risks smashing the lens too.
I got some big rocks and started trying to break my camera open. I couldn't get anywhere.
The lens just won't come loose.
If I hit it too hard with too big of a rock, I would have crushed the glass, and it was just a painful effort. I heard a helicopter.
But it's yet another tourist group, checking out the volcano, not looking for him.
I decided, well, they're ignoring me. There's no point in getting up and flashing my mirror. But it flew right over to me, and I was like, is it possible that they actually saw me this time? And started circling me, and it was at that moment that I totally knew they saw me.
Incredibly, one of the tourists was able to capture on camera the moment of Dewey's discovery.
Yeah, he needs help. He's waving you down.
And it was at that moment I really started crying. I was alive after 5 days. I had this huge kind of release of all the fear and all the desperation I've been kind of keeping somewhat at bay. And it all came busting forth, and I just sat on the ground and I cried and I shook.
Nearly 90 hours after his ordeal began, Dewey was airlifted to hospital, where he was treated for his injuries and severe dehydration. 4 days later, he returned home to Austin, Texas, to be reunited with his daughters.
Absolutely the biggest thing behind my will to live was my kids, wanting to get back to them and not wanting them to have to grow up without a father.
Dewey owed his life to the young, inquisitive tourist who spotted him, Peter Frank.
He said, "Thanks a lot, you saved my life," and then he asked me for my home phone number and stuff.
And what did you say?
I said it's cool.
Peter has remained in touch with Dewey, Trina, and Tara ever since. On their first date, two climbers scale one of Europe's toughest mountains. But the romantic adventure they hope will bring them together tears them apart.
This mountain has become a complete demon.
We need to move, all right?
All hell is just breaking loose around my head.
Trapped inside a violent electrical storm, they must rely on each other to survive.
It's an utterly desperate situation.
I'm thinking we're not going to survive.
Jeremy!
be here with you than anyone else.
The Pitzpadille Mountain. Standing at 3,300 meters, its razor-sharp ridge forms the border between the Swiss and Italian Alps.
People come from all four corners of the globe to do this climb and to test themselves on this mountain.
Infamous for extreme weather, it's a climb as treacherous as it is breathtaking. And even for professional mountain climbers, like Rachel Kelsey and Jeremy Colenso, it is the climb of a lifetime.
We started at 5 in the morning. Our aim was to get up and down the climb in a day.
That was fun. It was a wonderful feeling because we just moved so quickly and easily up this mountain. I was just so excited. You know, here I am doing a climb that I really want to do. And not only that, but I'm doing it with this very good-looking chap who I fancy.
Just great to be there with someone who's both a climbing partner, but also someone who you're becoming very fond of.
I was quite attracted to his quiet but confident nature.
Climbing.
I really liked her sense of adventure and just relaxed personality.
This romantic adventure is actually Rachel and Jeremy's first real date. The couple only got to know each other a few months ago while climbing in Great Britain.
We did a couple of local climbs together, and at this point I decided that I quite liked him.
We sort of hit it off, really, and a climbing partnership stroke friendship developed.
Then he said, would you like to come to Italy with me? I was totally bowled over, you know, taken aback. I had all these romantic visions of Italy and floating down the river on a gondola. But it very quickly became apparent that he was actually inviting me to go and do a climb. We planned and prepared meticulously. We looked at guidebooks, we got maps of the route. We worked out exactly what equipment we'd take. These little rucksacks hold about 20 litres, and in it we have just the essentials we'll need to succeed in this climb. So I have my waterproof jacket, an extra fleece, our hydration packs, the map of the route, and then we've got a couple of other things. One of them is a survival shelter and my mobile phone. And I remember tossing it up and down in my hand and thinking, shall I take this? Something just makes me think, oh, well, I'll just put it in. I can carry that extra weight.
Jeremy and Rachel are ascending the Pitzpadille's mighty North Ridge. The grueling climb up and then down the mountain should take them 14 hours. Weather permitting, their plan is to be back at base camp well before nightfall.
We were making incredibly good time. We didn't feel like we were rushing. We felt like it was just going really well. Jeremy is ahead, with ropes leading down to me. And I get to this point where I pull over onto this boulder. The whole thing wobbles. My heart just leaps into my throat.
You all right?
These moments when things nearly go terribly wrong You have to just take a few deep breaths and recollect yourself and then keep going.
If you're not scared at all on a climb, it's probably not the right challenge for you.
2 hours later, and Jeremy and Rachel have overcome the most technically challenging part of the climb. Now, over 3,000 meters up the North Ridge, the couple are only minutes from the summit.
We reach a point where there's a bit of snow. I'm feeling completely excited. We're in spitting distance of the top of this climb. The sun is out. It's just a wonderful, fresh afternoon, and it seems perfect.
But with only 30 meters to go, they face a crushing blow.
I could see that the rock had become like an icy pavement. But if you turn that pavement vertically and then try and climb it, you get an idea of what you're confronted with.
They didn't expect to face ice, so haven't brought the equipment needed to climb it safely.
We were probably 30 vertical meters from the summit, but I realized that that was the end of our climb.
That's okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
There is a feeling of disappointment there. There definitely is. But there's no time for that. You just need to prepare with the next section and get on with it. And the next section's getting down.
But unable to reach the summit, Rachel and Jeremy can't see a massive electrical storm that's brewing in the valley beyond.
Jeremy's working with the ropes to try and sort them out for the abseil. I look out into the valley below. And I notice these clouds swirling in. At the same time, I feel a sharp drop in the temperature. And I just know inside that this is heralding a storm, and we've got to get out now.
Jeremy, I think we better stop moving.
I can hear wind, which is like, it sounds like a freight train coming at you. I realized the weather's turning.
Bye. Yeah. Sure.
Jeremy and Rachel know it's simply too dangerous to stay on the mountain.
So quickly we just get out our head torches, put them onto our helmets. We throw on our waterproofs and get ourselves prepared, basically for the worst.
They must rappel down before the storm unleashes its full fury.
And there's this huge crack of thunder and the whole sky lights up with this incredible pink lightning.
We need to move, all right?
My heart begins to pound because 90% of accidents in the mountains happen on the descent, not the ascent.
And now they must attempt the perilous descent in the midst of a raging storm.
On a good day, with clear skies, descending down this mountain is a tricky task for an experienced climber. In a storm, it's just a nightmare.
Seeing the flash and hearing the clap of thunder simultaneously, we know that the storm is right on top of us. We are surrounded by metal, and we've got every chance of being hit by a bolt of lightning.
After 3 hours, they're not even a quarter of the way down. And as the light fades, the temperature plummets to -7 Celsius.
I'm suddenly aware of this sort of static feeling in the air, like the air is charged.
Jeremy's a very calm person, but I can see in his eyes that he looks worried. And I know that if he's worried, it's the time to be worried.
I've never been so terrified in my life.
And suddenly there's a huge explosion. I'm thinking we're not going to survive. It's incredibly hard not to panic whilst all hell is just breaking loose around my head.
In the heart of the storm, lightning is striking all around them.
Every time I hear the thunder crash, I think, is that me? Is that me? I don't know exactly how many abseiles we've done. All I know is that we've been what feels like hours. Jeremy's setting off in the next abseil, and I just think there's something not right here.
I abseiled past this block, and the rope catches behind the corner of the block. And I can't get the rope out.
It suddenly all clicks.
Jeremy!
This is that really wobbly boulder that we passed on the way up. And his rope has slipped right around it.
Rachel realizes that pulling the rope free risks dislodging the giant boulder, teetering above Jeremy's head.
And I shout to him,
Don't break your rope! Jeremy! Don't break your rope!
he can't hear me. The storm is so loud, he can't hear me.
Jeremy has no idea that a quarter of a ton of rock, only meters from his head, is loosening with every single tug.
I hear this huge, terrible sound as it bounces down the mountain. There's no way he could have survived it.
Rachel fears that Jeremy has been swept off the mountain.
Eventually, I opened my eyes. It was a huge rush of relief and surprise to see him there.
I look up at Rachel. She's looking down at me, and I go, that missed me by that much. If it had hit me, that would have been me. I would have been dead.
He was ashen-faced and had these huge white eyes.
And I can't believe this just happened.
And then he just put his head down and carried on abseiling.
Jeremy knows that if they are to survive, they must continue down the mountain. But the storm is intensifying.
Now I felt like our days were numbered, our minutes were numbered, and I just knew it wasn't a case of if, it was a case of when. But I had no choice but to go on.
As they press on, Jeremy and Rachel face a new challenge.
It's becoming increasingly difficult to find the features that we passed on the way up.
We pulled out our guidebook and we tried to work out where we were, and we just couldn't.
Can you see this? Here. Okay? Look for that.
You're now looking at a different mountain, a different ridge to the one that you ascended.
Unable to see any landmarks, Rachel and Jeremy are lost. In this perilous terrain, choosing the wrong route could spell the difference between life and death.
We're now at a decision-making point.
What do you reckon?
I pointed down and he nodded.
All right. I hope you're right, eh?
Unable to see what lies below, they could be rappelling straight over a precipice. Jeremy insists on going first.
The last thing I remember seeing was the red hood and his head torch. And then I was alone. And it was very, very frightening.
I find myself on the lip of an overhang. As soon as I descend over the lip, I'm hanging in space. Below, there's a black, inky void.
I had no way of knowing whether this was the right way. And it was too late to call him back. I had to just wait.
I'm thinking, okay, I've tied a knot in the end of the ropes, but what if I get to the end of them and I still haven't touched down? The only way out of here is to descend.
Jeremy has only 30 meters of rope left, but the void below could be hundreds of meters. After 30 long minutes, there is still no signal from Jeremy. And knowing the dangers that surround them, Rachel fears for his life.
I had a horrible feeling that he'd been struck by lightning. Or else he was stuck with no way back up and no way down. The lightning was still just lighting up things, and I noticed these lumps above me. These were actually pitons, which had been banged in a line. Suddenly I knew exactly where we were.
The position of the pitons tells Rachel they've strayed from the main ridgeline.
Jeremy! Jeremy!
And Jeremy is now descending into a 600-meter void with just 30 meters of rope.
We must have gone 10 meters, of course, if that. And yet, the ramifications could spell the end for us.
With no sign of her climbing partner, Rachel fears that Jeremy has been killed by a boulder fall or a lightning strike.
I felt hopeless. He's heavier than me. I couldn't possibly haul him back up. And yet the only way we were going to get off this mountain was using the ropes. And if he was hanging on the ropes, there's no way I could use them. I would have had no option but to actually sever the rope.
She faces an unthinkable dilemma. Stay here, roped to a dead man, and face a slow death, or contemplate cutting the rope and escape.
I was just praying. I was absolutely praying and hoping that I wouldn't have to do it.
But down below, Jeremy is actually still alive. He's reaching the end of his rope, with nearly 600 meters of clear air still below him.
My gut feeling was that we made the wrong decision. I need to go back up the ropes.
It's a desperate blow. Jeremy has rappelled down 30 meters. He's exhausted, but his only option is to climb back up. Muscles aching, he attaches a mechanical ascending device called a Jumar and starts to haul himself up, meter by agonizing meter.
I'm doing these pull-ups whilst being battered by this 70-mile-an-hour wind. It's just horrendous.
I was really afraid. Here was the weight of his body on the rope, but I didn't know if I'd ever be talking to him again.
I can feel my biceps, my abdominal muscles, everything clenching. It's like for every 2 feet that I go up, I slide 1 foot back down the rope.
Rachel knows that time is running out. Unaware that Jeremy is climbing back up the rope, she prepares to make the toughest decision of her life.
After half an hour, I thought, I've actually got to go and deal with this.
Even if Jeremy is dead, Rachel decides she cannot cut the rope. Instead, she risks her own life by going to look for him.
I leaned back and I remember looking down and seeing this bright beam of light. It was Jeremy's head torch. I just couldn't believe it. I felt like it was the most wonderful moment of my life. And I just completely forgot about the storm and where we were, and I gave them this massive hug.
So pleased to see you.
You okay? I was just so glad to be back.
The reunion brings home what they now mean to each other. But still 3,000 meters up a storm-lashed mountain, Rachel and Jeremy remain in grave danger. If they're to survive the freezing night, the next challenge is to find shelter. And their only hope is to reach a small ledge 20 meters away.
I'll go first, and then you follow, all right? Okay, sit back here.
We've been through hell. Now we've landed on this ledge. But it's halfway up the mountain.
Thanks to their meticulous preparations, Rachel and Jeremy have packed a lightweight survival sheet. It's now all that stands between them and the bone-chilling force of the storm.
You okay? Yeah.
As soon as you stop moving, you can feel how cold it is. By our calculations, -10. With that sort of wind, it's -25.
I'm now shivering uncontrollably. My fingers had gone completely white and were starting to freeze with frostbite.
We need to warm our hands and feet every hour, okay?
To prevent frostbite, The couple must restore blood circulation immediately.
This is gonna hurt.
Just do it.
It's an incredibly painful experience as the blood starts circulating back. The feeling is like sticking your hand into a burning flame and leaving it there.
As the night progresses, temperatures plummet to life-threatening levels. Trapped 3,000 meters up the mountain, the couple now face a battle to survive.
It was apparent how close we were to becoming severely hypothermic.
The couple know that as hypothermia takes hold, the decreased oxygen flow to the brain will cause drowsiness, then death. It's vital they stay awake.
If one of us had gone to sleep, it would have been far too tempting for the other one just to have a few minutes as well and then not wake up.
In this situation, your climbing partner is your biggest asset.
We both have to stay awake and motivate each other to keep going for as long as it takes.
After 20 hours on the mountain, Rachel and Jeremy are physically exhausted.
Hey, you need some energy. Have a drink.
They know that if they're to last the night, they must replenish lost energy.
Neither of us have drunk in hours because we've been focusing on getting through the storm. So we pull out our liquid carbohydrate packs, which are now just solid ice. And we try to warm them up. It makes no difference at all. Our bodies are too cold to defrost these in the slightest. It's a huge blow to our morale.
Jeremy and Rachel now face the longest night of their lives.
It's too frightening for me to think about what on earth is going to happen next. I reckoned we had about a 30% chance of survival.
You're 3,000 meters up. It's minus 25 outside. I mean, it's an utterly desperate situation.
I was sitting back and I felt this lump. And then suddenly something dawned on me. This lump was my mobile phone. I was overjoyed.
Turn it on.
I just thought, this is it. And then almost at that same instant, I thought, don't get excited. Because I couldn't bear the thought of just another thing going wrong.
I wasn't expecting it to work. I just figured it's too cold, that battery's going to be dead. And I didn't expect it to have any reception.
I just prayed, I just thought, please, please.
Yeah.
It was just like a golden moment. A couple of bars of battery life and then 3 bars of reception.
This connection to the outside world is an unexpected but crucial lifeline.
I guess we better call search and rescue.
Yeah.
Okay. This was our chance. If we wait, it could be too late. I couldn't get through.
It's the right number. I know it's the right number.
Try it again.
Unable to call for help, Rachel realizes that the storm must be interfering with the signal on her mobile phone.
I don't know if this will work, but let's try an SMS.
Then we decided that we were going to send a text message to one of our most reliable friends.
Try Avery.
No. Keep it simple.
We wrote, need heli rescue, Northridge, Pisbadil, Switzerland. And then we pressed the send button. And it was like sending a prayer. The last chance of someone finding out that we were there before it was too late for us.
We turned off the phone to conserve the battery power. The focus is now on surviving.
While sending the message has given them hope, there is still no respite from the storm.
We were aiming for dawn, and we didn't know what dawn had to hold because, if anything, the storm just appeared to be getting worse.
Through sheer determination, Rachel and Jeremy have managed to survive the night.
It went from being black to grey outside, but daylight had no bearing on the temperature.
Each time the wind blows out, little ice crystals come and shower your body. We were becoming cocooned in ice, and literally our clothing was starting to freeze onto our body. I felt completely exhausted, you know, just shattered. Every now and again, lightning would strike. At that point, I thought, if the lightning hits us, it hits us. At least it will be quick.
There's no way we can descend. It would have been a suicide mission.
Exhausted and hypothermic, trying to rappel off the storm-lashed mountain is impossible.
Right. Let's see if we got an SMS.
I switched on the phone and we took a deep breath. And then we heard that sound. It was from Avery. He said, I'm on the case.
Rachel's close friend, Avery Cunliffe, has received the message and contacted the emergency services.
It really gave me hope that there were now people out there who knew our situation, understood it, and were on the case.
But until the weather improves, any rescue attempt is out of the question. After 10 long hours, a break in the storm offers the climbers a glimmer of hope.
And then we hear a tiny, tiny sound over the wind.
Do you hear that?
Sort of whop, 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 and you can't tell if it's the wind or a helicopter. And then it gets louder and you become more and more definite, more and more clear that, yes, this is the helicopter.
Over here!
And I can see the helicopter, and I jump up and down with the shelter in my hand, and Jeremy stands there with his hands up. There was complete relief and elation.
We're out of here, you know, it's all over. This nightmare is going to end.
And I can see the pilot, and it's like he's so close, I can actually touch him. I'm waiting for this man or this rope to come out of the helicopter, and it doesn't happen.
We see this helicopter just being tossed about like a cork on the ocean, you know, up and down, left and right. And I just look at this and go, you know, there's no way. It's just suicide from their point of view.
Trying to extract the couple in these weather conditions risks crashing the helicopter into the mountainside, killing Rachel and Jeremy, as well as the crew.
It's devastating. They were just so close, and yet a world apart from us. Jeremy hugged me and he said,
Hey, you know where we are, all right? They'll get to us. Don't worry, all right? They know where we are.
I had to say the right things, but I knew deep down that we were going nowhere.
As dusk falls, Rachel and Jeremy face another horrific night on the mountain. Rapidly succumbing to hypothermia, the couple risk losing consciousness and slipping into a coma.
we are very much on borrowed time now. And he squeezes me, and then I knew that I might not get another opportunity to say it, so I just said,
I'd rather be here with you than anyone else.
Me too.
It's horrible because we're not going to make another night. So we write a message to Avery.
We wanted them to know that if we were not evacuated within the next 12 hours, we would most certainly die.
It's a horrible, really horrible thing to do, to write to a friend of yours and tell them that you're not going to live. It feels like there's no time at all, and then there's a reply, and I feel sick when I see what he's writing back to me. And he says, "Shall I call your family?" It was a chance to say goodbye. But it's like something huge wells up inside me, and I just say,
No, we're not gonna do this. We've got to keep fighting, Jeremy, we've got to. I can't say goodbye.
I just couldn't do it. We've got to keep on, we've got to keep going. I just couldn't bear the pain of the thought of saying goodbye.
But despite her determination, Rachel knows this is a fight they may not win.
I close my eyes and put my hands together and I start praying. It's an incredibly humbling experience praying for your life. I was vaguely aware of it getting light, but it was almost like it didn't matter anymore because I couldn't function anyway.
Against all the odds, the couple have endured a second night. But they're now losing the will to survive.
Well, your brain's shutting down because you're freezing cold. You just want it to end.
And then it just suddenly became apparent to both of us that the wind was dying down.
Rachel realizes that the weather is improving and seizes the opportunity.
I turned the phone on and I called the rescue team. And amazingly, when I dial this number, we get straight through.
Hello.
I said,
Rachel.
which I knew was my voice, but I didn't know what was coming out of it. It was like being drugged.
Hello, Rachel?
And I heard this really ecstatic sound on the end of the phone, almost like someone who incredibly surprised. They couldn't believe that we were actually alive. They tell us that they're going to make a rescue attempt at 7 o'clock. But I don't want to get too excited.
Jeremy and Rachel know this rescue attempt is their last chance.
They're coming.
Jeremy said it's coming up the ridgeline, and we couldn't see it yet, but we could hear the direction. And then I remember seeing this helicopter, and it looked tiny. This mountain is huge, and there was this tiny little black dot working its way towards us, and then suddenly it just became bigger and bigger, and then it was right there.
And then it hovers above me, and I can see the winchman at the door. I can see his face. I could see the cable coming towards me. That's when it sunk in that, you know, we'd made it. It's a fantastic feeling, you know, you've made it, and yeah, you're gonna have another chance.
We've done it. We've survived, and I could smile. I knew we were alive now.
After 40 hours in bitterly cold conditions, Jeremy and Rachel are airlifted to safety. Thanks to their survival efforts, the couple suffered no long-term damage, and both made full recoveries. However, their experiences on the mountain did have a lasting effect.
Those 2 days changed my life. I'd set out with someone who I thought was good-looking, a good climber, and now suddenly here was someone who I had this incredibly close connection with. Someone who, as long as I lived, would be in my mind. Someone who would stand by me and be with me every step of the way.
I just realised that this person was, the person I wanted to spend my rest of my life with.
Each day I wake up and I just feel so happy to be alive and so thankful. I'm now married with 2 lovely daughters. Every day is a blessing, every day is a gift.
When a boat suddenly capsizes,
The boat's going down! Everybody off!
skipper Steve Conway and 4 young crew are left stranded in the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm not dying in here!
I was terrified beyond belief.
Floating aimlessly without a life raft, they face exposure, hypothermia, and the threat of drowning.
Travis!
Steve must draw on every ounce of his experience to keep the 4 young men alive.
You've got to have a fierce will to live.
Swim as hard as you can. I can't do it! I can't do it! Oh my God, what is that? Swim!
Skipper Steve Conway and the crew of the Cynthia Woods are preparing to set sail on an epic boat race.
Hey, where do you want me to put this food?
Behind the stove.
Steve is a vastly experienced sailor. A Coast Guard commander for 21 years, he has a lifelong love of the ocean.
Ross?
Yeah?
You got that halyard connected?
Yeah, it's all done.
When people get around the ocean, 1 or 2 things happen. They either fall in love with the ocean or they fall out of love with the ocean. And I can't really explain why it happens, but for a number of us who go out on the water, there's just an affinity, a feel for it that's like nothing else.
Where do you want the clothes?
Down in the drawers.
Steve's young crew today is a team of students from Texas A&M University.
Make sure that everything's secured.
I was real confident of the boat, and the crew were experienced young men who'd been sailing for a number of years, and it was looking to be a really great race.
Hey, Steve!
Hey! Is that it?
Yeah, we're getting there.
His right-hand man on board is a young sailor he's known for 3 years, 22-year-old Travis Wright.
I'd been sailing with Steve for 3 years at that point. An excellent sailor and a very safe person, but very experienced and definitely the leading presence on the boat. He was definitely fully in command.
As Steve bids his wife goodbye, he's all too aware of the responsibility he has for his young crew.
All right, Travis, can you do the stern line?
I was designated skipper of the vessel, and as such, the skipper is ultimately responsible for everything. It's not a responsibility that you take lightly, and it's not a responsibility you can walk away from.
For over 3 months, the crew have trained together in preparation for the 630-mile race from Galveston, Texas to Veracruz, Mexico.
Almost there, a little bit more.
The feel of the wind and the sound of the wind through the rigging and the feel of the boat in the waves is just almost addictive.
They sail 6 miles out of the harbor, and boat safety officer Roger Stone counts them down to the start of the race.
What time is it now, Roger?
Okay, 20 seconds, 20 seconds.
20 seconds, gentlemen. 20 seconds.
Roger was a very experienced sailor, very experienced racer, a really great coach. Just a great way of explaining to the young men and women what to do and how to do it.
We're coming up to the line.
Getting ready.
10 seconds, guys. 4, 3, 2, here we go.
Here we go. All right.
They soon break away from the other boats and head out into the high seas of the Mexican Gulf.
Just keep it pointed 180 degrees due south.
Steve Guy is the least experienced sailor on board and is relishing the chance to take part in a big ocean race.
Travis was sitting next to me showing me kind of how to do things, and
Doing good.
I felt pretty good. You know, I'm in control of this boat, and it's just kind of a power rush because you're like, here I am on the open ocean doing what I love to do.
Enjoying yourself, Steve?
Oh, yeah. Everyone was ready to go, but you could also tell we were also in that competitive mood of we're wanting to do this right.
Here's a way to see how fast we're going. See? Adjust the sail and see how we go faster.
Okay.
As the race gets underway, the crew are in high spirits and excited by the challenge ahead.
Doing good.
Yeah.
For over 6 hours, the Cynthia Woods make superb progress.
Everything was going great. The sun set, the moon was up, and I realized about 2 hours into the watch that I hadn't even got wet yet. And the first wave hadn't even splashed over and splashed me, which was unheard of, to be out that long and not get splashed and get wet. So it was just an absolute beautiful night.
Hey, Joe. Yeah? You want to do the topping lift a bit tighter?
Okay.
As dusk falls on their first night at sea, 2 of the young students rig the sails for the night's racing.
Ross, you're going to have to wake him soon.
Yeah, okay.
Below deck, Travis, Roger, and Steve Guy try to get some sleep before taking over for the night watch.
It wasn't my time to go on deck yet. I just decided, okay, I'll get up, I'll get something to eat, I'll go, shoot the breeze with the guys on deck and see what's up and start getting settled in. That's when it all started going downhill.
Finding water inside the cabin is not unusual, but Travis instinctively suspects something is badly wrong.
I opened up the floorboard, and it just came pouring in.
Roger! Roger! We got water! We're taking on water! Hey, Steve! Steve!
What's going on?
We're taking on water! Start the engine!
It's every sailor's worst nightmare. The boat's hull has a serious leak. Due to a previous incident, the keel, the huge balancing weight at the bottom of the boat, has cracked along its mount.
Joe, get ready to douse the sails.
Okay.
Skipper Steve knows that they're in terrible trouble, and they must drop the sails to slow down. But before the guys can get the sails down,
The keel of the vessel parted completely, came off. And the boat went instantly into the water.
The boat just laid over into the water, just completely horizontal.
All of a sudden, the lights go out. The engine shuts off.
What happened?
I don't know.
Up on deck, Skipper Steve is clinging to the capsized boat.
I was hanging underneath the boat because it wasn't still up out of the water at that point, thinking it was time to go.
The boat's going down! Everybody off! Unclip yourselves!
In just a matter of seconds, the boat has completely overturned. Steve and the two students on deck escaped the sinking boat.
Oh, guys. Hey, did you see anybody? No.
But Roger, Travis, and Steve Guy are trapped inside. And seawater is flooding in.
I'm not dying in here!
Yeah, I screamed it, I'm not dying in here. This is not where I'm gonna die.
Unless they can find a way out of the cabin, they are just seconds from being dragged to the bottom of the ocean.
Emotion's telling you at that point, you're screwed. I mean, there is no way out of a situation like this.
The water level is rising rapidly. Unless they can get out, they're just seconds from being dragged down with the sinking boat.
How do we get out of here? Through the hatch!
Their only escape route is a tiny hatch, but a powerful wall of seawater is pouring through it.
Are you kidding? Come on, it's the only way!
I'm sitting there thinking to myself, how am I gonna swim through here? I don't even think an Olympic swimmer could actually get through this with all the water rushing through.
Let me try. Let me try. I can't do it! I can't do it!
We couldn't even hope to match the flow. I was hoping to grab the sides of it and force my way out, but the first time I tried that, it blew me right back.
Steve Conway can do nothing but wait for the three men to emerge.
I didn't really know what was going on down below, but my biggest concern was that Roger, Steve Guy, and Travis weren't able to get out of the vessel and drown.
Gotta get out of here, man. What are we gonna do?
I was terrified beyond belief. I don't even want to see what my face looked like at that point.
Take a deep breath. Go for it. I'll push you through. It's your only chance.
As I was trying to go down the second time, Roger grabbed my legs and pushed.
Travis! Over here!
Hey, Travis!
Travis! Come on, Hey!
Okay, I got you! I got you! All right. Okay.
Did you see Steve?
Yeah, he's behind me! You're next. Go for it.
What about you?
I'll follow. Come on. Do it now.
Steve! 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 Come here! Come on!
5 of the 6 crew are now out of the boat, but there is still 1 man missing. They wait. But Roger Stone fails to appear.
Nobody knew what happened to Roger. Nobody had seen him come out the other side. We didn't know if Roger was in the boat or if Roger was floating off in a different direction.
Should we go back and get him? What do you think, Steve? No.
I would have never let anybody go back in. In the situation we're in with all the lines out and underwater, there was no real chance that somebody would be able to dive underneath, get in there.
I could have gone inside the boat with absolutely no lighting whatsoever, felt my way around and never found him, even if he was in there, because there's too many nooks and crannies in that place. And I would have had to do it all on 1 breath of air.
He's an experienced yachtsman. He'll be fine. Yeah. He'll stay with the boat.
The crew now have to focus on their own survival. Steve Guy has escaped the boat with no life jacket.
Travis! Travis! Go to the boat! Okay! Hit the ring! We'll go! Okay.
Skipper Steve sends the crew back to the boat to get the emergency flotation ring.
All right, hold on. Yeah, okay.
It was very crucial. We already knew that Steven didn't have a life jacket. If he had the horseshoe ring, he'd have something to float with.
The guys have only moments to grab it before the boat sinks, but it's tangled in a web of matted ropes. Releasing the ring is an impossible task with their life jackets on.
Try it without your jackets! No, don't take off your jackets! Do whatever you can, but keep your jackets on! Okay. Wait.
Skipper Steve and the young student are being dragged away in the current. He knows he must take immediate action.
At this point, there's a couple of major things you try to do. The first thing you try to do is stay with the boat. The second thing you try to do is stay together. So in this case, Steve and I couldn't swim back to the boat. So I decided that it would be better for us to stay together. Also, I wasn't sure that my flotation was enough for both Steve and I.
Guys, wait! Come here!
Skipper Steve orders the guys to abandon the flotation ring.
Need your help. Steve doesn't have a jacket. Let's stick together. Come here. Use your belts.
Steve decides their best option is to tie themselves together so that no one can drift off into the vast ocean alone.
Try under this. Got it?
Anything we could to make sure that Steve Guy was not going to come loose, or if he did, he would be just a tug away. And then we locked arms and legs to try and preserve heat. I mean, it's probably the most awkward position you can imagine as far as 5 guys together, but it is what we had to do.
As their boat sinks in front of them, all they can do is pray for rescue. But in the dead of night, and 60 miles out at sea, nobody knows they're missing.
Our chances of getting out of this mess are less than 10% easy.
The Cynthia Woods sank in just a matter of moments. And with it, all of their emergency equipment is gone.
The only thing you've got is the people that are with you and the clothes on your back.
The crew had no time to raise the alarm, so no search party will be called out until dawn. Steve Conway knows that if his student crew are to survive the night, He will have to draw on all his years of experience as a skipper.
Until you walk back ashore, you're still the skipper. And I was very conscious and focused on making sure that everybody was okay.
We're gonna be fine. We stay together. We'll be fine.
But adrift in the vast ocean, they'll have to survive in one of the most challenging environments on Earth.
During the first night, the immediate thought process, conserve your energy. You don't know how long you're going to be in the water. You don't know when somebody will show up to rescue you. About every 3 to 5 minutes, the water would blow up our nose, no matter what we did, how we turned from the wave action. And you'd gag it up, spit it out, curse for a minute, and about 3 to 5 minutes later, it'd happen again.
Try not to swallow the water.
I can't help it.
Seawater contains 3 times more salt than human blood. It's so concentrated that swallowing just a mere pint can cause kidney failure and death.
You do not swallow salt water at all. You get that stuff in you, and it'll kill you.
I'm starving.
Really?
Yeah, when I get out of here, I'm gonna have the biggest feast.
We were just kind of talking, you know, saying, kind of joking around, you know, so what are you gonna do when you get rescued, you know? Oh man, my parents are gonna be mad when they find out we're here. Steve was like, well, don't get in between me and the bar because that's where I'm gonna be when I get picked up.
A beer is the first thing I'm gonna have when we get out there. Joe, you still got your shoes on?
Everybody else had lost their shoes except Joseph, who had a brand new pair of Nikes.
Nothing's gonna take my shoes from me.
Steve and his men are completely alone in the vast ocean.
Hey guys, I can see something. Is that a boat?
On the horizon, they spot something that gives them a glimmer of hope.
You know, we're 60 miles off the coast of Texas. We are outside the shipping lanes already. Our best possible chance of rescue at this point in time is going to be a fishing boat that happens to be out here.
Save your energy, they're not gonna hear you. Wait, this might work.
They do everything they can to catch the boat's attention.
Hopes were really high, hoping that maybe someone on the deck would be like, oh, what's that little light flashing out there, and tell someone on the bridge what was going on. But that didn't happen.
Even if we do see somebody and trigger, you know, any of the signaling devices we all have whistles on our vests and lights and that kind of stuff. There is a very slim to none chance that they're going to see us and recognize us as people in distress.
But the boat fails to see them.
Shoot! I'll be honest. I will. I'll be honest.
As the night wears on, their thoughts turn to their missing comrade.
Where do you think Roger is?
He's probably on the life raft chugging a beer. Raj.
Do you think he's okay?
He'll be fine. He's an experienced yachtsman. He knows what to do.
I think all of us kind of kept a hope that he did get out. I mean, kind of deep down, there was that, well, maybe he didn't, but it was always the positive that always came out.
At this point, we weren't talking too much. You know, that kind of died off. We just kind of sat there and did our thing, stared off into space.
About 3:30 in the morning, I remember thinking, we're floating along, we're all lashed together, 4 to 6 foot waves, and thinking that I really ought to be on a boat about 10 miles farther south sailing. It was almost dreamlike and surreal.
As they drift on the ocean current, Steve Guy spots something on the horizon.
Did you see that?
It's one of the many unmanned oil rigs dotted around the Mexican Gulf. And for young Steve, an obvious way out of the ordeal.
To me, there it was, and we're getting pushed down to it. It almost seemed like we were circling around it, like someone upstairs was saying, "Hey, look, guys, there's a platform for you." I thought it was worth trying to swim towards the platform.
You think we could swim there?
It's about 7 miles away.
How can you tell?
Well, when you're in the ocean, the line of the horizon is about 7 or 8 miles away.
And distance isn't the only problem.
So I have to realize that that structure is 100 and something feet over the water. And even if you swim to it, how do you get out of the water?
What do we do when we get there, huh? How do we get on it?
Travis was the student skipper and sort of second after me, so he was my rock that I stuck with as far as any kind of discussion about what should we do. Should we try to swim? Should we do this or that?
We'd be swimming against the wind. We use up all our energy, and for what?
It was kind of disheartening when the decision was made to just kind of drift past it.
Skipper Steve makes the decision to conserve their energy. They're now pinning all their hopes on rescuers finding them. But even staying put is no guarantee of safety. The Mexican Gulf is a shark-infested body of water.
Big sharks. Those are the ones you worry about. Tigers are probably the most risky. They get really large.
And it's not long before Steve's worst fears are realized.
I saw a triangular fin go by. None of the other guys saw it.
Desperate to ensure the young crew stay calm, Steve keeps the sighting to himself.
I'm certainly not going to say something that's going to unnecessarily concern them. If there's something they need to know, I was sharing it with them. But they didn't need to know it, then they didn't need to know it. For me, I think there was a sense of relief as the sun rose. I remember thinking, okay, it's light. And just psychologically, I think the light was reassuring. We could see more of what was around us. Less risk of something surprising us, certainly.
And with the morning light comes the hope that a search will soon be launched.
What's gonna happen is this.
I started walking the students through what would happen. We had a normal 8 o'clock call-in on our satellite radio. Every morning at 8 o'clock, I called in and said, here's where we're at, we're okay. And just did a daily check-in.
About 8 o'clock, they'll start listening for us. I figure about 8:15, they'll call the Coast Guard.
So, when do you think they'll send out a search?
Well, I figure about 10 o'clock, we'll see the first planes.
What if they don't find us? Will they stop searching?
Oh, not for a long time yet, buddy. I figure about 8 to 10 days.
This kind of a search, you just keep it up long past there's any chance of people surviving, actually.
But dawn also brings with it the intense heat of the morning sun.
The sun was out, none of us had caps on. Fairly quickly, we started to burn.
My God, it was hot as heck. It felt like being in a sauna. We were just boiling.
By midday, it's been 13 hours since the boat sank, but there's still no sign of rescue.
We should be seeing something. We should be seeing, you know, planes or hearing planes fly over, even at a distance. It was getting to the point where we were all very tired.
Steve Conway knows he must keep his crew focused. On the horizon is the oil rig, the same one they saw the previous night.
Let's swim for the rig.
Hope you'd agreed that was a dumb idea.
Well, I changed my mind. With the wind behind us, I think we can make it.
Only hours earlier, they'd rejected swimming to the rig because it was just too far away.
What?
Having dismissed the exact same thing, probably 12 hours ago, I clearly thought that rig was a good idea.
It gave us a focus, it gave us an objective, it gave us a sense that we were doing something beyond just floating to help ourselves.
The life jackets were very much starting to chafe on us and starting to really rub parts of our skin raw. So I, at one point, stripped out of mine and gave it to Steven.
I gotta get Steve my jacket. Oh, thank you, Travis.
The men swim for over 2 hours, but they're making almost no progress towards the rig, and the effort is draining.
It was the dumbest thing I can think of possibly doing in retrospect, because I was thinking that rig was probably about 5-10 miles away, but my perspective significantly skewed at that point. The energy expenditure of trying to swim against the waves and against the wind, you're not going to get very far for the amount of energy that you're going to put out.
Despite their desperately slow progress, the crew struggles on towards the rig. But exhaustion is not their only enemy.
Stay calm! Swim this way! We don't want to be on the wrong side of that. Come on!
We saw a Portuguese man-o-war, which is a jellyfish. Behind them will run anywhere from 20, 30, 50, 60 feet of tentacles stretched out with stingers on them.
The long, deadly tentacles are filled with venom.
As long as you stay away from them, you're fine. But you get stung by one of them and you're dead.
We saw him drifting toward us.
We knew we had to swim quickly.
Swim harder! Come on! Faster! Come on! Come on!
They finally escape the deadly jellyfish, but they've pushed themselves to the limit. Getting to the rig now is impossible. Exhausted and dehydrated, they're forced to abandon their attempt. They've now been in the water for over 14 hours, and the ordeal is starting to take a terrible physical toll.
By about 2 o'clock, it had been roughly 24 hours since I had last had any kind of food or drink, and I figured everybody else was in the same position. Fairly dehydrated from being out there in the water and sweating it all out all day.
The human body can survive 48 hours without water. But with the sun beating down and their skin exposed to salt water, the crew are succumbing rapidly to extreme dehydration.
One of the big hazards of being in saltwater is dehydration, which sounds totally backwards. You know, you're floating in the water and you're becoming dehydrated. Our fingers were just puckered up and just totally, you know, dried up.
Hey!
Finally, by mid-afternoon, the authorities have detected a signal from the sunken boat's transponder, and a full rescue attempt is underway.
The helicopter arrived late that afternoon, and we actually saw it hovering out off in the distance.
After withstanding 14 hours out in the ocean, it seems that their ordeal is about to end.
Go over here!
But the 5 men have been dragged by ocean currents, and they are now miles from the sunken boat. They can do nothing but watch helplessly as the search plays out in the distance.
We could see them the whole time. They just couldn't see us.
It builds you up and then it crushes you. Oh God, there it is. You know, this could be the one, and then it's not.
They're never gonna find us.
I just kind of snapped at that point.
Shut up, Travis. Just shut up, okay? They're gonna find us. We're gonna get out of here.
And it just sent me over the edge. It's like, how can you even think like that right now? You've got 4 other people here that all they need to hear are positive thoughts, not your negative thoughts, you know?
He's right. It's pointless.
The men now believe their hope of rescue is gone, and with the second night fast approaching, they fear death will take them one by one.
It was so late at that point that we all kind of were probably thinking the same thing. It's, you know, they haven't seen us yet. We're not doing well at all. Somebody's gonna be going pretty soon.
Come on. Come on, guys. Joe, come here. Travis, come here. Come on. Closer. Come on. In together. That's it. Good. Come on. We stay together, right?
A whole day, with no protection against the blazing sun, has pushed the crew to the edge.
The lower portion of my stomach was burned. My arms were burned, my legs were burned, and my face was burned. I wanted the burn to go away. Dear God, did I want the burn to go away?
As the sun drops, the temperature plummets, and the fight to stay cool turns into a battle to keep warm.
It was getting to the point where we were all very tired. I think I probably blacked out for a few seconds every now and then.
Come on. Sorry, closer. Sorry.
You'll be all right.
With light fading, the rescue helicopters begin to disappear over the horizon. And Skipper Steve drops a bombshell.
Guys, we may not see another helicopter until tomorrow morning.
Are you kidding? There's no way we can last another night.
I was deathly afraid of the impact of the young men I was with dying on their families. To be in any way responsible for somebody, a parent, losing a child, I couldn't imagine.
Let me tell you about a case study that I read. A fishing boat overturned, and a very fit 22-year-old football player died. But a 68-year-old grandmother survived. How come? Afterwards, they interviewed the grandmother, and they asked, how was it your grandson, who was so much fitter, died? And she goes, I wasn't gonna give up. I wasn't going to die.
You've got to have a fierce will to live. You've just got to never give up.
The will to survive is the most critical thing for us to make it through. We must never give up, okay?
Never giving up was the critical thing for our survival.
But the will to live isn't enough to protect the crew from the effects of severe hypothermia.
Your core temperature starts to fall. Once it gets below 95 degrees, down to around 90 degrees, you die. You just go to sleep. It's not especially traumatic. You just fall asleep and don't wake up.
Joe started going in and out of it because he kind of, I guess he fell asleep. And he started reaching over and started grabbing Ross's face.
Joe. Hey, Joe, what are you doing? Sorry.
Ross, the smallest of the group, is beginning to drift in and out of consciousness.
Ross was in the worst situation because the rest of us are fairly big guys. Ross had zero body fat, so he had no insulation like the rest of us, and it was noticeably affecting him more. He wasn't talking at this point.
Skipper Steve has done all he can to keep his crew alive. But after nearly 20 hours in the sea, he too is now fading fast.
We'd all been out in the water the same amount of time. The bigger guys would have probably lasted an hour, maybe two more. But if Steve was going, we didn't have much more time either.
The 5 sailors have now been in the ocean for over 24 hours. They've done everything they can to withstand their ordeal. But they're losing the battle to survive.
You know, in the dark, it's kind of depressing. Just this vast expanse of ocean. I felt really small, you know. Here you are, you feel like a grain of sand in the world.
They've suffered acute exposure to the sun, extreme dehydration and hypothermia, and are now just hours from death.
Nobody was saying, oh my God, they're not gonna find us, oh my God, you know, we're gonna die out here. Nobody had vocalized it. But we all kind of were probably thinking the same thing.
Steve Conway has done all he can to keep his young crew alive. But now he knows that with no sign of rescue, his quest to survive has failed.
I was scared of what the impact would be on my wife. We'd been married at that point 30 years, and we're best friends and still very, very close. We've seen other people lose spouses, and it's hard. In no heroic way at all, but just matter-of-factly, as I was floating in the water, I realized I wasn't afraid to die.
Drifting in and out of consciousness, the 5 men can now do nothing more but await death's final call. Then, out in the darkness, comes the sight they've been dreaming of.
Then all of a sudden, every light on that helicopter came on.
The rescue search hadn't been abandoned for the night. The Coast Guard had tracked the ocean currents, which eventually led them to the missing crew.
Everyone just screamed it. I'm happy, you know, we're going home.
It all really set in that it's finally done, it's finally over. You know, we're getting out of this and we're getting out of it alive.
The 5 men were airlifted to the hospital, and they all made a complete recovery. But when the Coast Guard finally salvaged the sunken Cynthia Woods, they found the body of missing crew member Roger Stone.
Nothing we say or nothing we can do can honor Roger more than his actions of the 6th of June 2008 when he stopped, got those 2 students oriented out through the flowing water, out of the boat, ultimately at the risk and sacrifice of his own life. And so it's never appropriate to talk about this without recognizing Roger's sacrifice and the sacrifice of his wife and 2 children.
I would not have made it without Roger's help.
I do think about Roger, and when I do, it makes me want to go live my life to the fullest possible way, because life's short, and I realize that floating out there.
The only thing I decided to do different when I got back was that I was going to savor things more. Not the big things, but the little things. Over Christmas, I was holding my grandson probably for the 14,000th times, and I stopped for a minute and I thought, this is just wonderful. And my takeaway message as I hold him and have my daughters and my wife around me is life is wonderful. You just have to savor it. And that's what I'm doing different.
A sightseeing trip to a remote Mayan temple turns into disaster when professional diver Ken Wilson leaves his friends and gets lost in the jungle.
I have no sense of direction. What's east, west, north, south?
He's lost. He's going further away. And now I'm really concerned.
Now he has to learn to survive in this predator-infested hell. But weeks alone in the jungle will destroy his body and his mind.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. I could already be dead, and I don't know it.
Hey guys, how you doing in the back?
I'm hungover, it's your fault.
How many beers did you drink last night?
Professional diver Ken Wilson and his employer and close friend Kathy Gorgans run a small tourist resort on the Mexican island of Cozumel.
We sell fun. You're taking people to do something they love every day. And that's when people are happy. And that's the best time to be around those people is when they're happy.
Ken, tell them about your first dive.
Oh, Kathy, yeah. Well, I used to tend bar in Bonterre.
For Ken, this was a chance to quit his job in construction, to do what he loves best, scuba diving.
It's probably one of the most peaceful things you could do. You're totally weightless. It's almost a form of meditation.
We're about to take you diving, you know, Ken, but you're wearing your wetsuit on back to front.
Ken is like, I would say, something that you find like a rock and you think, oh, you know, this is pretty, I'm gonna keep it. And then you shine it up and you find out he's a gem.
Today, they're taking 2 of their customers to see the ancient Mayan ruins on the island.
All right, let's check it out. Here we go.
It's the last day of the holiday, and tomorrow they all return to the US.
Hold on.
We had 6 lovely days of diving. On the 7th day, we decided we'll walk around the ruins, work up an appetite, go have breakfast.
Hey, you want a guide? No, no talk gracias. But I'm a good guide. No talk gracias. I'm the best guide ever.
The Mayan ruins are all that remains of a lost civilization that lived on the island over 1,000 years ago.
You just felt like you were in a sauna. It was so hot and so humid, and it was just hard to breathe. And then the mosquitoes were just so bad.
Well, this certainly isn't the one in the picture.
Collapsed and overgrown, the ruins are a far cry from the magnificent Mayan structures Ken had imagined.
Let's go a little further and see what we can find.
You know what? You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
You sure you'll be okay?
Ken, I'll be fine.
We began to work our way out through the ruins, and of course now it's about 11 o'clock and the heat's really building up.
Look, Ken, I'm sorry, I'm going back.
It's not long before the other 2 have also had enough of the oppressive heat.
Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Me neither.
I said, well, I'm going to walk on about another 15 minutes. And I probably should have stayed with them, you know.
Located in the center of the island, the ruins are surrounded by hundreds of kilometers of thick, impenetrable jungle.
At that time, there wasn't any signs, there wasn't any markers, and it was pretty grown up.
Ken is determined to find the ruin pictured on his ticket receipt. But he's having no luck, so he decides to head back.
I need to get back. Catherine's hot. She needs to leave. We need to go back and get something to drink.
But it's not as easy as he thinks. All the paths look the same.
So I crossed. You got another intersection, then another intersection. It became a little confusing about which fork of this I was taking, so I began to explore off this branch, and I would come to the next intersection, and this is not familiar.
The network of Mayan pathways that centuries ago linked one building to the next is now an overgrown maze, and Ken is lost in the middle of it.
I'm sorry, guys. This is really unlike Ken.
Half hour goes by, 45 minutes go by. Now my intuition's kicking in. It's going, there's something wrong. Ken's not like this. This is out of his character.
The sun's directly overhead. I have no sense of direction, what's east, west, north, south. And now I'm really starting to get charged up. I need to rely on a little bit of adrenaline to get me where I need to go. And at that point, that was a state of panic.
Then all of a sudden, an hour goes by, an hour and a half, and I said, that's it. There's something wrong here.
Kathy!
We don't hear him. So I said, let's go back to the entrance. Maybe he's waiting for us back there.
What was that?
Then I heard this real faint call.
That's Ken. That's gotta be him.
Ken! Ken, we're over here!
Kathy!
And I said, you guys hear that? And they said, no, what? And I said, just listen. Let's just sit here for a minute. Just listen. So we all listened. And then all of a sudden, we heard that call. I said, see, did you hear that? Yeah, I did. Call back. I know that's Ken. He's lost.
I heard him call back.
Thinking he can make out the direction of Kathy's voice, Ken makes a fatal error.
And made the decision to leave the paths and go straight through the jungle to where I heard the noise.
Ken thinks he's heading straight for Kathy, but he's been deceived. The thick jungle has distorted her screams, and every step he takes is leading him away from her and deeper into Cozumel's dark heart.
Kathy!
Kathy can no longer hear Ken's cries.
And now I'm really concerned. He's lost. He's going further away.
So whenever I didn't hear a response from the last call, it really gave a sort of sinking feeling.
Kathy!
He's hopelessly lost in one of the deadliest environments on Earth. In just 3 hours, it will be dark, and Ken will have to confront the terrors of the jungle at night. He's been missing for over 6 hours, and his friend Kathy is increasingly concerned.
I asked some of the tour guys there, I said, can you help us? The guy is lost in there, and he didn't come out with us, and I'm really concerned he can't find his way out.
Panic drives Ken forward, but he has no idea where he's going.
I can still get out of here. Every minute I'm thinking I can still get out of here.
But pushing through the dense forest growth is draining his strength.
It really began to take a toll on me physically. The brush is so thick, you can never walk in a straight line for more than 10 or 15 feet. So I really have no sense of direction right now. I need to hurry up and get back, push harder, push harder. Would run into vines, which would tear up my ankles, and I would end up falling down again.
It's 4 p.m. In just 2 hours, the jungle will be plunged into darkness.
I might have covered 2 miles in that first burst of energy, but now I'm going really slow. Sun's starting to set in, it's getting darker and darker.
Desperate to escape the jungle before nightfall, Ken pushes himself harder.
I had caught my leg in a hole, and I thought, well, I've almost broken my leg just now. If I break my leg, I can't walk out of here. And I decided to make my camp here for the night.
Ken now faces a terrifying night alone in the jungle. A fire is all that stands between him and unseen predators.
It was a little bit of an eerie feeling because I'm thinking there could be someone out there watching me.
All around him, the jungle is coming alive.
I could hear some kind of animal and occasional leaf rustling. I had a degree of paranoia, and there was no way I was going to be able to sleep in that situation.
Scared and alone, Ken's thoughts turned to his friend, Kathy.
Of course, in the back of my mind, I knew the whole time that I'm there that Catherine is going to be at the forefront of somebody looking for me.
He doesn't know it, but he's right. Kathy's raised the alarm back at their hotel. But at night, there's nothing anyone can do.
I was crying. I was really upset. I just sat on the edge of the bed, fully dressed, just praying and praying, please, God, help him find his way out. Please help him find his way out.
Ken makes it through the night. He's had barely any sleep, and his body is still recovering from the exertions of the previous day.
You know, the first day, our plan was to go to the ruins and go eat breakfast. So the moment I was lost, I was already hungry. I had not eaten from the night before, and I desperately needed something to drink.
But his first priority is to find a way out of the jungle. His flight back to America is due to leave in 6 hours, and he's determined to be on it.
As soon as the sun came up the next morning, I can still make it to the airplane. I can still make it. I can make it to the flight. Wouldn't that be something if they had all my bags packed and Catherine was at the airport and I ran in to get in line at the last minute? I can still do it.
Ken doesn't know which direction to run, but he's sure he must come out of the jungle soon.
Now I've got to come out in the road. It's going to be any minute now.
The jungle is an assault course, and Ken has to climb and drag his way through it.
A lot of times when you got to get it done, you've got to call on that adrenaline to help you out. You're using your adrenaline as a tool. Yes, I can still make it. I can still make it to the airport in time to get on my flight. I'm going faster and faster because, you know, I've got less and less time.
But racing through the jungle is badly dehydrating Ken. And the lack of fluid is causing crippling muscle cramps. And it's too late, anyway.
And I knew that that was my flight, and there was no way I was going to make it back to the airport. I've really messed things up.
As far as he knows, Kathy is on her way back home, and he is on his own. Ken has no choice but to keep going and try to find a way out.
As the day goes on, it's just sweltering. It's like being in a sauna.
In this tropical jungle, where temperatures can hit 40 degrees, he's losing as much as 10 liters of fluid a day. Unless he finds water soon, his kidneys, liver, and brain will begin to shut down.
I am really dehydrated. I am so thirsty as my mouth is like a cotton ball. You don't care whether the water's dirty or not. Any water will do.
It's not a lot, and Ken risks deadly bacteria. But then he hears something to give him hope.
I begin to hear this drone, this sound. I said, this has got to be the highway. I can hear it.
But the sound of the road turns out to be the buzz of a huge beehive. Once again, the jungle has deceived him. Ken now faces a second night alone. Using his last match, he decides to build a giant fire, hoping the flames will be spotted from the air.
And this fire is just roaring, and these sparks are going like 50, 80 feet up in the air in this huge fire, and I'm thinking, somebody's looking for me. They're gonna see this. They're gonna see the smoke. They're gonna know where I'm at.
Come on, yeah! Come on! Come on, this is big enough for you! Come on, guys! See this! Come on! Come on!
And the night began to wear on, and it was like, well, nobody's here yet. Somebody should have been able to see it.
Come on, please! Come on!
But Ken's fire is just a pinprick of light in nearly 1,000 square kilometers of jungle. Nobody sees it.
I wanted someone to come in and save me and pull me out of the jungle.
For the first time, Ken begins to fear that his decision to wander off on his own may cost him his life.
I'm from Missouri, the middle of the United States. I couldn't be further away from where I was grown and was raised, and everything is unfamiliar to me here. This hunger that begins to take over, that you can feel your stomach's empty. There's nothing in here.
He's past the point of caring where the food comes from, or what it might do to him.
I found this gourd that was about the size of a cantaloupe that grew in a tree. And I took a taste of it. It tasted like, I can only describe it as the way lighter fluid smells. And I thought, you know, this is really toxic. The biggest aggravation of that was these blood-drawing flies that would just take a big hunk of skin out of your leg. It was like a deer fly, we would call them back home. Something small the size of a house fly that would bite into your flesh and draw blood, and obviously had some kind of bacteria, and it would cause some swelling.
Unknown to Ken, his friend Kathy is spending thousands of dollars of her own money to launch a rescue mission.
I never experienced anything like this. I mean, I love this man. He's my best friend, and I can't even even imagine what it would be like if he died.
Finding anyone hidden under a canopy of leaves spanning hundreds of kilometers would be almost impossible. But Ken is already working on his own solution.
And I climb up this tree and start looking around, and I see nothing but jungle. No matter which direction I look, it's just jungle.
Ken uses the only tool he has with him, a penknife, to cut down the thick foliage for a better view.
Damn it!
Ken can't afford to lose such a vital tool. It could make the difference between life and death.
I went all the way down, about 30, 40 feet down the tree, with my eyes exactly on it.
His route is blocked by a deadly python, and his only weapon is out of reach.
And I'm thinking, well, this is not something that I want to have wrap itself around me.
Ken must find the knife. But he knows the python could be within striking distance.
And I could not find the knife. I looked around in the leaves, couldn't find it.
And something else is lurking in the jungle.
I can hear this noise. It was really heavy. I could hear sticks breaking. Kept getting louder and louder.
Exhausted, after 80 hours of blindly running through the jungle, Ken remembers the #1 rule, should you get lost.
You know, they always say the best thing to do is stay put. Just stay put, somebody will find you.
Almost immediately, his prayers seem to be answered.
There has to be some kind of search going on. I decided I'm gonna climb up this tree and I'll be able to flag down this helicopter that I can hear in the distance. I'm gonna wave them down with this flag. They'll for sure be able to see me.
The helicopter is definitely searching the jungle. Kathy's come through for him.
Hey, I'm over here! Hey, over here!
And I see that they're gonna start searching this area, and here I am. I'm gonna be out of here. It's over now.
Look out now! Here! Guys, look!
And I'm thinking, oh, this is great. They brought in some kind of American search team. I'll be out of here lickety-split.
Look down! Come on! Look down! I'm here! Come on! Come on, please!
I can see this lady inside the helicopter with white tennis shoes with laces. She's wearing gold-rimmed glasses, has blonde hair.
Hey, come on!
I can see every detail. If I would have had a rock in my hand, I could have hit the lady inside the helicopter. I was that close. It was like a for sure moment I was going to be found.
But it's not Kathy.
The lady is talking to somebody on the other side, and it just keeps going.
Come back! Come back! I'm here! God damn it! Guys! Come back! Ah! Ah! Come on!
The rescue team haven't seen him.
I'm reliving this in my mind over and over again. I just can't believe this just happened. It was just devastating.
Ken has decided to stop trying to walk out of the jungle, sit tight, and wait for another chopper. But staying still makes him easy prey.
Well, I would be just covered with mosquitoes in the night. I would cover myself up with 60, 70 leaves like a blanket to try to keep these mosquitoes away. And that would work great for about 5, 7 minutes till the mosquitoes would find their way through these leaves.
Stop!
I had to jump up and just be totally aggravated and start slinging leaves around and just repeat the process every 10 or 15 minutes, every night. And it was the only way I could keep the insects and the mosquitoes from just eating you alive out there.
Over the following days, Ken stays in the clearing, desperately searching for food and water.
I found these plants that are growing in the tree limbs, and they're holding their own water. I looked inside, there's a small snail, there's a little frog in there. It was like, okay, this water is really bad. So now I scavenged the whole side of the clearing looking for these plants because there's just not enough water, and I'm really parched. I was sitting there dreaming about snow cones and popsicles. If someone were to walk out here and try to sell me a snow cone, how much would I pay for it right now? I think I got up to about $800.
But Ken's daydreams are a dangerous distraction. He needs to stay focused on survival. Each day, the distant sound of search aircraft torments him. He has no way of catching their attention.
They would come in over the jungle and then kind of shut their engines off to an idle and go to stall speed as they would try to peer into the trees to find me.
Ken knows they can't see him through the dense jungle canopy. To make matters worse, he can't find the 2 liters of water a day his body needs, and he's starving. He hasn't eaten more than a mouthful of fruit in 8 days.
I mean, my body's turned on itself now, and it's feeding on my fat and my muscle, and I'm really starting to lose weight.
The jungle is winning. Ken is losing his grip.
I'm in a situation where I'm not talking to another human being, which, if you really stop to think about it, is not normal. How many days does the average person go through and never talk to anybody, never hear a voice on the radio, never talk to anybody on the phone? I mean, it's not a normal situation.
Ken fears he'll lose his mind, and with no sign of any more helicopters, he decides he has to get moving and save himself.
I've wasted 4 days sitting here now. I'm just gonna have to get up and walk.
He's heading straight through the jungle maze, hoping to hit a path or road.
I began to develop a routine. As soon as the sun came up, I would need to begin to walk. And the heat of the day would come on. I would have to spend 3 or 4 hours sitting in the shade just to conserve the moisture in my body. I wouldn't let negative thoughts influence my situation. If I thought, oh my God, that's disastrous, I'm gonna die here now. If I let that thought come into my mind, you know, maybe I wouldn't survive.
But days without enough water and more sleepless nights are pushing his body to the edge of human endurance.
I would never sleep more than 15 minutes at a time because I knew there was a threat from wild animals.
There's only one way to fend off the animals and get the rest his body needs. A fire. Although he has no matches left, he's thought of a smart alternative.
I shorted the positive and the negative battery terminals in an attempt to start a fire. However, there just wasn't quite enough juice in it to work.
There's one last hope.
I decided I'm going to try to build a fire using my shoelaces.
Friction is the most ancient way of lighting a fire. With patience, it should generate enough heat to start a small flame.
That went on for 3 hours, 4 hours. It would just get hot enough to smoke a little bit and stop, but everything there was so wet that the fire just wouldn't start.
Come on.
I was sitting on the floor there just rubbing away in this tree trunk, and I'm thinking, you know, this is not gonna work, and my back is in excruciating pain now.
Get out! God! God! God!
Everything Ken has tried has failed. He's losing the battle. The jungle has started to claim his body. Now, it will claim his mind. In the last 13 days, all he's had to keep him alive are a few rancid fruits and dribbles of water sucked from plants.
I was thinking all the time that this could go on forever, that I'm never gonna get out of here. I know I can't last forever. Eventually I would die, but I can't let myself dwell on that.
Dehydration is tearing Ken apart.
I know I need to eat, but the first call is for water. My body's saying it needs water.
He's so desperate, he's forced to drink stagnant, dirty water.
And as I'm dipping my camera bag to use as a filter to try to filter out some whatever contaminants could be in this water, I see a small lizard. And this little lizard's about 4 inches long. I could just swallow it whole. I started to swallow him whole, and then he got stuck in my throat because he was still alive. So then I killed him. He ended up being, I guess you could call that a meal.
Desperation is pushing Ken to a place he's never gone before. Fantasy and reality are starting to blur.
I began to build these elaborate scenarios about what was going to happen when I walked out of here. I had this credit card, and I was going to get a taxi. I was going to buy some clothes and get to a hotel.
Hey, take me into town, please.
I'll get that, Ken.
And it isn't just Ken's mind that is unraveling. His body is falling apart too.
It was mostly my legs that were cut up from going through the brush. Those sores on my ankles weren't healing. I was beginning to be very concerned about if they were going to get infected or not. I found out that I've got these scabs on the upper part of my leg that are beginning to heal because they're dry. So I began to take some of the dry scabs and use them as Band-Aids to patch some of the wounds around my ankle. It was kind of like a Band-Aid.
Ken's situation is desperate. Lost, alone and weak. He's being pushed to the edge of sanity.
This helicopter all of a sudden pulls up. There's some kind of loudspeaker in there, and I can hear what they're saying.
Mr. Wilson, you're a truly amazing man. But we regret that we must inform your mother. She may not see you again.
This is not right at all. There is something wrong here. And I start to hear the national anthem from the United States.
Ken is desperately trying to keep his body together. But after 2 weeks alone in the jungle, he's slowly losing his mind.
I'm calling room service, I'm filling up the bathtub, and from there on, I don't care what happens, but that's gonna be my fantasy.
Just leave it on the table.
He's increasingly drifting off into a dream world, from which he might never wake up.
It was just so many weird things that, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's something within my own mind that is keeping me here.
After 15 days of mental torture, it's all Ken can do just to stay alive.
My body needed water so bad, it could never think anything but quenching my thirst. It's a very strange feeling, this stress from not being able to drink, not being able to eat, not being able to find your way out.
Ken no longer worries about being rescued. Instead, he spends his time catching flies that bite him and feeding them to ants.
And from the stress, there was some sort of relief by watching ants eat these flies. It was a revenge.
But, like the flies, Ken is now part of the jungle's food chain, and his own dying body will soon be its next meal.
The vultures, I began to see 2 or 3, then there was 4 or 5, the next day there might have been 5 or 6. I began to use the vultures as a way to try to signal somebody. And I would kind of lay down and twitch a little bit to act like I was something that was dying to try to get the vulture's attention, to get them attracted to, and that was a way to signal somebody by air, because I had no other means to do so. But it just didn't work out like that. It was another disappointment. I realized I was going to die there.
Entire days pass by. Instead of trying to find a way out of the jungle, Ken's becoming part of it.
Now my clothes are nothing but shreds. I haven't shaved in 2 or 3 weeks. You know, I'm matted with dirt. I have no shoelaces.
Ken is still only alive thanks to occasional mouthfuls of stagnant water. He's physically and mentally broken.
I could already be dead, and I don't know it. What if I died 3 days ago and my spirit is here wandering around, and this is my destiny of eternity, is to wander around in this jungle? You begin to think, I'll never get out of here.
After 18 days missing, even Ken's friend Kathy is starting to doubt he can still be alive.
I'm really to the point, like, this is getting hopeless. I mean, it hurt so bad to think that this guy could possibly die.
I just laid down and I dozed off a little bit. In a few minutes, I woke up and there was a woman standing there holding a baby. Some people say that whenever people are lost, sometimes they'll see the Virgin Mary. It gave me such an adrenaline rush when that happened. It gave me more confidence. I'm going to walk out of here. I'm going to walk out of here. I kept visualizing that in my mind over and over and over again. I wasn't going to sit down and die. I was going to keep walking until I died. And if I couldn't walk anymore, I was going to crawl until I got out of the jungle. This is like one of the first things I've seen of civilization since I've been lost. Say I was hallucinating, maybe I could have been, but it seemed all way too realistic. Once I had came out there, I knew exactly where I was because I'd been there before. Right at the beach in Cozumel, at the north end of the island. I was ecstatic. I'm not lost anymore. I made it out alive.
After 20 days fighting crippling hunger, dehydration, sleep deprivation, and jungle predators, Ken is finally safe.
He had his hair packed, like spiked with mud, big cuts and scratches, and just looked like he's just been chewed up.
I felt really bad because she started bawling, and that made me start bawling.
The tears were just rolling. We just couldn't let go for 10 minutes. I mean, we were just so thankful he was alive.
It really brought us really close.
Ken's recovery took 6 long months. To help cope with the ordeal, he returned to his greatest love, scuba diving.
The experience changed the way that I think. The fact is, within 10 seconds, any of us could be gone. So I decided I should be more kind to other people. I should be more generous with what I have. I'm just happy.